guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice.
Neues Kapitel, weißes Papier, Seite um Titel, Mitte 20 und hier Zeile für Zeile, offener Blick, find nur beim nach vorn sehen zu mir selber zurück. Und auch wenn's irgendwie nur eine Plattitüde ist, der Augenblick zerfällt, hält man ihn fest. Und wenn ich's richtig sehe und verstanden hab, dann sagt er selbst, wenn man ihn ziehen lässt, ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jeden Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt, solange sich alles bewegt. Lieber neue Gedanken aufleisen sollen, statt ewig im Gestern mit den alten Parolen. Nun ist die Währung, der Weg ist das Ziel. Kostet die Welt dann vielleicht gar nicht so viel. Und auch wenn manches davon sicher Plattitüden sind, man fühlt genau, wenn es stimmt. Ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt und unter mir, da hör ich die Sirenen singen. Ein Teil von mir will gern gleich hier zu ihnen sinken. Doch ich widersteh, hör auf mein Herz, ich geh. Ich werd nur kurz zum Abschied winken. Und dann einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans, just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot. You better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them bangs that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work is over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Keep on running till I get to the top. I'll never back down, I won't ever stop. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. starting to break. I know not when you were stuck by me there to go away. I'll never forget you. Forever
Don't look back, don't look back. I won't let go, can't let go. I count your voice, oh, they will find you. It's an impossible and make undeniable. My pace is getting tired of forcing a smile when the world is so broken and no one seems to care. Come on. This is not enough. Raise that level up. Raise that level up. Raise that level up.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the final day here of the ESL in Birmingham, South America qualifiers. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with ZQuixotics, and I am very excited. The three teams left in the tournament, Beast Coast, Boom Esports, and of course, the winner of this will face off against Heroic later today, which neither of them were able to beat. So we'll see what can happen. Either one of these teams will get their rematch. Whether or not that happens is yet to be said. But Zach, how are you doing today, man?
I'm doing well, ready for Dota as always. How about you?
Oh, about the same. Ready for some Dota. Excited for these two teams to go head to head because we saw their series against Boom, or against Heroic, and they both had some like interesting ideas. I would say Beast Coast probably with the most interesting ideas of a mid clockwork
For
and a
sure.
safe lane Elder Titan, but we'll see if we get some cool stuff coming out here in this series. I'm hoping so.
Yeah, I think Heroic has been looking the strongest of these teams for sure. But
Yeah.
that's not to say the other teams couldn't beat them. Especially, you play, you learn a little bit. Sometimes losses actually teach you the most. So we'll see what they have picked up as the lobby's still getting ready. But they'll be, first facing off against each other and then on to Heroic.
Yeah, that's the thing is like I feel like Heroic has just looked the most consistent It's not even that they're like winning the drafts. I feel like all of these games have had really good drafts and like really like creative drafts. Again, coming back to Beast Coast, but uh, I think it was mostly an execution issue for them. I actually thought their draft was good enough. I felt like their draft could have won had it, just been executed slightly better. And I think that's the thing Heroic does right now better than a lot of these teams is they just make so few mistakes and they always hit their timings. They're always playing to exactly what they want to do. And that just comes with experience, man. A lot of skill.
Yeah, that can be, I don't know, like on one hand, maybe that is something you can fix in an overnight team chat. Like, hey guys, like we need to clearer like a clear game plan of like here's what needs to happen, and we kind of stick to that. At the same time, that is something that's can be very difficult, that you have to play a lot with the same teammates to understand how everyone's thinking and get together on that same page. So yeah, some teams much better at it than others. We'll see. I do think it's a little tough to fix that overnight.
Yeah.
But you never know. We do see upsets in Dota. That's why we love watching these games. And I'm hoping for it, especially because, so we were saying like the drafts kind of look pretty even in many of these, but
Yeah.
all of these teams have some form of cheese pick. So it can just take a moment to forget in that draft, and then oh no, we've let Huskar through, and suddenly your game is so hard. So all these teams also have to stay on their toes in this drafting phase, which I think several of them have coaches, which can maybe help with that. I'm pretty sure Heroic and Beast Coast have coaches. I can't remember if
I know
Boom.
Heroic does.
Boom has a coach.
Yeah, I think all three of them have coaches, actually. I'm pretty sure all three of them have like a coach working with them.
Okay, that's good. Then yeah, hopefully those coaches, they got put to work overnight thinking about that draft. Make sure the players, get their rest, get their mindsets ready for the games here, and yeah, maybe it'll come down to the execution from there.
Yeah. We'll see. Overall, I'm still just like really excited to see what these teams come up with. We're getting ready to start game number 1 here between these two teams, but I have to wonder like what Heroic is expecting, because I think for them it's like obviously you have like a little bit of a break. You've already prepared for both of these teams because you played them already in the tournament. So it's, if you're in Heroic shoes, are you like, are you kind of just going to go back off your old work and rely on that? Do you try to do something new? Like how do you want to approach your grand final series here? Because it is a best of 5.
Yeah, I think considering Heroic beat both these teams, I think they'll get to feel comfortable saying like, yeah, I mean, if the draft goes exactly the same, like we did it once, we can do it again. So they don't have to be too worried about adapting, but they probably do need to consider what these teams will now change and how they want to address that. But they should feel in a decent spot. We saw Analog have such consistent performances with many of his first phase picks. Dragonite was one, Ember was another, where they're just first picking this guy's hero, sometimes just getting countered in the lane, countered in the game, and he still pops off each time. That gives you just this great foundation to go with. Or you save that pick, you just pick up a generic support, and then we see them grab him a Meepo later on. That's that's so annoying to draft against, I imagine. Like, we give this guy an OP hero, or like he gets a cheese hero. Like, what do you do with this guy? And of course, it's not just him. The whole team is playing very well together. But the mid lane is scary when there's some very strong cheese picks like Meepo and Arc Warden.
Yeah, and the thing is like they were first picking his hero like game after game after game, and then you see this Dragon Knight come out, and you're like, okay, well he's gonna Dragon Knight mid again, and then the Meepo comes out, and you're like, oh well, damn. All right, we got Meepo'd. And so it's a team that's super hard to draft against, similar to like what we were seeing with Nouns in the North American region, where it's like they can flex a lot of heroes between their mid lane and off lane. Similar thing here with like Heroic. Like they can flex a lot of heroes between their safe lane, their mid lane, their safe lane, and their off lane. Like they can move stuff around like all the time. So I think that's the thing that's super fun about the South American region, is I think we touched on it a little bit yesterday, is the fact that they draft a lot for their matchups as opposed to necessarily being something that's super meta. And that always makes for fun and exciting Dota, I think.
Yeah, these flexible drafts that, like you said, they it feels like they put more emphasis on lane matchups and also hero to hero counters as opposed to like, oh, here's how the whole game, like this fits in this way. It's like, yeah, we ruin that guy's lane and then he doesn't get to play the game. Like, who cares about the whole picture? If that guy's just out of the picture, then there we go. And I feel like we get to see more interesting picks that way and more scrappy fights oftentimes where because they're picking for these kind of counters, they are trying to kill them faster. Like, yeah, I counter that guy. Like, I can't just let him farm. Like, that defeats the whole purpose. So we get to see these earlier fights, which is pretty exciting. We came off a little bit of a slow patch just a couple months ago. Many games going quite long. Everyone building Midases. So it's a nice change of pace. Though, having said that, I think a new record was just set on the longest series, right, in the Chinese qualifiers. Yeah, they had like a
Almost
100-minute
6
game for
hours.
one of them. Yeah, so
It was a
maybe
6-hour
the slow
5-game
game
series.
Yeah, slow games are still there.
Yeah, there was their first game was like 81 minutes, and their fourth game was 108 minutes, I think. So and their like third game was 58 minutes. So they had like 3 games basically go an hour plus, one of them nearly 2 hours. So it's like I can't
We
even
could possibly
imagine.
finish this series in 80 minutes.
Yeah, it's like I can't even imagine being stuck in a series against the exact same team for nearly 6 hours, like 6 hours of game time. We're not talking about draft and in between time. Like this is strictly game time. Like that is
Mhm.
absolutely absurd. I would just go home. I would just I'd just be like, guys, we're gonna come back tomorrow. We'll finish this up. I need a break. See ya. I'm not built for that.
Yeah,
I'm
certainly,
too old.
certainly exhausting.
All right, I think it's time we focus up on. I almost said Bet Boom on Boom Esports versus Beast Coast. Let's go and jump into the draft for our first series here today. I'm excited. It's going to be again 2 teams with some really cool drafting styles going head to head here. The first phase Wind Ranger is a little bit new. We haven't seen this one. I know it's something that Beast Coast likes to run on Lumpy in the mid lane, but
Turn to ban.
interesting.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, Boom also plays this. Actually, like all the teams can run the Wind Ranger carry. It's just very solid right now. So, yeah, I guess not too crazy to see it removed here. They do have first pick though, so I wonder if they're thinking of someone who maybe doesn't want to play into that Wind Ranger. We're gonna find right away. Don't even have to think about it. Dragon Knight. All right, we've been seeing teams pick up this Dragon Knight more and more. Oh, with the fast response, they're ready for this.
So this is a hero that we actually haven't seen yet in the qualifiers. And the first thing I said when we came into these SA quals was like, we're gonna see a lot of Coddle. And I was feeling really sad that I was like, maybe I'm just really stupid. I don't quite know, but this is a hero that these teams love to play in the mid lane, given the opportunity. It did get a lot of second phase bans, but not first phase. So this should be Lumpy's mid lane keeper of the light up against the Dragon Knight. It is perfectly fine. Dragon Knight is not a hero that can push the wave super quickly. He has breathe fire, but typically has mana issues since you don't go for a bottle a lot of the time. So, you rely on the Mage Slayer. I think Coddle's matchup should be pretty sick. Dude, I didn't even get to really finish talking about this matchup,
we're
and they're just
speeding
like,
along here.
bans are done. Here's your Tiny. All right, you can talk now, Zach. I'm done.
No, I think it's a great point because what we've been seeing from this Dragon Knight is very consistent laning stage into this early pressure. And Keeper comes online so fast. Like you said, Dragon Knight he takes the tower quickly, but pushing the creep wave is actually kind of slow, especially when Keeper's already blasted out your creep wave. And then Keeper is so fast. Literally, like the move speed, the items he buys, the tempo of the hero, so he can prevent Dragon Knight from pushing and still show up in other lanes as well, and then come back to mid, keep defending it. He'll buy a Spirit Vessel, he'll buy a Boot to Travel. So it's a really cool response to this Dragon Knight. I'm looking forward to it. Like you said, we haven't gotten to see it. Then these other picks, Tiny and Grimstroke, that's the most likely supporting cast. It's just going to help you out. Keeper, really no crowd control. Tiny, he brings that for his team. And then this Grimstroke, we've seen this paired up with Dragon Knight. Some of the Inkswell to throw on your Dragon Knight, like Chain Stun, but also Soulbind, Double Dragon Tail, pretty nice. Also just good in general. So very safe here if they don't want to reveal too much. They do have to pick something else here. I don't know if they'll want to grab another support right away or maybe another core, because right now Dragon Knight can flex. It could be the mid, but we've seen some teams move it around. So yeah, they're going to grab the Vengeful Spirit and going to keep it a little bit of a mystery. Where is this Dragon Knight going to go? They get to see 2 more picks before committing it anywhere.
I like that. I think that's the best way to like shield your opener, right? We talk a lot about picking this like really flexible like hero on the overall first pick, something that you definitely flex between multiple lanes. We'll talk about this in a second. Yeah, getting like your 2 supports out, which you can then like pick your response on 18 is just like a really smart draft strategy when you have that first pick. Alchemist Pugna. This is probably just straight up your 1-5, I would imagine. Like, I don't think there's a lot of
5 seconds
nuance to this. I'm looking at a mid Coddle and an Alk safe lane with a Pugna 5. Okay.
Pango
and they will move the
response.
Pango to mid and move the Dragon Knight off lane.
Unless
Unless
I think that
safe
makes
lane?
I think it makes more sense that way. This is interesting to me because Pugna, I think one of his strong points is providing mana to the team, but that usually goes to the mid laner a lot of times. But Keeper Light actually has like literally no issues with that. So I'm interested in that element of why they decided to go for Pugna. Though the Decrepify to further enable the Keeper Light could be really cool. Maybe that's what they're thinking. But this Alchemist, there's not a natural Spirit Vessel builder right now on Boom. And they're probably picking their carry last, and I doubt we're going to see a Spirit Vessel carry, so at least you're not going to have to worry about that. Could come online pretty fast, while Keeper of the Light is making space for him.
Mm-hmm.
But he is going to have to play into whatever counter pick carry is coming up here.
Yeah, that is always a little bit spooky. I'm trying to think what they're going for if they banned out a Darkseer. Okay, and a bad and carry ban is actually kind of cool. That's pretty smart.
Yeah, we could see something like maybe Terrorblade. We're looking for a high, like preferably some things good versus Alchemist. High armor, high physical damage, because Alchemist is actually a strength hero. So even though he's a carry, he actually tends to be weaker to physical damage than many other agility carries who get that extra armor. Scotty builders
in the game
will be nice. Oh, that's true. Faceless is still in here as well.
He's great against Coddle too. One of the best heroes to time dilate again, because you have so many things that you throw on cooldown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the good thing about this Alchemist pick, like picking it here, is that Boom Esports will try to pick a carry good against Alchemist, but Beast Coast is going to get that last pick.
Yeah.
And so they can pick a hard counter to that carry, which is why I think they might be banning out this Darkseer, and we'll see whatever else they choose to ban, because, yeah, they want to protect whatever they potentially pick here, which Darkseer does suggest it's maybe some kind of illusion hero. They're trying to keep that open anyways.
Yeah. Either an illusion hero or like a Medusa / Luna, right? Those 2 heroes are always really countered by something like a Darkseer. But when you go for something like a Medusa pick, it's like usually you want to have like the mana battery of like a Keeper of the Light on your team. So it'd be a little bit interesting to pick it into like a Coddle rather than having it as like your like mid laner. Yeah, I'm curious what they want to do with this. Ban will be Juggernaut. Okay, just a pretty straightforward ban there for Pakaz. Nothing special. Jug scales pretty well into Alchemist. He's just like... He actually doesn't have that high of a win rate, which is weird because I feel like the hero's in a really good spot, but I guess because heroes like Faceless Void are so popular, it just makes Juggernaut's game pretty hard.
Yeah, it might be. Maybe
They
some
did
of
give the
the
Blade Fury some good love, and it finally does like kind of what I think the rework was intended to do, which is slightly more damage than the original. But still
maybe
feels
part
a
of it
little weak
is
in lane.
some of the best carries are like Wind Ranger, Faceless Void, Slark.
Yeah.
Like Ursa, Morphling are pretty good. These are difficult for Jug to get like a ton of value out of Omni Slash. So maybe fingers crossed. I'm kind of hoping when these qualifiers are done, we'll get a patch fairly soon. Maybe if they drop off, Juggernaut will pick up. And there's that Faceless Void. Yeah, kind of uncommon. There weren't actually that many carry bans throughout this draft, so actually a lot of these tops carries were still available. And it looks like they're going to grab the Faceless Void.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
I think this is honestly just very safe and a pretty good pick
5
overall.
seconds remaining.
You have a Tiny, so now I'm wondering if you could go for something like a Winter Wyvern or a Viper as your... Oh, Viper's banned, so maybe not the Viper. But you have the options to go for something that can lane actually fairly decently into Faceless Void. I wouldn't
Yeah, I
hate the
agree.
Wyvern.
I think I'm up for it. Yeah, nice call.
It's a good
Very-
one. I think this is sick. You have two really hard heroes to jump on the back line now, right? You have to choose between Wyvern or Coddle.
Even that Pugna in the early game, if you try to chrono
Yeah.
someone, but he just decrypifies them.
It's like choice paralysis almost. Like you're like, all right, we've got to get this back line, but you're like, okay, well, which one? You know. So I think a lot
Simply
of it's gonna
chrono
be on
them
pay.
all.
Yeah, right. It just easily, yeah, just chrono them, duh. I think the Alcast builds pretty tanky and pretty heavy front line here. Like an early BKB, definitely an Assault Cuirass at some point, but I don't know. I like the draft from Beast Coast. I think this is cool. I think it's got some good tempo as long as the Alc doesn't lose his lane, which I don't think it should.
Yeah, I think they should be pretty happy with what they got. Dragon Knight, something we can look for. Like, I think the lane itself, Alchemist should be okay in, but Dragon Knight will get through it thanks to his high armor and high regen, and then his ultimate is very good for taking towers quite quickly, and that's something Alchemist doesn't like. As he loses towers, that means he's losing space to farm. I think Coddle will be able to help protect that, so I think if the lanes go okay and they hold on to their towers for at least that starting early to mid game, Alchemist should have enough time to grab all the farm he wants, and I like the picks they have.
Yeah, the Alc into DK lane actually is kind of interesting because you're right. Like, DK gets that level 6 and wants to push your tower, but it is going to be like a Pugna and an Alc. And they have a lot of wave clear between Acid Spray and Nether Blast. So, yeah, it could work. It might be able to stall things out. And like you said, Coddle really good from the mid lane at doing so.
Prepare
The
for
biggest thing we're going to see, the biggest timing that every mid Coddle plays for is the level 6. This is something that we will see over and over and over. A Coddle will hit level 6. He will immediately TP to the side lane, pop the spirit form, and start solar binding to kill a hero. It is going to happen 100%. Like, it is the only reason that we see these South American teams pick up this Coddle is because he gets level 6 really quick, and then he instantly kills your side lane. So you're gonna have to, if you're Boom, you definitely have to be paying attention to like the second that Coddle like disappears from the lane. We'll see if he manages to make it happen for Lumpy. I think his side lanes are fairly gankable, specifically this bottom lane, right, where you have Dragon Knight. He's not a super fast hero.
I think Dragon Knight might be a little easier. He's very tanky to that physical damage, but magic. Well, now that he picks up Mage Slayer, when he gets that, he is tankier versus that. But in this early game, especially with the mid Coddle hitting 6 so early, yeah, that could be a good target. I think Faceless Void, it's doable, but it's a little harder with the time walk. So it might be safer to grab that Dragon Knight kill. Plus, it's going to help out your Alchemist. But we'll have to see how the lane goes, because sometimes if Alchemist is already doing well enough, you don't really need to go and like get him a kill, and it's nice, but he's honestly farming so well on his own that you can actually help your other lane if it's not going well. So yeah, we'll just see what's happening, what it looks like at level 6, and potentially if it's like a power rune spawns, what side it is, right? That sometimes just dictates where you go. It's like, well, I'm already halfway to top, and I got this rune. I guess I'll just keep going. We're not ready. Hold on.
It was a joke.
That's okay. This gives us a moment to imagine what's going to happen here. Right now, Beast Coast is all together, so if an early fight breaks out, that'll go their way. Sometimes we see, like, we talk all this, like, oh, the lane counters, here's what the draft's supposed to do. Then one team picks up a bunch of first bloods and it just throws all of that out the window, right? Like, well, this guy wasn't really supposed to start with double his net worth, so, like, it's really changed the dynamic. So, if
you and I
anyone's
were
going to find
with
something.
9 kills, right? At the Horn?
Yeah, one of the NA qualifiers. Yeah.
Okay.
It just totally changed the game. I think we had like a Monkey King offlane into an anti-mage carry, and he just came in with double the net worth, like an extra Wraith Band, and it was just it was over.
Yeah.
It was just over before it even turned to day. I mean, this is an Alchemist. If you give Alchemist kills, oh, like that is terrifying.
Yeah, especially like XP goes really far on Alk because the faster you can get this acid spray leveled up, the better. Like this is like your farming tool, right? So if he gets to like his level 3, that 2 points in acid spray, he can stack behind his tower super easily and clear those. It's one of the things that makes Alk like a relatively decent safe laner, and we've seen there was a couple patches early on when the map update came out. What was this thing called? Something I can't remember what the name of the map update was, but the big map update where they added the side jungles, like Alk was probably one of the #1 carries. It was like Alk and Medusa almost every single game because people didn't realize how to take advantage of like these 2 new jungle camps behind the tower. And people were like, how is this Alk getting like an 8.5-minute radiance? What is happening?
Yeah. All right, we see the sentry placed by Venge. So I was actually wondering, like, who do you prioritize? Keeper shoves out the lane, and then he goes in jungles. Alchemist, he's going to want to do something similar once he picks up a couple levels as well. So at the start, you can actually go and perhaps block those side camps in the safe lane that we were just talking about, or you can do this to the Coddle. You actually put a sentry here. It'll catch any observers in this area, which sometimes just hit or miss if you get any of that, but you also block a camp that Keeper is looking forward to using.
I'm surprised that they are not sentry checking this on the side of East Coast because, like I said, a lot of these South American teams all play Coddle mid, and they all do this. Like we've seen this multiple times where like a team has come in and just started blocking the medium camp, and you know, whether it be Radiant or Dire, it slows down that early progression. And we were saying like he wants to get that level 6 right away. Well, he's gonna miss probably 2 full spawns on that camp, so that will slow him down quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely. That timing for the Keeper is very important. Right, side lanes, we expecting any early kills, you think?
I think top lane is maybe on to Panda. Like, he has to be a little bit careful because Tiny does do a lot of damage, and so does Wyvern, honestly, like pretty early. Once you get to your double bracers, you're pretty scary. This off lane, I can't imagine anybody dies. But,
it's pretty tanky. Alkin Dragonite.
Yeah, maybe one of these heroes gets out of position, like one of the supports in the first couple levels, but yeah, I would be shocked if one of these guys goes down. But we'll find out sooner or later. Yeah, I think I'm pretty excited for Beast Coast's draft here to see how this works, because the Winter Wyvern has been one of the better counters to the Faceless Voids that we've been seeing. It's one of the few offlaners that you just don't really have kill threat against as a Faceless Void. And you just Arctic burn him on cooldown, and it feels really sad. Especially with like early levels of Time Walk being such a long cooldown.
Yeah, Arctic Burn got a huge buff in 7.35, reducing that cooldown massively. So it's a lot easier to use to just constantly harass, like you said. And then later on in that Chronosphere, right, you've got Cold Embrace as a save. You could maybe ult the Faceless Void himself. It's just it's tough to play Faceless Void. You kind of have to look for the Winter Wyvern Or you can depend on this Pango, maybe this Grimstroke, and this Dragonite finding them. I'm gonna pause here for lag. We got lots of time to theory craft here, Ricky.
Dude, I love theory crafting. If that was like a course at university, I would have smoked that course. I'm just saying.
It's essentially what I did. I was theory crafting Dota instead of paying attention in school. So, kind of was a course to me.
Yeah, I mean, I was. We had like a Dota club at our university, right?
Nerds.
Yeah, nerds. By the time I was graduating, the club had pretty much died because the Dota was not good at attracting new players. But the school's clubs for other games was exploding. So in order to try and keep Dota alive, I just made the esports club instead and hid the Dota club inside of it and was like, yeah, no one will know. It'll be fine.
There you go. I think mine did too, but I never bothered to meet any of them. Dota player, I was just solo queue, I'm just in here.
Yeah. It was good, man. Those were the glory days of Dota, honestly. The 2015 to 2017 were just such good years. And so much fun.
Don't worry, Dota will never die.
Okay. Sorry, I was just coughing, not because of what you said. I promise. Valve, don't hurt me. No, it's. I think you're right. I mean, this game is timeless. Not to make a faceless void joke there or anything, but I think there will be a point when Dota 3 technically comes out. To be honest, it'll eventually there'll be some I'm sure Valve is working on another source engine upgrade eventually, and then they'll be all right, moving our games again.
When they add fishing in, that's Dota 3 right there.
Dude, honestly,
that'll be the new peak of Dota 2.
Imagine the runes are actually just you fish them out instead. So you have to go to the river and pull out the fishing rod and mini game to get the rune instead of just clicking it.
It's the way. Look, we've been in this 2v2 meta on the side lanes for a while. People have been kind of thinking about getting roaming back. No one wants a jungle roamer, right? The jungle's selfish. You're just in there on your own. You never help. But a fisherman going along our river, a very cool feature of our Dota map, helping the different lanes as you fish, the people would love that.
I would be 100% down. Sign me up, baby.
Dragonite dropping low right after the pause.
All right, I mean, that's some good damage. Pugnut not messing around by any means.
Another blast is pretty low cooldown, pretty good damage against this Dragonite. But as he's getting closer to level 3, I'll be curious if he decides to take another point in Dragon Blood. We sometimes see mid laners do that, actually go 1-1-3, and it's just so hard to bully them out. I'm curious if he'll go for that as well in the off lane, or if he'll opt for more points in his spells.
So we're going to see Coddle right now, mid lane. He's like, all right, well, my camp's been blocked, so he finally gets it unblocked. But that is, 2 minutes of spawns, essentially, that he missed. So definitely a little unfortunate for him. I got a really important question for you, back on the most important topic of the game.
Okay.
What heroes would be the best fishermen?
Oh, it's Pudge for sure. That's why he's so popular. It's because Hook is kind of like fishing, and that's why so many people love it.
See,
Trusty Shovel,
curious.
one of the best items in the game. It's kind of like fishing. You're putting in what am I gonna get? Oh boy.
Oh, bounty rune,
What's
bounty
it
rune,
gonna
bounty
be?
rune, bounty rune. Oh, a mango. One of those moments. See, I was wondering, I was like, would it be Pudge or would it be the fish-based heroes that are better in the water type of thing, like Slark and Slardar and Augusire and all these Tide Hunter? I imagine he'd be a great fisherman,
Yeah, could be. But maybe they've never needed to fish. They've never needed those tools. They don't know how to use it.
Yeah. Maybe they're vegetarians.
All right, we see Keeper making use of those camps. This is what he wanted. He's just farming multiple camps at once, shoves out the lane.
Yeah, it's super annoying. I mean, Pango is free farming, right? This is kind of what happens when you play against a Coddle. It's your lane just gets pushed into your tower, you farm under your tower, and it's not that bad. Lumpy would be way further ahead if it wasn't for that camp being blocked. And Lumpy's actually allowing a lot of these creeps to get denied here, leaving them just a little bit too low. So that is hurting him quite a bit.
Yeah, actually, Pango returning in some really good harass here. Actually forcing a Sal from the Keeper of the Light.
Yeah.
It's not usually how that goes. Keeper's usually the one harassing you down with the high levels in Illuminate.
Yeah. Level 5.5 though, as the... Oh, look at Slatem's, dude. This is a sick invade. He's like, all right, I know what you're up to, man. Just comes. He's going to block the camp again. He probably just steals this. Yep. And he's going to be the one hitting level 6, likely first here.
Very cool. Realizing that earlier he had harassed Lumpy pretty low.
Yeah. Nice kill at the top lane. This is the one where we kind of figured the kill threat would actually come from. Venge, you know, just gets caught out of position, trying to, I think, contest a pole camp there, but... Wyvern, Tiny, good combos.
Very good. We saw Nouns doing this earlier. I love that Tree Toss can just solo kill, like one-hit kill couriers. Gonna take the boots away from Pakaz.
Radiant are scared.
Precious bump.
Alright, Lumpy is level 6. Which lane? He's choosing bottom. Here we go. Puts down a good ward, looking for heroes. Meanwhile, the power rune is out, though, so he's going to double back for a second. As Oh, he actually gets it on Slatem's. Wow, mid-top.
Regen's really nice for Pango.
Yeah. Lumpy? I mean, he's just kind of jungling here. This is a little bit strange. And this regen's super good for the Pango. I mean, he had already spent through pretty much all of his mana, and regen gives you that like 3 times over now, so that's nice. It increases in duration as the game goes on, doesn't it now?
The haste rune does. I don't remember if the regen rune does.
Yeah, I can't remember. There was a lot of like weird changes to runes in that last patch, and I can't remember which ones did what.
Doesn't look like we're going to see any wisdom rune steals here. I thought maybe with Pango already being in that triangle, stealing more camps, he might consider it, but I guess running into Tiny doesn't really feel like it's worth attempting.
Alright, well, I think my initial prediction of Lumpy immediately rotating is just wrong. He has the urn, but doesn't have a charge on it yet, and maybe he's just waiting for his boots of travel at this point. And it is a pretty substantial upgrade for this hero once he gets it, but Lumpy just gets closer and closer. The first rotate is here in the top lane. We'll walk right onto the Tiny, but instead just jumps past him, looking for the Winter Wyvern. Just be a little bit careful. That is not necessarily an easy hero to grab. There's going to be the Avalanche. They have a toss. He's going to go for the Inkswell turnaround here onto the Tiny. And the Rolling Thunder being pump faked, not going to be committed, as it will just be a kill going to Pakaz. So 4 heroes to the top side of the map here from Boom. Ends up doing well, and Coddle ended up committing the ult. He was coming up here to try and help.
Just noticed Boom is killing it on denies. All three lanes. I mean, these cores are jungling Coddle and Alex, so yeah, they're trying to punish that by denying as many creeps as they can. And Dragon Knight's gonna start working away on this tower, and it doesn't look like Beast Coast is really doing too much about it. All right, Moose is here. Boom is rotating everyone.
They have like a slight gold advantage on Beast Coast because they are still getting last hits, but there's a pretty massive XP advantage on Boom. And yeah, they just bring the extra heroes. Dragon Knight doing what Dragon Knight does. He's got a tower. They even bring Pakaz down here in case they need to like chrono for a fight. But that will be it. Tower's gone. They're rotating top. Gardic wants to try and do the same. 3 points in the Nether Blast. As they are just farming on the side of Beast Coast. Absolutely no aggression coming out from them at the moment.
Yeah, trying to get some return damage using that Nether Blast on this tower, but not quite as good as in off-lane. DK hitting it. So this tower's still up. Pakaz came back to defend it. I do like seeing the carries rotate for these. Like with the Twin Gate, it's much easier to do. And you kind of set yourself up. If a fight breaks out, you're there. You can help capitalize on it, maybe get a couple kills. If not, you help take the tower, and then you can choose again as a team, like, do we leave the carry here to farm this area on their own, or does the carry just go back to the safe lane again through the Twin Gate, potentially TP somewhere else, right? It just gives him a lot of options to benefit his team.
Yeah, absolutely. Lane, they are smoked up here on the Tiny, as they want to try and contest the potential 10-minute rune spawn here. Will they get lucky? Ooh, an amplify damage. He still
already
said
smoked
double
up.
damage. Did you hear that? Update the voice lines, Valve.
Bring all the actors back.
Bottom lane, there they go, right onto the Dragon Knight, and oh, he misses
Right
the
by
Illuminate.
the Dragon Knight.
Oh, that
just-
should not happen.
Just letting you know, I could hit you if I wanted to. I'm not going to right now, but I could have.
He still can. Like, he can just continuously solar bind this hero. It has 100% uptime, basically. Yeah, he's just gonna tip him. He's like, well, you botched that gank, son. I mean, that DK is 100% dead to a Coddle there with an amplify damage. There's no way. So missing that first
Doesn't have
Illuminate
an
is pretty
earn
rough.
charge, or maybe it would have been a little difficult. But yeah, it certainly would have helped at least whittle him. He wouldn't feel good about pushing up here on his own right now if he was missing at least half his health.
Yeah. I mean, Jesus, Pakaz is getting just beat down by this Wyvern top lane. Yeah, I mean, Vitali is doing quite well on the Wyvern. Happy to see that. Love this hero.
Seeds of Serenity, a really cool pickup from Pakaz, recognizing, like, yeah, they picked this Winter Wyvern to whittle me down, but this passive HP regen plus the active, just keeping him fairly healthy here.
I honestly had no idea this had a passive 4 HP regen on it.
It didn't used to. It got added in one of the recent patches. Nice chrono here on 2.
Dude, beautiful
Kill Wyvern
kills.
before the ult comes out? Yes.
Yeah, this is so sick. This, honestly, great rotation and good use of the Inkswell onto the Pangolier, of course. They did bring Lumpy, and he's trying to do what damage he can, but a great swap in from Panda. Just gonna bait the Coddle completely. That's being a triple kill for the Void. The Coddle falling flat completely in this game.
And DK didn't even rotate over, so he's just going to grab a free mid. Oh! And the Sacred Relic. Courier. Oh,
Wow.
no. He had that just walking straight across. Oh, that's going to delay it, because he's only a few hundred off of the Talisman, so that could have been a Radiance pretty quickly here at like 13 minutes, but he's going to have to wait longer for this Courier now.
Dude, Boom are in complete control of the game at the moment. It's like, part of me is wondering if like Lumpy is maybe just not as comfortable on the Coddle mid, or maybe he's just like uncomfortable into the Pango matchup because
Definitely played
Slatem's-
it.
Yeah, Slatem's has just gotten so much more out of this early game, and that's typically when Coddle shines. Like, he is a complete map dominator in the first like 20 minutes, but he is bottom net worth here.
Yeah, I thought we would see more active play for sure. I wonder if they had this read on it, like, hey, Alchemist is farming. Yeah, we're not planning to go late, but we're not necessarily going early. We're looking at this mid-game timing, so we'll all just farm. But that's not panning out. It's I don't know if that was their read or just it was a misplay a bit, but Boom's taking control. It's only 2K right now, but that is against an Alchemist and actually a very fast farming Coddle. So I'd say 2K is actually pretty good for Boom Esports.
Especially when you consider the fact that Pakaz is dead even in net worth with an Alchemist as a Faceless Void, right? He has his Maelstrom done. He has a Yasha completed as well as he's on his way to his Manta. I mean, this is an incredibly farmed Faceless Void this early into the game.
Definitely. I will say, though, for the Alchemist, that definitely used to be the way where it's like, oh, Alchemist isn't 1,000 or 2,000 ahead, like he's losing. But I don't notice Alchemists getting as far ahead as they used to anymore. And I don't know if it's just people getting better about dealing with Alchemist, or maybe the Grievel's Greed change becoming like just this passive he always has. It slowed his early farm, but made his early game better.
I think that's it, yeah.
Yeah, so this isn't as bad as it used to be, but certainly you do want to be ahead, not behind the Faceless Void, who is not even I mean, he's not really known to be a fast farmer, this Faceless Void. So the fact that it's even is a little intimidating.
Yeah. As soon as they changed the Grievel's Greed max kill, like max gold bonus, like the hero's ability to just like flash farm dropped like what 30% or 40% or something, because it used to be 32 max gold and now it's 18. So it's a pretty substantial drop in that gold per kill, but the benefit is he gets corrosive weaponry for late game. So it's like the hero scales better technically than he used to. You're not spending all these extra points on, you know, Grievel's Greed early on, like debating like, do I go 4 points Grievel's Greed before I even get Concoction? Like, I think this iteration of Alchemist is by far the best he's ever been, and I like it way more as a hero instead of like a cheese. Gardic here. In a lot of trouble. Rolling Thunder going to come through. Instant blink up onto the high ground. They've caught the Wyvern. The heals from Lumpy making some space here as they will turn around onto Illich. As the Mage Slayer is completed, they will go ahead and lose the Pugna, but it cost a lot of time. But the Chrono comes through from Pakaz, catching 3. The heal's going to come back in from Lumpy. If they can clean this up, the Winter's Curse taking a lot of damage here on the Faceless Void, being able to time walk it off. You've lost 3 as pay here, trying to burn him down on the Radiance, but it's not going to happen. Triple kill for Slatums and Moose, the only survivor, but it's short-lived as the blinks come through. And that will be an ultra kill for your Pango, a 5-4-0.
That is huge for Boom Esports. That's like a 4,000 gold swing off of that one fight. They didn't even lose a hero, right? Dragonite got really low, but that swap saved him at the end. Oh, that is bad for the Beast Coast fans.
We talked about the fact that it's like you have these 2 backline heroes, like can you jump them, like just chrono them both, lol. And it actually kind of happened. DK gets on top of Coddle. Yeah.
It's simply chrono all 5 heroes.
Oh,
why don't Faceless Voids just do that?
Oh, he's just trying to break some ankles. I mean, he's got a haster, and there's just no shot. Yeah, I mean, Dragonite finds the Coddle, opens up with the Dragon Tail, and makes it super rough, and Wyvern ends up getting chronoed, and you're just like, well, they actually did it. They did exactly what we were kind of memeing about.
We did see that Dragonite, so he actually didn't get Mage Slayer, went for this Manta instead, and at first they were just tickling him, but once the Solar Bind came out, like, we did see him get nuked down, which is what we thought this benefit of the Keeper would be, but 17 minutes in, he's 0-3, which is really, I think it's missing the mark a little bit on why they picked this Keeper. I don't know if they were fully expecting this Keeper versus Dragonite and like that Pango threw them off, but I imagine like Pango's so popular, right? I feel like they have to have experienced this matchup before, so yeah. I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, Vitali does have the Grove Bow pickup now on the Wyvern, which is huge for him because he did have that Mage Slayer in the last fight. That was, you know, doing a pretty good chunk of damage, but if the Wyvern gets, if they're able to get on top of you and, you know, actually chrono you as well, you know, the fight is going to be so difficult, if not impossible, for Beast Coast. So we'll see what they can do going forward, because they really need to avoid that.
Yeah, an extra challenge, like, who's the front line of the fight? Later on, it will be Alchemist, but Alchemist is still farming right now, so he doesn't actually really want to be at the front. Tiny doesn't have the blink, so they don't actually have someone in front scouting out for the backline, protecting the backline, and I think that's part of why Boom was able to just like push in there and catch everyone in the back.
Yeah. Moose is close to his blink. He's about 200 gold away. He's like just cutting this top wave, which I think is smart. Like, he doesn't really want to commit, but they will find him. Dragon Tail comes out, the Rolling Thunder into a quick swashbuckle, and that's enough damage. And luckily for Moose, he did buy his Blink Dagger on the wave, so he doesn't actually lose anything for that death. I think he's perfectly happy with that.
Yeah, maybe he can catch someone off guard on Boom now. They, you know, oh, we killed Tiny before he bought his Blink. You know, that's usually why you're trying to kill these heroes, just trying to delay these timings. So maybe as he respawns, maybe they could smoke, catch someone off guard. They could certainly use a kill. It would be worth a lot. They're actually 9k behind here, so any kill is huge. Unfortunately, Gardic looks like killed by Swap.
Yeah, I love the swap change. It's so good.
Yeah. And he's actually already level 10, so he has that talent as well. This is a 350 damage Swap.
Pei maybe baiting Illich here a little bit, but Illich also baiting him as there is a high ground war. They will toss him right back in. They have the concoction. It will stun up 3 heroes, especially with an avalanche tied to it. But hey, you're not super tanky. You need help coming through from the Coddle, but can they finish him off in time? Swashbuckles to safety. Soulbind does catch the Coddle, as the Alchemist will live on just a sliver. Actually, he's just getting chased. He dies to the Tormentor instead. All right. Now the question is, can you get the Coddle? He's trying. He's going to try and force staff TP. Ends up, I think, force staffing the wrong way there. And that is a 2-for-1. You lose the Alch and the Coddle for a Vengeful Spirit.
The good news is he finally has a Spirit Vessel charge, so maybe a future kill attempt will go a little better, because we kind of saw he like got that initial burst really quickly, and then he just didn't have the damage to finish it off, especially as the silence came out. I think that's kind of where they need to be looking at right here. First, secure your Wisdom Runes, don't fall further behind in XP, but we got this Blink, got some Spirit Vessel charges. Like, they need to find some kills together to try to recover.
I was definitely unsure of like skipping the Mage Slayer on the DK, but thinking about it, into the Keeper of the Light, it actually is really smart, because Solar Bind is how you die, right? Like, you get Solar Binded, and then you're basically just like rooted with like massively reduced magic resistance, and he just whittles you down with, you know, Spirit Vessel and Illuminate spam. But now it's like he pops Solar Bind, you just immediately Manta and walk away. So I can see now why they go this route. You know, double Manta on your core, BKB coming out on Pakaz now as we speak. Pango, I guess, doesn't really need it because you have Rolling Thunder, but yeah, really cool item decisions coming out from Boom as a result of that mid-Coddle.
Yeah, that's a great point. Why bother increasing my magic resistance to deal with it when I can just straight up remove it? That's why he's playing in the game and we're watching him.
That's, you know, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm pretty good at this game. I'm just joking. Nice little pick off bottom there from Panda. Great kill once again on Gardic, who, I mean, I was about to point out the kill score for a lot of these heroes, but like they really just have 2 kills on the side of Beast Coast. So like all of their kill scores look really bad. There's like no assists, no kills on anybody.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, the only 2 kills they've gotten are on Panda playing the Vengeful Spirit. So it's literally the least valuable kill you can get.
Yeah. Hasted Faceless Void, pretty good at finding heroes like Winter Wyvern, who would have thought. BKB's done, like we talked about. Wyvern is closing in on the Aghanim Scepter, which is a pretty big pickup if he can get to it, but he still needs some space to farm. They're going to turn this into a Tormentor, it looks like. That is an Aghanim Scepter done on their Dragon Knight at level 15. I mean, if you skip your Mage Slayer, you're going to get a really early Ags. It feels a little bit bad because the idea mainly is you time it with your 18, but...
I mean, at this rate, he's not too far off.
Yeah.
So, yeah, once he has that, that'll be some extra magic resistance for him as well.
How dare you, Dragon Knight? You got your Ags too early.
It is funny to see. It's funny when it happens. All right, rather than go for kills, Beast Coast is just trying to split up the map. I mean, for an Alchemist, like, that's a little bit more beneficial than it usually would be, since he does have that Grieval's Greed. But now that this Dragon Knight Manta and Ags is out, it's really hard to split push, and Boom is actually just trying to cut this off. They're smoking, looking for the kills.
Yeah, they saw him Manta push the lane, and he's out. Do you see Pugna's Courier, like, trying to fly across the map to get to this Glimmer Cape?
They're scouting it. They're not going to kill it. They're just going to follow along. Okay,
they don't know exactly where it was, yeah.
As his smoke ends, he's just going to, like, take it. Oh, that's the Glimmer Cape, too.
That's a full Glimmer Cape for 2 minutes. Wow. Yeah. Avalanche toss. All right, they might get Panda for the 3rd time, as the Glimmer Cape actually reducing a ton of the damage out here from the Coddle, but they do pick him off. Panda, I mean, can you imagine having 100% of your team's deaths?
Panda's happy with that. That's like, that's his It's like, yes.
Doing it, guys.
Position 5 dream. All right, they're gonna get Roshan. I mean, for Boom, we've been kind of talking about the troubles of Beast Coast, but of course the flip side is Boom's feeling great about this. So they're gonna grab this Roshan. I'm curious, I guess they could just stick it on Pakaz. Like sometimes depending on the state of the game, you stick it on your playmaker because the carry's still farming, but Pakaz is so farm. He's like, yeah, actually just give this one to me. We can just go, like, start taking all these towers.
Yeah. Gardic finally gets punished for farming on the enemy side of the map. He's just been chilling over here for quite a while. He was like farming Ancients by just life drain spamming them and just like slowly whittling them down. It's not working out great since he is still lowest net worth, but not having your Glimmer Cape also kind of rough.
Yeah, and it's more gold than sitting in the base when you're scared, right? It looks silly sometimes to die on the enemy's half of the base, but it's like actually trying to get gold. You draw people back to their half, right? You can't feed, right? You can't make it too easy for the enemy, but you do have to try to do this kind of stuff when you are 14k behind at 25 minutes. You have to find gold somewhere. You can't just sit in the base like waiting for them to come to you.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I 100% agree. And honestly, XP is another like resource that is scarce when you're trapped inside your base, right? So
Yeah.
being able to Moose, dude, this guy is a ninja. He's out. Dude, what a player. He's just running around these trees, cutting what waves he can. They are trying to punish him, and they do have a wave coming in now to escort, so it will make it to the base, but the supports are just being a menace here, just trying to cut waves.
Yeah.
Look at the Pugma now.
High ground is pretty good between Keeper Blast and then this long range Winter Wyvern who already bought her egg, unless she's getting caught and killed. No,
Hulk
okay.
is coming in. Woo. Can he finish off Knights? Oh, the bash. He does get the kill, though. Avalanche toss onto the Faceless Void. That is the first life. Wait a minute. He has a BKB.
I think you should
when he
leave.
comes back. Yeah, okay. He's gonna. Well, here comes Slateums, the Rolling Thunder. Does he want to chase? All right, he's gonna turn around. He's turning this car around. He's done. But wait a minute.
Get Panda
He
again.
just goes back in. Okay, that is like the literal best thing we've seen Beast Coast do all game.
Yeah, I'm actually, when I said I think they should leave, I actually meant Beast Coast because I thought Boom was coming in, and some of them did, but actually Dragon Knight didn't. And I feel like if he was there, they could have taken that fight, but maybe trying to play it safe. They did only lose supports and the Aegis. So, I mean, it's not like they've lost control of this game or anything, but you will take that on Beast Coast. You've now claimed another hero, not just Panda. Still no core kills, though.
Shocking. I mean, how much was that whole gold exchange? Because it was like Panda's kill was worth like 1,200, I think. So Knight was like 800. Panda was like also like 800-ish. So yeah, almost a 2,000 gold exchange. And Moose just gets a freebie onto Panda for a solo 600 gold. And he immediately is going to be like, I got to deny my ward. It's going to take a year, but I'll get it. Oh, no.
Tiny's so slow at it.
He's just like, just beating away at it. But yeah, just such a slow attack speed. So Knight will get the D ward.
I mean, we have been joking that they're only killing Panda, but at this point, any kill is good, especially Pakaz.
Whoa!
Pakaz
The Chrono! Alright, they were trying to set up on Pakaz here. Avalanche toss, the follow-up, the Beast stun. Can they finish him off? But he just doesn't have the damage. Pakaz just time walks back away as that BKB running, looking for the tiny, and in comes Slateums. You gotta catch the Winter's Curse here, but it's just solo under this Pango, and he's just gonna go continuing the chase. Pay now in trouble as Pakaz will find a double kill. Now for the Faceless Void is the Winter Wyvern dying in the trees. 5 heroes dead, set up on the back of the Chronosphere, and a perfectly placed ward, catching them out of position.
I'm actually surprised Dragon Knight's not staying with them. He's a good chunk of this tower damage, actually. He's opting for mid, though. I guess Dragon Form is ending.
You have 4. Yeah, I mean, That is just as good of a fight as you could ever ask for. 7,200 damage getting out of Pakaz's Faceless Void, which, I mean, it checks. He's got his level 20 talent. He's got Mjolnir, Diffusal, Manta all completed. Like, you can't actually get away from this guy right now.
Yeah, and it's a nice ward down here. That setup could have worked if Faceless Void didn't see like some heroes coming in. That's why he felt comfortable just jumping in and chronoing that Coddle. But if he had been caught off guard, you know, they might have been able to actually burst finish him.
Yeah, I think with the Coddle damage, they'd probably get him, right? Between Vessel and the Illuminate and the Solar Bind magic resistance reduction, like, he actually probably dies 100-0 in, like, the Avalanche Toss and Concoction.
Yeah,
But,
I think so, too.
yeah, just really sick play from him. Just realizing, like, I'm just going to go solo kill this guy really quick, and then it turns into the dream fight.
For Boom, I mean, are they just going to wait second Aegis? They kind of lost that first one without getting too much done. They are really far ahead.
Dire are scanning.
They do pick up a couple. I mean, they have a really smart itemization choice here. Is the Lincoln Sphere picked up on the Pangolier, which they are also about to finish up on Pakaz's Faceless Void, which, I mean, that is a very good Lincoln's game. Slatum's just playing some ping pong up on the high ground. We'll look to chase a little bit here, and we'll finally turn around as he gets the blink out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, what is the play here for Beast Coast? How do they get back into this game? Because it is looking really rough.
Their high ground is really good. Unfortunately, they did lose it off. Like, they lose one set off the fight that happened bottom here. But for these other fights, right, you got this long range blast. He even went ahead and bought an Aether Lens, which don't think mid coddles usually do, but kind of recognizing he has to clear creeps as far as possible without showing himself. So that plus the Wyvern, Pugna Blast, right? Then you have that tiny, maybe tossing a key target back deep into the base. Yeah, so maybe they can take a good fight around their high ground. I think fighting out of the base pretty tough. Just sending Illich in here with that Inkswell.
He accidentally popped, he like dragon formed, and right when he came out of dragon form, I think auto attacked an illusion, so
oops.
It revealed their smoke. Moo's just hiding in the corner here, waiting to maybe either cut a wave or contest Roach. We'll have to see. But one thing I'm noticing is with Coddle picking up this Aether Lens. It is a little bit interesting as a pickup, but you could turn this into an E-Blade, and that would be a nice little defensive tool for a Chronosphere as well. If, you know, he's able to not get chronoed, he can save potentially an ally with an E-Blade. But
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's I mean, you're kind of just like grasping for, you know, what you can get at this point on the side of Beast Coast. When you have this much of a gold advantage and you're running an Alchemist core, it feels a little underwhelming having picked this hero, and Gardic I think is stuck. That's a rough one. He was up here placing a ward, and it was just like, oh crap, the cause is here.
Uh-oh. Moo's gonna cut some waves and then just go back to hiding. I mean, they're doing kind of like what they need to an extent, but when you're so far behind, it's so easy to get caught and found.
Takes the Watcher.
Take the Watcher.
He's like, ah, I got you.
He's got to get everything possible before he dies, man.
So funny. Coddle is going for the Scythe of Ice, which is pretty standard. I mean, also one of the reasons you'd go for the Aether Lens here is obviously that massive cast range bonus between Spirit Form, as well as the Aether Lens gives you like a 1300 range Scythe of Ice. So very scary if he can get to it, but he still has quite a ways to go.
Yeah, that feels like the story for Beast Coast right now. Like, all the heroes. Oh, Illich finding Pig.
Yeah, and you are just going to get walked back to your base. He could just TP now, but maybe he's afraid there's another hero behind him. It's hard to say. He is just the slowest journey ever.
tickling each
Here
other.
comes the Rolling Thunder. There's the BKB. Well, they get the BKB. That's, I think, what they wanted more than anything.
Yeah, that was an arcane rune roll too, so not even that long of a cooldown. And actually, they don't even feel like they need it. They're just gonna smoke up and look for a kill. Now that Alchemist doesn't have BKB and doesn't have ult actually, so that's two big tools down. They're headed in the right direction.
He's still got like 5 to 10 seconds left on this Dragon Knight ult. Will he guess correctly? Oh my god, he does. He's just going for the 35-minute rune, and the Alp gets punished. You
5
also
to 10
managed to find
seconds is
Gardic
all he
topside.
needs.
Oh boy. That is pretty big. Dude, that was such a smart split on the gank. Like, they run 2 topside, and they end up finding the Pugna, and then they run the other 2 at the rune, and they end up finding Alk, like, simultaneously. Moose here. Oh, he just blinked away. Little D-ward there.
I would have actually loved to see them get Banner. Not that they're gonna wait 5 minutes for it, but the wave clear is like Coddle Blast and like Splinter Blast, so actually giving the creeps more health would have been pretty helpful in terms of not having your creep wave just totally obliterated. Could have been pretty cool.
Unlucky winter curse there from Vitaly. Good movements from Illich on his Dragon Knight to dodge that one out. Meanwhile, at the Roshan, he steals the cheese. So he went in, tried to get the Aegis, but still managed to take the cheese away. Meanwhile, bottom, Lumpy getting chased from Slatum's. Great reads from this Pangolier, man. He has got this Coddle's number. As Coddle quite fast, but you're not getting away from this one. Dude, they're everywhere. They're absolutely everywhere. Gardic chased into the base. Will go ahead and decrep himself for the moment, but I don't think Pakaz has any intentions of running away. Oh,
Under attack.
okay. Nice little plays there from Gardic. Popping the stick, just barely enough to live.
Yeah, he doesn't actually need that kill to be able to work on this tower, so he's gonna play it safe, not get too close to that fountain, especially as Tiny's getting, close to respawning. Maybe even buys back, blinks, tosses you in. No need for that.
Yeah, I think we saw some fun Huskar shenanigans against the Beast Coast recently, right? That may have won them a game.
Yeah, so they've learned from watching those games. Hey guys, mega creeps are pretty good. Let's just grab those. They got 8 seconds till Coddle is up. I don't think they'll be able to finish everything off right away. They are going to have to fight for that last set.
It is so hard to kill this Phases Void now. They have double Lincolns. You have the instant Dispel that can come out from Inkswell, and of course a swap from the Vengeful Spirit. I actually have no idea how you kill this guy at this point. Not to mention just 20% backtrack to add insult to injury.
And he just picked up Aviana's Feather for more evasion.
Oh, that lane of barracks is gone. Bottom lane, Pei in some trouble. They found Moose as well. Pakaz just going to go in, but reverse time walks out. He's actually taking a decent chunk of damage to start this one off, but there it is. Moose falls, 4-staff from the Wyvern, trying to get some space as he will finish off the Void. That is a nice grab, but in comes Rolling Thunder once again, able to just chain stun these heroes. And where's the Chrono? It's finally coming through. Pakaz pops the BKB, trying to life drain, keep this Alchemist alive, but it's not enough. Winter Wyvern just sitting inside his own throne, being like, guys, if they can't attack me, I might live. GG's come out, and Boom will take game number 1 very convincingly. A beautiful game from them. Honestly, I felt like Beast Coast, the draft was fine, but the early game momentum you needed from this Coddle and this Alchemist just didn't happen.
Yeah, I think I'm not exactly sure what they were going for, but it just felt like they were all farming at the start and no one was making the plays. And Boom, in response, was like, okay, I got a Dragon Knight. I guess I'll just start taking towers. And at the same time, this Winter Wyvern last pick into the Faceless Void was supposed to give it a harder time, but it felt like the Faceless Void got all the farm he needed. He was at the top of the net worth competing with the Alchemist. So the farm game, which you would think usually benefits, the heavy farming Alchemist, it did not. And Boom just took it from there.
Yeah, Pakaz was like doing okay in lane pretty much the whole time, and then he got a triple kill at like the 8, or when was it? He got like 1 kill at 8 minutes, and then he gets a triple kill at 12 minutes, and suddenly you're like, he has 7,000 net worth at 13 minutes, which is just not supposed to happen.
Mhm.
So I mean, it's just the knowledge to just come mid and hit that chronosphere and take the fight, like completely turns his game from being like okay and pretty good to just like the best Faceless Void game Pakaz could ask for. Finishes 12-0 and 9. Slatums finishes 13-0 and 14 on the Pango. Like the only heroes that died this game were your supports, and Knight literally only had 1 death. So it's literally just the Vengeful Spirit doing exactly what Vengeful Spirit does, right? Like pretty much never allowing any of the cores to die. If they're even in danger, you swap them out. It's just super clean play from Boom here in game number 1.
Yeah, very clean. And like going back even to the very start, right? They blocked Coddle's camp. Pango did it again. He invaded, blocked it a second time. Like you said, Venge knew what to do. They seemed to play well around that Dragon Knight ult. So it feels like Boom had, like, the drafts felt, we said, like, yeah, it felt like it could go either way. In fact, I think I even liked Beast Coast a little more. But in terms of the clear game plan of what everyone needed to do and the execution of that game plan, it felt like Boom came out ahead there.
100%. I absolutely agree. It definitely just looked like the much more cohesive plan for every stage of the game. So that's going to give Boom the first game advantage here in this lower bracket finals. And we're going to go to a short break. We'll be back with game number 2. It is, of course, Beast Coast versus Boom. Stay tuned for more here on these ESL 1 Birmingham closed qualifiers. We'll see you all in just a little bit.
I saw you riding on the train today, and Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. All that time I wasted on something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't give a bit. Ooh, what are you? Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. What a truth. No one talk now. I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud. I get it safe from it. What a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey,
You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they love you, lady, funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this my designer flow, hey. Gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too close. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pocket too swollen, they already know I'ma flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Way too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they love you, lady, funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a cold sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now. You say you got it, and I Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. Ooh. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into them way too cold. Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they love you, lady, funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I could.
Hey everybody, welcome back here to the ESL 1 closed qualifiers for South America. And honestly, an exciting lower bracket final so far. We've got Boom Esports taking on Beast Coast. And Boom actually just looking super clean in game number 1, right? Like there's not much else to it. Like Beast Coast had a decent draft, but what's going on with that, Zach? Is Boom just like too good? Like what do you think?
I'm not. Beast Coast has played better, I feel. I think that was not a clean performance, and I think it didn't affect them too much because we were actually supposed to have a longer break, and both these teams were like, let's go again. So I think Beast Coast recognizes, hey, we had a good draft. I think we messed it up, and I hope that, they're ready to bring it here in game 2.
Yeah, I agree. So let's do it. Let's look at the draft. Let's see what both these teams are working with as we already are heading into phase 2. So something that we're not going to see this time is the Dragon Knight banned out phase 1, as well as the Pangolier. And we've seen this for teams a lot that have first pick is they will leave the Ember or the Pango in, and then they will ban one, pick the other. So this time, Beast Coast preferring to go for the Ember Spirit for Lumpy and banning out the Pangolier, which I think is fine. I think Ember is a great hero overall. And then the response is actually the Lion from Boom Esports. So pretty cool.
Yeah, Lion's going to have the lockdown for Ember. In fact, I think we saw this as a response last night. I can't quite remember. I have to go look for it later. But he's just a good support, keeps your draft open, but also provides the lockdown for Ember Spirit. And Nature's actually slips through because of everything else they're trying to prioritize. So now they're going to have some global rotations from their support duo. Help you win all the lanes.
I like it. I mean, Nature's Prophet is just... I mean, what is there really to say about this hero? This hero's been in the meta for almost a year now, it feels like. So nothing has really changed. Every time they think they nerf the hero, they somehow accidentally buff it. So... Ooh, okay. So this has been the Nature's Prophet support counter, which we've seen from a few teams. They're going to run a Nature's Prophet support. We'll run a Bat Rider support as the hero that just runs at the Nature's Prophet, and it worked. I think one of the games that we cast earlier in this tournament, Nature's Prophet was like 9th on net worth, and there was a Batrider with like Blink 4 staff, like just absolutely crushing the game. So I think it could work. It has worked.
Yeah, he's strong against the Nature's Prophet, but when Nature's goes to rotate, you want to be able to do something about that, right? Like punish the guy that Nature's leaving alone. It's not clear yet. You actually can run both Lion and Nature's in the 4 or 5 role, but actually Batrider can as well. So whatever lane you're in, you're either strong against that Nature's Prophet rotating in or against him in the lane, and you can also potentially punish whatever core is being left alone when you try to rotate around. Pugna, another fairly strong laning support. Maybe not as strong as the Batrider, but the Decrepify also good to protect versus Nature's TPing in with extra damage and possibly against this Viper. But Boom was ready for this. That was a fast double pick response.
These are sick. I mean, to be honest, like right out of the gate, Abaddon into Batrider is a great lane matchup. It's probably going to be the safe lane Abaddon for Pakaz here. And then the Viper pick, if it ends up going mid for Slateums, completely crushes the Ember Spirit. So now you have the decision of like, well, do you take the Ember Spirit off lane now and try and pick something else? But then they just move the Viper off lane. So, dude, Boom has gotten a way better take on this draft, I think.
Yeah, I like this. And actually, like, this is still flexible, all right? They can still adjust what they want to do. Abaddon and Viper can move around in multiple lanes. Beast Coast is going to grab Darkseer. I don't fully see what they see in the Darkseer. Do you?
I think the idea is that like Wall is very good against Abaddon. Because the Abaddon illusions are really strong. Surge, I guess, technically good at getting away from the Viper, but my guess is that this is Darkseer Batrider lane, and they are going to run at the support, either Lion or Nature's Prophet. They're just going to run at this hero. You're going to have Ion Shell and Firefly, and you just kill whoever is in the lane, and you just ignore the Abaddon. You like drag the wave and like either force the support to fight you for it, or I mean that's the only thing I can think of, because it is a very I don't know. I'm just that's where I'm trying to grasp straws at right now, is figure that out.
I think I agree that Batrider plus Darkseer does sound really strong. And actually, Ember Spirit, who's having a good game with Ion Shell, also very powerful. But I'm not sure if he's going to have a good game when Boom has this flex and they have the last pick. So I'm worried about the laning stage for these heroes, because this could still be like an Abaddon off lane, and then you pick a carry good versus Darkseer.
That's a good point.
They're going to try to protect themselves from getting completely cheesed, as if Viper into Ember is not bad enough. They're like, whoa, wait. What if we get Huskard in the mid lane as well, and Viper goes to another lane?
And Slateums is a great Huskard player. He's done it multiple times. So yeah, they have to ban out the Faceless Void and the Huskard as a result. They'll go for the Morphling, which I think is good here, either against core, like against any of the core Abaddons, whether it be safe lane or off lane. So I actually kind of like that for the most part. If you don't have setup to get the Curse of Avernus proc, it's not as easy. But we've seen like heroes like Winter Wyvern be that setup. So if it's just a Viper off lane, then it's not too bad. But I think you just keep Viper mid and now just pick your off lane hero that tries to shut down the Morphling, right? Like, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that could work. Or if they see a carry that they want instead, who lanes well into Darkseer and counters Morphling later on, I could see that working. I'm trying to see who is left in this draft. I don't think Drow's in the greatest spot. She could have been an old school counter, get past all the Morphling armor, be a ranged hero versus Darkseer, so you don't have to deal with the ion shell.
Anti-mage.
You may
Okay.
Ah, anti-mage.
Cool.
That's cool.
So with the anti-mage, you have obviously the good counter pick into the Morphling, which is amazing. And I'm pretty sure it's been like a staple carry counter into an off-lane Darkseer. So
Yeah, you
I
have that
imagine you're pretty happy with this.
You have that magic resistance to help deal with the ion shell, and you can try to burn away Darkseer's mana as well to prevent him from actually even being able to use the ion shell. And then the actual catch from Beast Coast is really not that strong. Lumpy will have Searing Chains, but once Manta comes out, he doesn't really have to be worried about that. Bat Rider will be annoying, but if Pakaz has some fast fingers, you can actually counterspell that. So you should be able to get around these fights pretty easily.
All right, I like it. Dude, this should be a fun series or a fun game too. I do just feel like Boom's draft is way stronger on paper, but it is actually going to be a 5-position Nature's Prophet, and putting the NP into the Darkseer Batrider lane sounds horrific if you're the Nature's Prophet. Like those are like 2 of the literal worst heroes I can imagine playing against. So it could work out. I mean, this offlane Darkseer, maybe it gets a lot of momentum early on. We'll have to see. So we're going to see the instant TP to the mid lane from Panda as he's going to start putting out these wards. So the mid lane one, and then probably the bottom rune ward, which has been the most common.
And I think this one's useful not just for First Blood, but the position 4 usually a little bit more likely to rotate. So when you put the other observer down here, it means if that position 4 does try to go to the mid lane to help out, you can see that.
I have been informed that I have been pronouncing the carry player's name entirely wrong all day.
Same.
So apologies, Pike, on the Morphling. We'll do better. But hey, better late than never. I'm glad I learned. I'm all about that. I'm willing to admit my
30
mistakes.
seconds to battle.
For sure. The
It's not,
pronunciation is hard.
not in a Dota game, though. I'm
never,
wrong.
never. You can never admit fault in Dota knowledge, but pronunciation, right? That's totally fine. Totally fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the Dota 2 player way. Joking, guys. Definitely admit your faults. It'll help you improve.
No, don't give him the secrets. I need this upper hand. That's how I gain MMR. All right.
Rune's coming up here.
Ooh, nice little grab there from Moose. Ends up going Flame Break 1, which it's actually kind of common on support Batrider. You go the Flame Break 1. It's either that or the Firefly, but either or, it's like you're gonna go 0. You're gonna go like 0-1-4 basically almost every single time you play Batrider now.
Yeah, I think Flame Break 1 will be fine here. You might even get a little lucky if the positioning works out. You might be able to knock back someone into like double Ion Shell, get a lot of damage in.
Yeah.
And it helped him get that rune, so there we go.
Worth.
Using double Ion Shell to get himself this first wave.
All right. Viper versus Ember Spirit, man. This, we actually have almost not seen this matchup at all just because of how, like, often it's just been Pangolier in the mid lane, but you get the Viper into the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, Viper's just been banned so much.
Yeah. I imagine as soon as you get level 3, this lane is unplayable for an Ember Spirit, but we will have to see. Right now, he's CSing perfectly fine, kind of as expected.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him go like 2-0-2 and then judge how it goes from there. With Corrosive Skin, every time he tries to harass with Sleight of Fist or use Flame Guard, he's taking damage himself. And of course, Poison Attack versus a melee hero, it really ramps up once you have that second point in it. And just gonna make this Ember's life miserable. He needs to get as much as he possibly can in these first few waves. He's doing okay so far, but you see him, yeah, he's suffering a little bit in the health department.
I like that Slatums doesn't like overcommit there with the poison attacks. Like a lot of times you'd be like, I'm gonna get 5 stacks immediately, right? And just start ward walking him. But Flame Guard's coming back out. He needs to get to his bottle, so. We'll see. Ember Spirit doing quite well though. What do you think about, I guess we can focus a little bit up on this bottom lane, because I am curious how this is going to play out. Oh, Panda needs to be a little bit careful here. They are going to do late dragging. So this is kind of what I expected. Right, you don't really want the Darkseer actually fighting into the anti-mage, as the mana break is just really annoying, and you don't have like a soul ring or mana boots or anything quite yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this should go well for this anti-mage. Especially now that they've dealt with the first few Ion Shells, we see that Darkseer's reaching that point where he has no mana, and like they're just gonna work together, Anti-Mage and Nature's Prophet, to try to deny things. Like once you reach, like the pros are pretty good about dealing with Ion Shell.
All right, global rotation into the mid lane. Lumpy. He makes it out. Okay. I mean, that's a great TP in from Panda. Lumpy does TP just to his tower, though. So Panda, if he reads this right and takes this bounty run away. Well, anyway, first blood comes top. Nicely done there. Good run down there by Illich on the Abaddon, just making sure that Pugna does not survive.
I really liked that Panda tried to get the bounty rune, but actually didn't know Ember was coming. He could have denied it, which would have been massive for that mid lane. But he couldn't see the Ember, so Ember did manage to get that bounty rune, and now a bottle refill and the boot delivery.
He didn't get the refill.
Oh no!
It was he had like too many items in his inventory.
Oh no!
He had like picked up the boots or something for Lumpy, I guess.
Oh, that is very painful. That could actually really affect this mid lane. It will. He at least is gonna get this water rune, but he'd like to be full health right here from the bottle refill, plus then a water rune and 2 more charges.
Yeah, I mean, your Viper is going to hit level 5 here very soon, right? And at the level 3rd poison attack, the lane is unplayable. So right now, he's doing even relatively on CS, both at 20, 8 denies, however, for the Viper, but he can't come back to the lane anymore, and I think that's the big problem.
Dire structures are fortified.
Bottom lane. Who did he blood grenade? I think he just... Okay, he tried to blood grenade. It ended up missing, and now here is the Darkseer and Batrider versus a Nature's Prophet matchup that we were talking about. Not very fun. As Bakaz also just taking a lot of damage as well, so...
Yeah, it's actually going better for them than I thought. Maybe the strength of the Batrider buffed up by this Ion Shell, helping them out. Well, we knew Nature's would suffer, but I thought Anti-Mage would actually do a little bit better.
He did lose a Courier, which I don't know if it had anything on it, but he is going to salve up for the moment. It gets popped. Well played by Moose. Yeah, that hurts. That hurts a lot. He's going to have to get to the Cornucopia fairly soon. Mid lane, we're going to see the TPs coming out once again, as they're just going to try and punish the Ember Spirit. They get his Courier as well. Slatum's just stacking up the poison attacks, and you're forgetting you're playing against a Viper, son. You cannot rotate into this guy's lane. He will absolutely just kill you for it. So, Kardik likely to die here behind the tower. Well, one more auto attack gets the kill. Panda will tick down to Moose. Interesting that Slatum's like backed off there.
Yeah, I thought he would be all about an extra kill on Pugna, but maybe he doesn't want to risk it. Knows he's winning, and kind of the one way to throw this lane would be to dive too far under tower.
Yeah.
So
he's level 6 though. Lumpy, unlucky there on the rune. If he gets it, like maybe it's you know, he can make something happen, but level 6 Viper, he's got to go for Boots of Travel soon. He's actually just going Treads, so he's still very slow though. He needs a movement speed item.
I don't think Ember can show until he has 6, or if he knows Viper's there, he cannot show up. So this Invis rune might actually catch him off guard here.
Yeah, the scan is actually backfiring against him, as they're going to rotate it again. Dude,
He
that's
planted that
brutal.
Iron Branch to try to break vision, but Panda rotating in to provide the vision for the remaining poison attacks.
They scanned the jungle there to see if he was rotating top, and they thought he was. So he came back to the lane, and it just ends up being an invis rune. It's like,
Yeah.
absolutely worst case scenario. Good read here by Illich on the Abaddon, knowing that this
Trying to
Pugna
steal
was gonna
wisdom
try and go
runes?
for the rune. Oh my god, Knight gets it.
He's gonna die for it, but it's worth it.
Super worth, yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under
Gardic is struggling on this Pugna for sure. Only level 3 at the moment. But he's gonna get forced to ult. Bottom lane, Vitaly did manage to take the tower, which is the constant shove of the Ion Shells, which is not that abnormal for a Darkseer, of course, but Anti-Mage is a hero that doesn't struggle too much against this. However, that being said, he did go top, so he just wants this area of the map to farm, and that will mean Abaddon will eventually have to go bottom. Someone will have to go bottom. Mid lane, Viper Strike out onto the Ember Spirit. He has one Remnant top. Yeah, he's gonna take it. Okay. Needs to get careful here, though, as the Hex does come through. Do they have a stun? Not quite. And a shield rune for Slatums. Man, Lumpy cannot catch a break, man. They've got a ward back here, too, scouting this out. And he has no remnants left, so the poison attack stacking up. Ember Spirit's going to go down for a third time.
Radiant structures are fortified.
The global rotations from Panda as well are just absolutely devastating.
They are sacrificing their side lanes a little bit for all of this, though. So they're going to need to do a good job playing around Slatums and making the most of this huge advantage they have built for him. But I think he needs to start helping out some of the side lanes a bit to get, like, I mean, the supports keep coming mid, right? And certainly Lumpy is having such a sad time. But if you're losing 2 other lanes, then, you know, you can't overcommit to winning 1 lane, which is already supposed to go your way.
Yeah, it is a little bit. That is a really good point. It is a little, like one of those scenarios where like your anti-mage, like the better of a start you can give him, the better that your game is going to be. Just because the anti-mage and a Morphling matchup is so anti-mage favored. We've seen this multiple times, but you know he's getting XP at least. Like that is the good thing for him.
Yeah, since coming up here and kicking the Abaddon out, he's farming okay. He's not too far behind Morphling, just like 100 or 2 gold. Abaddon. Abaddon's usually an offlaner who wants to be doing well. Playing from behind, it's not as easy as like a Darkseer who's playing from behind, who's still going to be able to surge his teammates. Ion Shell's still a lot. The wall, of course, still good. Abaddon needs to get in there and hit people to really contribute. But I guess in this game, maybe he can just shield his Viper.
Well, they
I'm actually
finally
very
get themselves a
surprised.
power rune. Lumpy has
I'm
a
really,
haste.
really surprised by how this mid lane's going, and actually this mid tower is like pristine. It's taken barely any damage. It's like 1 creep attack or something.
they've dove the tower like 4 times, and the tower has taken no damage. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they focused a little bit too much on killing Ember. Here's the thing about Ember, like, you can give him a terrible game, we've seen that. He will eventually pick up a Mage Slayer, and then he's like, I'm contributing massively in these team fights by just using Sleight of Fist. Right, so I think maybe they needed to take that tower a little sooner. Like, their mid tower is taking more damage. Like, that's whack. How is that happening?
Yeah, I agree. That I feel like shouldn't have happened. I'm a little bit confused on the Viper build. Like, a mid laner, like, well, we'll see a big fight break out top lane as the wall comes out from Vitaly. It ends up just being a 1-for-1 trade, so I guess you're pretty happy with that if you're Lion. He, like, solo kills the barrier, gets a finger stack, and you force the wall. That seems perfectly okay. Lumpy? Okay. He was like channeling on the Watcher, but a lot of damage from the creeps.
Yeah, see, he's getting close to his Mage Slayer. He's gonna be able to have impact even after all of this. Viper going as for his own Mage Slayer. Yeah, what were you saying about the Viper build right before that line?
Oh,
just
it's
1v3'd?
Yeah, it's like your mid laner is so static, being a Viper and not going for things like a Boots of Travel, because normally, well, we're gonna see a nice lasso come through from the Viper. Knight down to the low ground just gets burned. Great find, as the regen will be picked up top as well. It's like normally when you pick something like a Viper, if it's an offlaner, it's fine if you want to go for something like a Treads Mage Slayer build and you're just like keeping that lane occupied. But I feel like your mid laner in this patch specifically is a lot of tempo, and so it feels a little bit weird, like just playing the lane so statically here, is he's not really getting a lot out of it at this point. Like you can see Beast Coast now has the gold advantage because this offlane Darkseer is crushing the net worth, and the Ember Spirit's recovering pretty fast.
Yeah, I agree. We keep seeing the supports go mid to help the Viper, but with the Boots of Travel, they could have gone other places, and Viper could have gone as well. I mean, the way mid was going, I thought like, okay, that's cool, but now that it's starting to settle, I'm gonna feel like there's a bit of overcommitment there. But he will be strong with this build, like the Mage Slayer. Like this is the most power he can have wherever he is. The Boots of Travel just lets him like be in multiple places. So as long as they like really get going once he picks this Mage Slayer up, then maybe it can still work out, right? Just like start running from building to building. We're gonna have to see.
Yeah, they're straight up just gonna ignore the Viper. Like they will not fight into his lane. They saw what happened the one time they like TP'd in to try and like help with a fight, and they just died. It's like for now, they have no intentions of fighting this guy. Gardic has just been sitting mid, counter pushing, and he's actually gonna get the tower before Viper even touches the enemy mid laner. So to have a 5 build to just do as much like value technically on the map right now as your mid lane is pretty nuts for the side of Beast Coast. Like they are getting way more out of the map at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. And Lumpy picked up a regen rune. That was
going
fantastic.
for Viper. They've got
Viper
the
can't
lasso
die.
to surge back. This is a huge kill if they can get him. In comes Illich on the Abaddon, but he's gone. Knight's gonna be next. The dive into this mid lane is paying dividends, as now this Abaddon, he's got no borrow time, silenced up by his own illusion. And now they look for the Nature's Prophet. It is going to be 4 dead. And a 4,000 gold swing for Beast Coast in a matter of a minute.
All right, last game we said Beast Coast had a great draft, but maybe not the clearest game plan. It feels like that's what Boom is going through right now. Like, we liked the draft, but it doesn't seem like it's coming together the way we thought it would. Now, Anti-Mage did finish his Battle Fury now. He's going to start picking up faster. He's almost 2,000 gold behind the Morphling. But as the game goes, like, I still think it's a good Anti-Mage game. The Viper Abaddon not going to be the best to enable him, especially if they've now given up their early lead.
Panda's just dead top here on this Nature's Prophet as an amplified damage rune just doing work. He's gonna get surged away on Lumpy, but he has got a lot of Viper Strike stacks on him. The question is, can they finish the job? The slight to dodge out of last that'll take a damage, and he's gonna make it. All right, he'll just get healed up by Gardic. It's time for them to go right back in. Why not? You still got this amplified damage running. See what you can find. Slatem's on the Viper is a great kill, but Madden, if they can force the ult, wouldn't be bad. Got another lasso available.
Be okay. Yeah, Lumpy really redeeming his last game performance. It's like, okay, that was on me, guys. This time, I'll get counterpicked. All the supports will come to my lane. I'm gonna do it anyways.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Dude, this is huge for Beast Coast. They are so far ahead right now, and they will go ahead and catch the Abaddon here. And with that Curse of Avernus, it will proc. He does go ahead and get the borrowed time off, but the lasso just gonna drag him right back in. Here comes Slatem trying to do what damage he can, but you've lost one big kill. They can turn it around for more. Because TPing in, feeling like he might need to assist his team, but like, you've been playing this whole game with 4 heroes for Beast Coast. Your Morphling has never joined. Pyke is just free farming completely.
See that? Actually, he picked up 3 kills. I don't even remember this happening. Was that just in his lane?
It was the mid lane. He like when he came mid for that big tower dive, he like waveformed through, killed the Abad, and got a kill on like another.
Right. Yeah,
like,
so I mean, he's almost hitting 10k net worth.
Viper
That is very fast.
he's just gonna die again. Well, dude, the itemization on Moose's Batrider is owning too. Just the really early drums as the gap closer. And here's the problem with building like a really immobile mid laner is when you start falling behind, you're just food, honestly. And Lumpy, he's just gonna chase for Knight here, chains up onto the high ground. He does get the stun, has a Hex to follow it up, but where can you go? Right into the hands of more Beast Coast heroes. They now have an 8,000 gold advantage. This game has fallen apart.
Yeah, and it's always a little
Radiant's middle tower
scary
is under
to
attack.
call this as a caster, but I'm actually very worried for Boom right now because I think the draft game plan was a very early lead and like the 4 heroes make space for Anti-Mage to pick up all the farm and then like you win off a strong mid-game timing. But they're really losing this. Panda's getting hunted down here. Trying to get a D ward before he goes.
This was honestly such a sick read from Moose. He was up here just waiting, like, just by this rune spot. He puts, like, a ward sentry down, and then Nature's Prophet, like, TPs in, and he just instantly kills him. They've caught Slatums once again on the Viper.
Again. Yeah,
he can't get away.
This can't happen to a Viper. Like, Viper counterpick, this is not supposed to happen.
No.
This like completely misses the window of the hero, and he's not really a hero that recovers. He has to win his lane and go from there.
I feel like it's a little bit of an like the Viper is fine, I think, if you are picking it with a hero that you can play around that can amplify the magic damage coming out from the Viper, but you really just don't have that. So I'm wondering if it would have just been better to go for something like an early Veil into like a Shiva's and just play fast on the Viper instead of trying to go for this Mage Slayer like attack damage build, because now he's just getting completely destroyed. And they're looking for Pakaz. Illich is here behind him. The vacuum, the lasso, they got him. He's just dead. Illich can't save him. Moose is just destroying these guys on the Batrider. Panda dead behind the tower as well.
Does this Ember look like a hero who started off 0-3?
No. And like at a 3-level disadvantage almost as well. Like,
yeah. He's done really well for himself this game.
I honestly don't know how you come back if you're Boom. Like the Batrider is so good against your lineup, and it was not having that good of a game early, but really that like mid fight, the fact that they stole the wisdom, actually they lost their wisdom runes, didn't they?
Yeah,
Didn't
Boom.
Knight steal it?
Knight stole this 7-minute wisdom rune.
Yeah. But he's somehow got a blink drums at 20 minutes. And
Yeah, I think they just over committed to that mid lane, and they didn't like they got the kills but never actually touched the tower.
yeah, they didn't get anything
like if I
out of
showed
it.
you these towers, you would never guess this was a Viper versus an Ember, right? Like it just went too far into killing Ember, and they sacrificed their side lanes too much for it. So
Yeah,
with the strength of the
100%
side
right.
lanes, they were able to make space and help Lumpy recover. And then you have this Ember who is this hero, like we've seen him first picked, and he can be countered because of this. Like he still contributes so much. All you need is that Mage Slayer.
Moose is about to try and kill this Lion. He knows he's going to come through here.
Tower is under attack.
Well, actually, they're looking for the Abaddon instead on the other side of the map. Borrowed time gets popped, vacuumed right back into the wall, and that curse will proc, so he is dead. Again, the Darkseer just absolutely owning this guy this game. And Panda, he TP'd in here. Moose, will he make it? He does. He gets the lasso. And, well, Batrider versus Nature's Prophet. We talked about it in the draft. This is why.
He actually got a really big hit on Wrath of Nature. I was actually looking close there for a moment.
nice
But yeah, you just can't. Oh, Knight! Let's go.
Well, he's like, there's 2 of us this time.
Feeling
right.
good about that. Second finger kill. Unfortunately, the enemy is getting ready to poke down your tier 3, so...
Man, this Darkseer has done so much work this game. On top of him being like the highest net worth hero for the first like 15 minutes of the game, his ability to shut down this Abaddon has been amazing. He is absolutely crushing it. And as a result, I mean, the playing that he, like the Batrider being able to play make with him, it's kind of what's escalated the Batrider's game into being as good as it is.
Yeah, I wasn't sure when they picked it. I thought he was going to have a rough time. But I think it was more about the fact that he enables the heroes that we already saw. The Ion Shell and Surge onto the Ember and the Batrider has just enabled them to be so aggressive and have that much extra damage than they usually would. And I also think he did well in the lane. I don't know if that's because of the Batrider's extra help there, but... yeah, I mean, came out of the lane actually totally fine and has been just running around the map with his team now.
Yeah, I mean, 14,000 gold lead. The anti-mage still farming, has a Manta, has to get the Scotty next. Probably needs a Lincoln Sphere after that, as the lasso has just been so difficult to deal with. Panda, I think, just probably farming towards his shard at this point. He does have that Spirit Vessel, so he's just on the enemy side of the map doing what Nature's Prophets do when you're really far behind. Just clicking creeps, right? So... kind of a sad existence.
Early Daedalus pick on this Morphling. We've been seeing a lot of people get Condas, but...
you're against an anti-mage, right?
yes,
Conda's probably less
yeah.
useful.
The anti-mage and Viper are good versus magic damage, so just committing more heavily into just straight up physical damage.
I like that.
All right, so what's the... I think there's not too much Boom can do on their own. There needs to be a mistake.
Dude, Lumpy just baiting them on their own high ground is just ridiculous. He just jumps in, forces like a response from like 3 heroes, and he just takes no damage because he's got the heroes behind him. Yeah, they just GG out.
Yeah,
I mean, this game is 100% over. There's no way.
Yeah.
When an Ember Spirit just goes on the high ground 1v3, gets chain stunned down and loses no health, and it costs you your mid lane Viper, it's over.
Really good recovery from Beast Coast. You know, we were saying like, oh, I don't know, can you do that over one game, like a quick break? But yeah, they were ready. They like, yeah, we just messed up game 1. We totally got this, and they show it here. That was a very strong performance. I would never have guessed like that's how game 1 went, based on how they now perform here in game 2.
Yeah, Viper had nearly double the net worth of the Ember Spirit in the first like 7-8 minutes of the game. But you know what? The like just the way that this draft played, how static they were, and the fact that they're like, yeah, we'll just like farm but not pressure any of the lanes, and you're against a Darkseer Ember, like these guys are just going to run at you. And so they just go like triple Blink Dagger, and they just have Surge, Shivas, like there's no saves on the side of Boom. Like you're just dead to this lineup. So it's the fact that Beast Coast recognized this timing is absolutely nuts. That is such a good recognition of the game.
It makes me very excited to see game 3. You know, what adjustments are we going to see? Which team is going to have the clear game plan to go along with that draft? I am ready to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to go to another break here, and we will be back with said game 3 of Boom Esports versus Beast Coast. The winner, of course, moving on to the grand finals, where they'll be facing Heroic, the team who has gotten the best of both of them. So we'll see what happens. Stay tuned, everyone, for more. We'll see you in just a little bit.
I saw you riding on the train today, and
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire.
All that time I wasted on something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't give a bit. Ooh, what are you? Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the line. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. What a truth. No one talk now. I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud. I get it safe from it. What a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey,
You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this, why this on the flow, hey. Gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too cold. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pocket too swollen, they already know I'ma flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and it's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait, you can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a code, sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. This fat got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now. You say you got it, and I'm Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into them way too cold. Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I So stick around. Yes, I Yes, I
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to the South American Closed Qualifiers for ESL 1 Birmingham. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with ZQuixotics, and we are going into game number 3 of the lower bracket finals. It is Boom Esports taking on the side of Beast Coast. And my God, what a turnaround for Beast Coast between game 1 to game 2. That was, dude, I mean, one of the coolest, like, I guess swings in a game I've seen in a while. And it wasn't like because of a necessary, like, it wasn't necessarily because like I think they played better. It was just they realized the game and like how they can win, and we're just like, yeah, let's just do this. This seems good. I don't know. What do you think?
That was certainly not what I expected. It definitely caught me off guard. I mean, it caught Boom off guard as well there, bringing a much stronger performance. Glad to see it, right? But now Boom's got to do the same, right? They started off strong. I think that second game they, looked a little shaky. So yeah, here we are, game 3. Which team can pull it in to hopefully win this and then move on to face Heroic, which has been looking very consistent. So whatever team wins here, they really, it's got to be a strong learning lesson. Here's how we're gonna play. Here's our best performance, because we got to win here and we got to bring it to Heroic next.
Yeah, they got to tighten it up, like you said. During the break, we're like, man, they got to like really kind of pull it together to take a 5-game series against Heroic. Like maybe you can take a game off this team if they have like maybe a bad draft or something. But Heroic has been so consistent. So I'm surprised I'm going to be curious to see how that ends up playing out. But it is time we jump into the draft here for this 3rd and final game. As we've seen some familiar faces, the Pango making it through as the Ember Spirit Dragonite banned out by Boom Esports early on. they get the Grimstroke, they immediately ban Doom, and I think that's perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Doom is so good with Grimstroke, and very annoying for Pango if you Doom him before the roll happens. Beast Coast calling the bluff a little bit. They're leaving Viper, and we've seen Viper banned so often.
5 seconds remaining.
Viper is a counter pick to Pango, but that didn't work so well for Boom. So Beast Coast kind of putting the question to them. Do you guys feel like playing Viper a second time? They're going to leave it in for now.
Radiant team.
Dude, I did not expect Darkseer to be such a heavy counter to the Viper. I knew it was going to be good into the Abaddon, right? I was talking about, I was like, I think, like, Wall is just really good into the Abaddon, but then I see it against the Viper, and it's just like, wow, that is rough. Like, yeah, you have a lot of magic resistance on Viper,
10
but
seconds remaining.
this hero doesn't like getting ran at. He's the one who's trying to just, like, chase heroes
5
down and orb
seconds
walk
remaining.
them, but Darkseer just surges his team onto you and then blinks in, and you're like, oh, damn, that sucks. So very cool. Definitely something I'm gonna make a mental note of myself for all these Viper pickers in my bracket.
I
Hoodwink
want to see
grabbed
that
for Boom.
Yeah, I want to see that matchup happen again in the future to see, like, was it just this one-off here, or, you know,
10
that can be a
seconds
learning
remaining.
moment too. Yeah, I'm gonna keep my eye out as well.
Turn to pick.
All right, Gardic getting Pugna 3 games in a row. Fun.
Radiant team pick.
It works well with the Pango. You give it the mana. Oh, second. Wow, Pango wants a lot of mana. Everybody drain me here,
Team pick.
or reverse drain, I guess.
Whoa. Okay, this hero's been banned every game, it felt like. Like, we have not seen a Centaur all the way through the North American qualifiers. It was first phase banned. And South America, it's got a little bit less attention. But because of some respect bans we're seeing now, Centaur
10
squeaks
seconds
on
remaining.
through. And I really like the Centaur pick here. Great with Grimstroke and
5
Hoodwink.
seconds remaining.
Yep, and Pango, you know, he wants to get stuff done in the roll. Pugna and Lion just trying to, you know, mana drain. You got to run out of there. Centaur, Stampede going to be fantastic for that when they want to disengage from a bad fight. Or, you know, you want to get onto these backline heroes, you can pop Stampede and just run straight at them with that Inkswell. You get your Stomp off. It's just a bunch of chain stun into burst on these fairly squishy backliners.
Yeah.
I do have one more pick here.
Beast Coast.
They could pick their mid since, yep, there we go. They're going to grab Kunkka. They already know that mid matchup. Kunkka technically could have flexed, but with Centaur, I mean, you're kind of locking in the Kunkka. It's up to Beast Coast if they want to flex the Pango, but I do think it has looked best in the mid lane.
10 seconds remaining.
I agree. I think for the most part, it's like the hero
5
just
seconds
definitely
remaining.
needs that level advantage. And doesn't really struggle too much against the Pango. Obviously, being able to X him back from, you know, swashbuckles and stuff is great. Constant torrents are super annoying.
Yeah, and he has a lot of ways to interrupt Pugna and Lion channeling as well, at least until Lion Shard comes up, right? You got Torrent, you got your ult, you got Torrent Storm if you buy that. Heck, you got Tidal Wave later on too, you got the X. There's actually a lot of tools to mess with them.
Beast Coast's turn to ban.
Okay, we go back for the Mars. I like this. So, great hero that plays into Centaur Warrunner, not someone that likes to build BKB. You want to just pop Stampede, get your team to safety, and then suddenly the arena comes out with almost instant formation time as well. So this is super cool. Helps lock them in place for a good Rolling Thunder. The question is, what carry you kind of want to play into the Centaur lane itself? Because this has been the big question. Can anyone actually lane into Centaur? Most heroes just lose the lane because of the spell burst that comes out from him, plus his lane support. So not easy. I'm a little bit curious what it's going to be. They banned out the Morphling and the Lifestealer. Those have been both really good
10
decisions.
seconds remaining.
Yeah,
5
both
seconds
teams looking for a
remaining.
carry at the end here. And Boom will have the final pick. So they're going to be looking for a Mars counter plus counter to whatever Beast Coast ends up grabbing here. I think Beast Coast... they're banning out Faceless. You know, we're starting to take out some of the best carries left.
Maybe they get rid of the Bloodseeker even if they really want to protect the Pango. Okay, they just get rid of Sven.
Radiant team
I mean, that's a Pakaz special for sure. Ooh, when they go back for the Alk. Now, this did not have a good earlier game, I'll be honest. The Alchemist definitely struggled in the previous series, or in the previous game, but, you know, it looks a little bit stronger here.
remaining.
Yeah, Centaur is a low
5
armor
seconds
hero,
remaining.
so maybe Acid Spray can, you know, help you get some winning trades in. But Centaur is pretty tanky and has a lot of that early burst, which I know Alchemist is relatively tanky, but in that early game, until you hit your 6, you don't want to trade too much, or else, you know, you're just like, you can't farm as well.
Yeah. In terms of the carries that are left in the pool here, it's not a bad Slark game, right? Like, you have Slark into Mars, Alk, and Pango. Like, it's pretty good against all 3 of these heroes. Juggernaut is available as well. Even like a real out-of-the-box one would be something like a Phantom Assassin. It's not bad.
Ooh, that would be out of the box.
But it's going to come down to Pakaz. I know he's a great Slark player, so I'm wondering what he's feeling. Or, I mean, you still have the Bloodseeker. You could still do it. It's not as good against Alchemist, though, because he can just Chemical Rage and run away. Trying to think what they'd want that. Dude, I mean, there's actually a lot of heroes they can go for. Monkey King is actually pretty sick here as well.
That could be cool. The Mars.
Okay.
They grab the
Choose your
Bloodseeker.
hero.
Nice.
I think this is just the... It's really good against helping shut down the Pango, right? But it does play fairly decently into an Alchemist, because he's just so dang fast in fights, and Alchemist can't keep his hands on this hero. So I like this idea of just going for a Bloodseeker here. This
I also think his lane should be pretty good, because Kunkka, especially into another melee match, your Tidebringer does a lot of harass. On the other side, you have Centaur and a Hoodwink, very good at harassing, trading health. So the other lanes are going to be low health, and that's going to make Bloodseeker's life a lot easier to bring it to this Mars.
And Mars is one of those heroes that like whittles you down with God's Rebuke spam, and Bloodseeker is a hero that kind of resets, right? If he gets like a single wave to farm near his tower or something, he's like max HP again. So I haven't seen a lot of Bloodseeker into Mars. I'm curious how the lane itself plays out. But yeah, I think you're right. With the other lanes having pretty high harass, it should make Pakaz's game pretty solid. All right.
We might see, it might come down to some clutch spears to knock away, like a Bloodseeker running at you with Inkswell. If you can spear him away, that might save you a ton of health. But being so fast, you can sometimes just dodge those. So we'll see if that comes into play.
All right, it is time to jump into the third and final game of this lower bracket finals. Boom Esports taking on the side of Beast Coast. And the winner again advancing to play up against Heroic in the grand finals, a best of 5. Whose draft do you like the most here is the question, because I think both teams have some pretty good stuff here.
Oh, it's tough. Last time I thought I had a draft I liked, it didn't work out at all. Both games. I feel like if Bloodseeker is able to have a good time, I like its chances here to be able to join his team and applying a lot of pressure versus Alchemist. But if that doesn't happen, or Alchemist just does really well, I could see that timing hitting very, very well for Beast
30
Coast.
seconds to battle.
They blocked the Ancients, actually. Wow. Huh. That is an interesting Ancient block from Beast Coast, because I don't think there's a hero that farms these early, but maybe Kunkka, like, you can Tidebringer, or you can, like, Torrent stack them, but as a mid laner, you're going to be maxing Tidebringer, so...
The battle
I mean,
begins.
Kunkka likes clearing the stacks, but don't usually see it worth okay, forget all that. Panda, goodbye.
He's
First blood
definitely
there.
dead.
Yeah,
He
you don't
severely
usually
underestimated their damage.
Yeah, maybe not expecting the 3 heroes there. They didn't have a mid ward in that area. Yeah, you don't usually see this blocked versus a Kunkka. He's not, you know, like a TA mid, or actually the old like Alchemist mid used to like do this a lot. That's pretty cool. Maybe they know something about the way Slatums likes to play Kunkka.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that ends up playing out. I mean, maybe Centaur is a hero that can go back and clear Ancients, but I don't know. We'll see how this ends up going as the offlane Centaur currently sitting at -1 armor. Very cool. You talked about this. A super low armor hero, Acid Spray, doing quite good against him. He's going to have to get that Helm of Iron Will and Phase Boots out ASAP if he wants to be able to sustain this lane.
It looks like he's opting for the Phase Boots first, and now he just buys himself an early salve as well. Kind of knows he's going to get poked down by Gardic.
I like that, actually. That's good. That's smart. Meanwhile, bottom lane, we're going to see Vitaly get a little bit aggressive here onto the Bloodseekers. He does have his first point in Thirst, right? So he just needs some last hits, and he'll get some health back. Shouldn't take too long. I'm really glad that they buffed this, because I remember, like, Thirst, a couple early levels of it were really bad. You'd get like no HP back from last hits for a while, but they finally buffed it around a little bit.
Yeah, he was kind of out of the meta for a bit because of that. He's supposed to be this early game hero, but his laning wasn't actually that good.
I remember Bloodseeker back in the day being like one of the best mid laners. Like, you would just take right clicks. You would just out right click the enemy creeps and you would have like infinite sustain. But has changed over the years as people have gotten better.
Ooh, looking at Gardic? Never mind. I thought they were going to do that. They landed a bushwhack. Looks like Centaur was going to get in there. Maybe in this bottom lane, they're going to go for the Lion instead.
Yeah, they're getting close.
He does have the Fairy Fire and 4 stick charges, and you don't really want to dive him under the tower. He still had stun, especially once he gets the mana back. So they're just going to play it safe, just take a good trade.
All right. Well, all the lanes kind of a little static, but boom, starting to pull ahead in the CS department in pretty much all 3 of them. So gotta be happy about that. Illich will just get a free kill onto Alex Courier there. That is nice.
Did it deliver its items first?
I think so. Yeah, he got the bracer. So he's sitting on double bracer, which is really good for the Alk, of course.
Yeah, actually, I think of...
Oh, never mind. They're fine.
I think of Centaur as this high regen hero, but now with these 2 bracers, he's pretty decent regen himself.
I don't think they're going to be able to like kill this Alk, actually. He just has a lot of raw HP, and that's kind of what you want against this like Centaur lane usually, is just someone that can survive like that hoof stomp burst that comes through. And so
yeah,
cool
the
recognition there
harass
from
Acid
Pike.
Spray and Unstable Concoction, which when it first got changed, it was way too strong. We actually saw a lot of like Alchemist First Bloods, people just used to the old Alk getting points in Greevil's Greed, you know, just AFK farm. But now he was bringing like, actually tons of damage in the early laning stage.
Yeah, he's having a good time now. He's chilling, basically CSing to his heart's content. I mean, the lane pushes, of course, into Centaur. He's having to commit more for regen, which is, you know, I guess kind of like the trade in this lane, I suppose. But I don't think he's really having that bad of a time here for Centaur.
Structures are fortified.
Take a look here at the bottom lane. Because he's got himself a healing Lotus, which is nice. So he's got a little bit of extra mana and health to play with. Mars falls a little bit low there. Pops a stick. He'll be okay, though. Huh. All right. Solo kill mid? No way, dude. That is actually really sick from Slatums. I honestly didn't really expect this. I'm trying to see the death summary to figure out how exactly that happened, but just slowly chipped them away with the Tidebringers.
Yeah, that wasn't even his boat. He hit the 6 off the kill.
Yeah, it looks like just
Moose
Tidebringers
getting pretty low down here.
Ooh, taking advantage of a kill in another lane. That being said, Lumpy's coming bottom to try and punish Pakaz for this. He's gonna live just slightly too fast. His top lane, your Pugna and your Alchemist are taking a fight of their own, so he's even more bonus movement speed to play with. They're gonna continue to try and chase for this Alchemist. They have a stomp in one. He just turns around onto Knight. He's like, I dare you fight in this fight in this acid spray, my friend.
Yeah, that might have been a little bit of a hopeful chase on the Alchemist. You're both pretty low there. And Pango could have gotten that kill if he was 6, but just a little bit off since he was killed in the mid lane. With a couple last hits, Pakaz is already looking healthy again here.
Yeah, I imagine he goes a lot of people go the 3rd point in Thirst, and then like leave it there. Like they don't go for the 4th point, but he could just leave it and start maxing out the Blood Rage if he wants to like kind of retreat to the jungle, get for that early Maelstrom, because the Blood Rage uptime is absolutely necessary when you're jungling.
In the end, I don't think we saw them use the Ancient Camp too much. Like that got blocked earlier.
Yeah, it's...
Oh, this is cool. Kunkka has his illusion rune here trying to deny this. Unfortunately, Lion will just insta-kill it here.
Yeah,
that would have been so sick, though.
Good idea.
It's a good try.
That's one of those things, like in a pub, that probably works. Like the support might be like 3 seconds late to the rune or something, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Bottom lane. Rolling Thunder this time is available. They will look for the Bloodseeker, the spear back the other way. The silence onto the Lion, though, trying to keep him alive. Almost manages to do it. The X, the boat, will connect onto the Mars, but Vitali is a tanky boy. And you just don't have the damage to finish him off, so great rotation to the bottom lane here, getting that Bloodseeker.
You know, we see Slatums took the lead in that 1v1 in the mid lane, but looks like Pango's been having the more successful rotation so far.
Yeah, we're going to see the 8-minute runes coming through as well. We're going to have Hoodwink top here. Needs to be a little bit careful as Gardic. Well, 5 on the Pugnut, but a nice bushwhack. Trying to close the gap as the Inkswell will connect. And Decred just buying him a little bit of time, but yeah, no real way to actually get out of this. Moo does take the amplified damage bottom, though, so at least denying that from the Kunkka is nice.
The Alchemist this game is having a much better start than the last time we saw Alk. He's currently at the top of the net worth. Not a huge margin, but he is starting to pick up. Now that he has a couple items, he's able to jungle much more efficiently, and he is over halfway to his Sacred Relic already.
Yeah, completely different. Like last time that they picked the Alchemist, Pakaz on like the safe lane Morphling was really not far behind the Alchemist, whereas this time he is, you know, 1,500 gold back. So it is going to be a good window for the Alch to try and push his advantage once he picks up the Radiance.
There's a lot of stacks in this triangle. I was about to say I'm curious if they'll leave it for Alk or if it's for Lumpy to hit that defusal timing, but I see Lumpy farming it now, so guess that answers that.
He might leave the Ancients for the Alk, but the hard camp looks like, yeah, definitely going to go to him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's a good rotation from both teams to try and put some pressure on the safe lane towers as the Alk will leave. Bloodseeker is going to go top as well. So both teams looking to just kind of dodge the enemy team and just grab some early map control.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I think that's another difference from earlier. I think last time Alchemist had all his towers taken and they hadn't really taken any of their own. But this time, at least trading towers keeps the map relatively open, like at least comparable to the enemy's team, so that you have space to farm.
Great rotation mid. They've got the Kunkka, the chemical, or the concoction as well does come through. Illich is here, does a nice stomp. He's got a Veil, and it's doing a decent chunk of damage as the Ink Swell. Oh my goodness.
That's why that combo is
Manages to
so
find the
good.
return, so hello, hello.
That was
I mean,
Veil
at
of
least
Discord
finding
into all the
something.
double edge bursts. Yeah. They did kill Kunkka first though, so I think they're okay with that.
Yeah, considering the Kunkka does have like quite an advantage over the Pango already, it's like Pango getting that kill, and then dying afterward. I don't think he cares all that much about it.
Yep, and looks like Gardick's gonna stack this ancient camp again for the Alchemist, who now has his Sacred Relic. So we'll probably see this Radiance finish in the next minute or two, once he's able to farm up that stack. Oh, he might wait for the Radiance. That'll make it easier.
Yeah. Oh, he actually doesn't get the stack. A little bit late on the pole there.
Yeah, it's a little tough to stack too once they start building up. Sometimes the creeps just do funny stuff, like it should stack, but they body block themselves, or they have pathing issues.
Or the Ancient Thunderhide decides to use Frenzy and stand still.
Yeah.
I hate it when that happens. Bottom lane, Illich. It's fine, okay. They're going for a little smoke here, as they did see the Pango farming. And they might see him show up on a ward here in a moment, as really hoping to get the Pango on the smoke. They don't want to go for the Lion. They are just going to sit here around the mid lane. Still about half the duration available. As the Lion will pop the smoke and bushwhack to buy a little bit of space. They do manage to get the X here onto Lumpy, but an immediate Rolling Thunder as the counter. And he gets the regen bottled as well, so ends up being pretty good for him. A lot of time wasted for the side of Boom.
My vigor was never equal. Amazing what you find lying around.
Alchemist has his Radiance now. It's being delivered, and he's got a bunch of stacks already in this triangle for him. So this is the kind of lead you're looking for as an Alchemist. I think he'll get the Blink, start participating a little bit at that point, but I think... I'm curious what his next item will be after that. Like, if they feel pressured on time, we'll see a BKB, and they'll look for more early fights. But if they aren't feeling too much time pressure, we might see him pick up something else first.
Yeah, I would be perfectly fine with him just going like Blink BKB this game and trying to fight with his team, because your Mars is also rushing the Blink, and we've seen how effective like an early Blink dagger out from Mars can be once he has it. They don't have a Vlad's though, which maybe Vitalia will go back for after the Blink dagger. I'm not 100% sure, but I wouldn't be opposed to seeing something like a Blink dagger into Vlad's coming through. Just some more early game auras and damage.
All right, I'd like to hit you with a theory crafting question.
Oh, yeah, let's go.
So I think I saw this in an earlier game, and I think it was Lumpy as well, against a Bloodseeker playing as Pango. He's got a Satanic queued up, which is very different from the usual Pango build. Do you have thoughts on this?
I'm confused, I'll be honest. I'm not 100% sold on a Satanic Pango. I don't know. I mean, can you tell me like why you might build Satanic Pango?
So, some thoughts. You're going to get ruptured, right? And you're going to take a ton of damage in that time, but you may not want to cancel your rolls anyways. Like, you just tank through the damage and get the value out of your roll, the stuns and the damage and all that. And then after you come out of the roll, you know, maybe you pop Satanic and swashbuckle a couple heroes. You know, maybe you're getting some of that health back. I think that's the logic. It is a dispel, right, as well.
Yeah.
But you could buy, like, Manta would be much more common to see on the universal Pango. So it has to be about tanking up to be able to take more damage from the roll and then heal up is my guess at the logic.
Okay.
Or maybe he looks at Bloodseeker and he's like, dang, getting health back on last hits is a pretty cool idea.
That's a nice little pick off there from Illich. Easy enough when you have the supports behind you. And the mid tier 1 tower into trouble. Blink Arena, the spear comes out, the boat counter immediately. But there is nobody nearby except the Alchemist is up on the high ground, dying instead. Oh boy, that is not what you want. Lumpy forced a Rolling Thunder away. As you catch the Centaur, actually, a nice grab from Moose. Rupture will get thrown onto the Pangolier. He's going to TP on home, but there's an X to bring him right back. Does manage to get outside of the Blood Riot. Takes a lot of damage. Great spear back from Vitaly. He's surrounded by 4 heroes. Great Earth Spike from Moose, but there's the Soul Bind. The second counter to the Pango. The X to pull him back. 3 dead behind their mid-tier 1 tower. Oh, man. That Alk. He gets this Radiance. He shows up to a fight and just instantly dies.
Yeah, his blink is actually on the courier. That might have been some unfortunate timing. Maybe he could have picked a much better spot in that fight if he had had that item delivered, or maybe he gets out of there before he gets like trapped on that high ground. But yeah, that's a great kill onto the Alchemist, who's at the top of the net worth at 10k, or just about 11k. That's how much was that worth in the end for them? A nice 900 gold.
Yeah, I think the whole fight was about a 2,500 gold swing, like overall between it. I mean, but this is massive for Pakaz because he comes in, gets like some really good value out of his like first like real team fight with the with this like Maelstrom. And he is now almost to his BKB. So he's also willing to show up to early fights once he has the BKB up. And Bloodseeker, obviously, a very favorable matchup into things like an Alchemist, like a Mars. Doesn't really care too much about Pango, obviously. So we'll see what he does here. I'm a big fan of how this Bloodseeker has been played so far.
Dire's top tower.
This is very similar to game 1.
Yeah, his BKB might the timings will be a little bit off, but we have BKB, Shivas, and then Kunkka Ags kind of lining up like within a couple minutes. Like that'll be a pretty strong timing. The Shiva's really good from Centaur versus the healing from both Pugna, Alk, and the preemptive Satanic counter.
Yeah.
Now you see what you are up against.
Nice little pick off there from Vitaly. Does find Hoodwink. Follow up there with the Rupture mid lane on the Gardic and stomp into Inkswell. Panda getting that kill.
Hoof Stomp is so wide now. Or maybe it's always been this wide, but the fact that he can move while casting it just makes it feel like he has such range to it.
Yeah, that is one thing that people I think is probably one of the best quality of life changes to any hero in Dota in a very long time. Because like Centaur has basically been non-existent because it's like you blink stomp and it's if you're not like directly on top of the hero, they can just walk away from it, right? So
And being able to move has been huge. And actually, as soon as I saw that change, I thought maybe there's room for support Centaur now. It just makes his life so much easier to use that spell in the laning stage. And we do see it occasionally as part of why Centaur early pick is so good, because you can always move it to be a 4 or a 5.
we're seeing a little bit of pressure being applied on the top side of the map here, but can't imagine they're looking to take too much of a fight. Is again, they want to pick up these big items. They have the Aghanim Scepter coming out on the Kunkka right now, so the Torrent Storm / Water Park, whatever you want to call it, is available. And Illich, he is 700 from his Shivas. Pakaz has his BKB, so some really nice pickups there. Oh, wait a minute, Mars bottom. There's the Inkswell instant stomp and the chain stuns. They got him. Huge.
And look how much damage that is before even the rest of his teammates come in. It's so much, the Veil and the double edges.
Yeah, that's sick.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
All right, well,
Is under attack.
they managed to
Fine
find
knight
Hoodwink
up here.
once again top lane. I was like, you probably just commit Finger of Death. They do indeed. He's not going to get the stack on this. It's taking way too long, but Knight will. eventually go down. Good Glimmer Cape.
Double damage.
Pretty value there. That's a little annoying trying to get that fast finger kill, but you kind of miss out on the stack.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Shiva's being delivered now. Might get a return kill on this Lion.
Oh yeah, that's looking like a return kill.
It's so much. It's so much damage.
So first time we've seen the Shivas, but he used to grab a Lion. It's not the most impactful kill, but to be honest, I don't think he cares all that much.
What are they waiting for now? I feel like they've got some strong items, but if they feel good going into the late game, then you don't really have to rush anything.
I feel like they should feel good. I mean, this Bloodseeker is definitely the scariest hero going late game. And Mjolnir is a massive upgrade for this hero in terms of damage output in fights, so I'm perfectly okay with him waiting for that. Like, the spell amp you get from Blood Rage actually makes Mjolnir a ridiculous item.
And I'm really excited to see the Satanic come out. He bought the Reaver. It's still going to take a little bit to finish, but
I can't believe he's actually doing this.
It's really surprising to me, but that's why I'm looking forward to it. Like, I honestly hope it works. Like, it's really cool when you have very specific counters to certain situations, and if it works, like, that's awesome. But it does seem really weird right now from an outside perspective as someone who's never tried that.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be one of those things where people are going to watch this and be like, oh my god, this guy's a genius if it works. And if he loses, everyone's going to be like, Lamau, what a throw or something, you know? It's like there's literally no in between with these types of things, especially Twitch chat. You know, everyone's like overly critical and super super jerks about it. It's going to be really funny either way.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, he's a level 25 Pango at least. I don't know exactly what rank, but he's got the Masters, right? And there are some heroes who are just known counters to Pango, Bloodseeker being one of them. So he must have run into where he's like, Lincoln's just isn't cutting it. You know, like, there's got to be something better. There's got to be something else. And he must have tested it enough times that he thinks it's good to go second item Satanic, right? So,
I mean, yeah, absolutely.
I want to see it, and I want to see it work.
They are smoked up here on the side of Boom. Centaur getting ready to lead the charge, but an immediate smoke out from Beast Coast. Who's going to find who? They jump in. They all blink away, but Vitaly goes in, gets a great arena, spearing up the backside. A good concoction as well, followed up because forced the BKB, pops the Rupture, hitting Lumpy, and he will immediately TP home. Bladums, he's thrown pretty much everything he can. The Torrent Storm just to run away. And you know what? One team ready to fight around the arena. The other one not so much, as that BKB out from Mars was really fast.
Yeah, great catch there on the arena. And actually, maybe they're not even done yet. Maybe they're gonna go for the Centaur down here as well. Out of mana. Ooh, spear off some Mark.
Spear off the Mark. Well, they're gonna continue the chase. That was a really optimistic finger, but it's the bonus damage, right? They eventually will get him.
He's going for these greater finger kills, but he, as a result, he's not getting these stacks. He's supposed to be at like 3 stacks right now.
Well, I mean, Beast Coast, this is exactly what they needed. They just took a great fight. They get themselves a pretty sizable net worth advantage now, and Pike should be able to grab himself Aegis. He's got an AC coming out on the Courier at this very moment, so overall, like, really big wins for them.
Yeah, I was looking a little scary, but with these last two like little fights that they're winning here, it feels like they're getting back to the place they want to be. You could still throw it, of course, so they got to be careful, but picking up this Aegis is pretty nice for them. They should be able to start taking some tier 2s. Actually, they haven't even finished this tier 1 up here, so several towers they can pick up to solidify their lead.
Yeah, I think if Pakaz isn't the hero that gets initiated on, right? Like, the fight started with him catching the arena spear, and it's just like, okay, he lost like 3/4 of his health before he could even BKB. If the fight doesn't start that way, I think it's very different, because he ruptures, forces this, you know, Pangolier to leave immediately, right? So you're basically playing down a hero on Beast Coast when that happens. But we are 200 gold away from that Satanic, and I really want to see how this is going to play out, because this is going to be really fun to watch.
I am hyped to see it. Yeah, it was also a really big unstable concoction. I think it hit 3 heroes in that fight.
3 heroes,
so yeah, they just no one got to use their spells. Everyone was just stunned up. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go, Lumpy.
This is so sick, actually.
I want this to work so badly.
He's going for a Yules as well, which will help fix some of his mana problems, because a lot of times you go for Mage Slayer, right? And then like Aghanim Scepter, and it's because of that you're missing a lot of total mana and mana regen. So I think the Yules definitely helps fix that. Also buys you a little bit of space, and finds they will just jump the Alk, and the magic burst is there. They actually catch a stun onto the Mars as well. He didn't get the BKB. He will drop the arena now. Torrent Storm doing some serious work, but the double rupture. Pakaz is going in. He's got his BKB. He's ripping through these supports with the help of the Centaur, and now Pyke on the run. But baby, you do not win this matchup. He's trying to just evade as much as he can. Stun's coming out from Moose off the mark, but who's gonna win? The turnaround now. They look for the Kunga, but the oh my god! A Hoodwink, Acorn, as well as this Bloodseeker just destroyed them. They catch the X. Lumpy, you're coming right back into the danger zone, my friend.
Satanic!
He pops the Satanic. No! Misses the swash. The tips come through. They're like, nice Satanic, buddy.
Boom does not believe in the Satanic.
Oh man, Pakaz Bloodseeker. We said this is gonna by far be the scariest hero of this game, and if you do not catch him at the beginning, you're in some trouble. He did more damage than the entire Beast Coast lineup combined.
Yeah, that catch on the Alk. When you have the Aegis, you really don't want to use BKB or like transforming ults, like Alk or Meta, stuff like that, until the Aegis goes. But I feel like in the time he was dead, they cleaned everything else up, you know? So
Yeah.
he might have needed to BKB and pop his ult straight off the bat, so that a hero like Bloodseeker, right, an early kill is huge, because you keep the bonuses for a little bit even after that guy dies. So
Yeah.
they just had this super powered Bloodseeker running through while you're just like twiddling your fingers waiting for the respawn to come back. And then at that point he was like, oh, actually, I don't know, my team's kind of dead. I don't really want to use I don't want to use them anymore. But then he almost died, so he did end up popping it. So just, yeah, it's a very tough call in that situation. Maybe the positioning could have been different so that they didn't put themselves in that situation. But I think they were feeling strong, right? Oh, we just won, right? We got Aegis. But now it's swinging the other way.
Yeah, I think a lot of that too comes down to they immediately comes in with like the Arena Spear to try and keep the Alk's first life alive, like Vitaly BKBs. But the downside is he blinked in onto the Inkswell stun, right? So Vitaly was stunned for like a full 2 seconds or something before he could actually, you know, respond, and that was like enough time to finish off the Alk, and then Vitaly like BKBs, drops the arena and runs, and so you've already expensed like a big portion of your fight and a lot of your HP, and then you just get double ruptured, right? Soulbind into double rupture is quite good.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Mars is
attack.
working on a Vlad's. Pretty nice for the
Okay.
lifesteal. Very
Yeah.
excited to see Satanic Vlad's. I need to see Lumpy go from like 0 to 100 on some lifesteal swashbuckle.
Yeah, that being said, you do have an Iascati completed on the Bloodseeker now, so
Ooh, that is good.
That's gonna help out quite a bit. Combine that with the Shiva's, a lot of healing reduction. I mean, Scotty is just incredible against an Alchemist as well, right? So allows him to just stay on top of his target. You could go back for a Basher. Honestly, I think one of the better Bloodseeker items, as he loves just being able to attack these heroes, but he also might go for his Aghanim Scepter just to tank up. It's hard to say. He has a lot of options this game.
I can find Gardic up here.
Yeah, good read from Knight. This is sick. Magic Barrier doing a decent chunk, but they end up just stampeding in as well. Panda finishing him off there with the Inkswell. I think pretty good here for Boom, finding kill after kill. They've got some really interesting wards just in the lane. In both side lanes.
Yeah, it feels like at the start of the game, you know, you place your beginning game wards, then you see a lot of jungle wards, and then because the pro teams know to like kind of check that, they end up putting a lot of lane wards nowadays to try to figure out where you're going, because like you could be in the jungle or these like side jungles. So by putting lane wards, you have a chance to see where people are going.
Oh, nice little kill here for the Kunkka. It's funny. He like sees the boat coming and starts mana draining a jungle creep. He's like, I will live. There was actually something really weird that they just smoked right underneath the ward. Something really weird happened on the mid rune. It was like a regen that spawned. It spawned 1 second late, and Kunkka like X'd himself back because he thought it spawned on the other side. Which, yeah, I have not really seen happen all that much. Oh, Rolling Thunder out. Illage looking for these heroes on the backside. There's the Rolling Thunder. He just, that's it. He TP's out. Lumpy's gone, and now the fight for Beast Coast. You are down 2 heroes, so they need to leave.
He's got all that health from Satanic. He doesn't even care. Just like go through Rupture.
All right. Boom seemingly in a much better position this game, and Kaz will take the bottom tier 1 tower. Dude, he's level 23. He is so high level.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, 6-1 and 3, but a lot of these kills have come more recently, so getting all that experience from killing these higher level heroes has shot him forward. I mean, if he gets to 25 and gets that double Rupture talent, that'll be really annoying. Stick that on Lumpy and like the Alchemist.
Yeah, it just like guarantees that you can always Rupture the Pango in a fight without having to like worry about it, like saving it for the Soulbind or something. It's like you see Pango, you just Rupture him. You have the second one for like the full team fight or something, you know. It's kind of cool.
They're waiting to see Roche spawn, so they're just trying to hang around in this area. Should be potentially up right now. See if it's a short spawn. Not too bad.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Oh, that's
attack.
cool. I really like this build, especially with a
Radiant's middle
Grimstroke.
tower is under attack.
That gives you some double scythe potential.
I mean, they're just sitting here kind of waiting for Beast Coast to come bottom, like assuming that maybe they're just like assuming they might contest a Roshan. So they're like looking to like break a smoke with this ward here as well, but Roche still not up, 5 seconds away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Go back.
Someone's gonna check it, right?
Panda, turn around, press Q. They just checked like 5 minutes before, or 5 seconds before it spawned, so they're all stepping away. I guess we'll go, guys.
They're just gonna smoke instead, run straight down the lane, but Beast Coast might be doing the same exact thing. Smoke's gonna pop as that will signal a instant blink away here from Vitality. They do have some good vision planted on the backside. The question is, can you get anyone?
Dire's bottom tower.
Doesn't look like it. All of them make it up safely to the high ground. Pakaz will finish off the tier 2 tower. They're gonna smoke though from Beast Coast, so it looks like they might be willing to take the fight to them. I mean, you'd have to start with an initiation onto this Bloodseeker. You've got to kill him before he can get that BKB. The stuns are coming through. This might be it, but where's the follow? The Arena, the Spirit comes out. Can he finish? He gets the save thanks to the Grimstroke. Instant BKB out from Pakaz, but he's still so low, down to 30 HP. The double Ruptures are there. He needs to just get away, but the rest of the team trying to just clean up for them. They will go ahead, get a nice life drain into the Mars. The TPs are out. Knight will not escape. All right, great fights there from Beast Coast. Getting this Bloodseeker first is the best case scenario.
I feel like Boom lost focus there. They had such a good position for Roche. They were holding it, and I feel like maybe they don't have the exact time, so they weren't sure, but they were in the window of the potential spawn, and then they left. And this is the risk of doing that. You could lose a fight, and you lose Roche now. So Beast Coast is going to get it. If they had waited and the same fight happens, but Bloodseeker has the Aegis, he just comes back and they win that fight right there.
Yeah. Yeah, and like, you don't mind baiting with your Bloodseeker up front with an Aegis, right? He dies, he just respawns, and you take a fight again, right? Like, Grimstroke did really well with the Inkswell, allowing him to, you know, get rid of the chain stun, but
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
it wasn't fast enough. He'd still lost like half his HP before he was able to BKB.
Yeah, because they were trying to smoke themselves, like a lot of them were on the cliff, but I actually think it would have been better if Grimstroke had just been, like you said, closer to the Bloodseeker. I guess maybe they weren't expecting Beast Coast to make a play like that against them.
Yeah. That is a really good play for Beast Coast. And this game is pretty much dead even. You're going to see both teams go back for their Tormentor, so some good shards getting picked up. Lumpies, of course, the roll-up, fantastic. And we saw the Centaur get his, so the double edge, giving him some strength bonus, which is very nice.
I can't wait to see the lifesteal stat later. I want to know how much he's been healing.
Dude, Lifesteal is level 25 now. He got it. He did go back for the Basher, now going to complete a Sange and Yasha. I think that's fine. I mean, you want a Sange component on Bloodseeker typically because of the healing bonus. It also synergizes really well once you get Aghanim Scepter because the Ags is like any overheal, right? Gets thrown into a barrier essentially. So, it's super cool.
Especially after he got chain stunned to die at that tier 2. He's like, I need that status resistance right about now.
A little bit of bonus HP goes a long way too, right? So Bloodseeker's still very scary. He's not the highest net worth, but it's, you know, you have that inflation amount for Alchemist, right? He's only level 22, does have a lot of gold finished up his Abyssal Blade, as I think he has a Butterfly queued up or a Disperser. Which one? It is okay. Never mind. Swift Blink, neither or. So he's going
Swift Blink and then
Nullifier.
the Nullifier. Yeah, a lot of these fights we've seen determined by which core or which carry gets killed first. Like for example, that top fight we saw the Alchemist get jumped even though he had Aegis, and then in this tier 2 fight here on the Dire side, we thought Boom was looking good, right? But because Bloodseeker is just he didn't actually die, but he got so low he just had to run, right? Beast Coast then cleans up that fight. So I think going forward here, maybe in this pause time, you know, hey guys, we gotta be careful about who's on point. Like our carry, especially I think for Boom, right? Feeling good about this Bloodseeker, like he cannot be the one to die if he is the guy who's supposed to be able to win this whole fight, right? Like if you feel he's stronger than Alchemist, he cannot be getting jumped. Someone else has to be at the front, like a Centaur or something.
100%. And they are getting up some nice items to do this. They're working towards a Lotus Orb on the Centaur, which you can just throw on your Bloodseeker as he's sieging. They're working on a second Lotus Orb on Hoodwink. They have the Glimmer Cape, so it's like it will get more and more difficult to actually like bring down this Bloodseeker. But yeah, he definitely. I think you're 100% right, where it's like whichever team actually gets the jump is definitely the one you have to worry about.
Yeah, both these teams are really built around their carries. Like some games you have like TA mids, like other heroes who do a lot of damage, but for both of these teams, it's a lot about setting up for the carry to do the damage. Especially because Kunga went a utility build, not a damage build.
Yeah. You have a... I mean, Pango kind of is a utility build this game as well, right? Like Satanic Yule's Blink. You know, he doesn't do a ton of damage in these fights either. But we'll see. I mean, hopefully manages to turn this into something useful here.
Do you think when Pango hits 25, did Swashbuckle cooldown, right? So he can like lifesteal more, or...
I think a lot of people take the Swashbuckle cooldown in general. Like, it is just very good. The Rolling Thunder, like, cooldown is great and all, but I think you play around Swashbuckle on this hero. It's a lot of damage, and it allows you to, like, almost guarantee, like, get kills. Alright, I mean, they're smoked up on Boom here. A little bit of a reverse of what we just saw on the Dire tier 2 is... Boom is pushing. The difference, though, is they have the Aegis, right? They can put the Alchemist up front, but they will still back away. They're actually a little bit afraid.
Chemical Rage was ending. So even if he gets killed first, then he respawns, it might actually still be on cooldown. So you definitely want this ultimate available before you take any fights. Especially in a game as close as this one.
Yeah, they're saving the banner, it looks like. They've been holding on to this for a bit. Instead of dropping
they picked
it
it
into
up.
the side lanes. Yeah, at least they picked it up this time. That is true. Oh, that was funny.
We'll see what they end up doing with it. The fact that it's not placed yet means they're not looking for the map control right now, because you could place it in your base, keep that lane always pushing out. They might save it for, you know, maybe they're pushing bottom, the Radiant's pushing top, so they put in the top lane to try to not have to go home. Maybe they'll hold it and go for the double banner play. We were saying we're hoping to see that, right? Maybe they'll hang on to
Mega
this.
creeps at home, baby.
Yeah, start building them up. Get 2, get 3, 1 in every lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right, Pike in the mid lane here. Gets protected from the Lotus, so you can't really rupture this guy, but they just jump on him with the stun. That is going to be his first life. And they managed to catch the Pango on the backside, but can they kill him? Pike on the run, trying to get the TP out. Will he get bashed? He does it the last second. Pike is going to go down. Double kill for Pakaz.
He didn't get to use his Satanic.
Oh my god, the damage from that Centaur on the first life, dude. He just destroyed him on that Stampede Hoof Stomp double edge. They did not expect that burst.
Yeah, he had his ult going, but I mean, that was the Shivas and the Scotty in play there, right?
Yeah.
They do that huge burst, and he's just not really able to heal anything in that time.
They had like Lotus on him to protect Rupture and stuff, and they're like, what if we just don't Rupture him and he dies anyway? Like, pretty genius. Bottom lane, they do find Slateums here. Finger Death does come out. They have a Refresher. He's going to commit the second spear to chain stun him down, and that is a kill. That does mean you have a second arena for your high ground, so that's a pretty slick play there from this Mars. Well, there's the arena. BKB comes out from Illich. Good night, Mars. Never mind.
I don't think you want to do that with Alk so close. I think you just give up the set. You've got your Mega Creeps at home banner. Like, it's okay if you lose one set. Now they have no Mars. He's going to be forced to buy back here, and you lose the set anyways. Oh, now they're going to fight Lion.
Dude, he got
And Lion does not have buyback.
hammer. Oh, Yules catches the Centaur. Rolling Thunder coming through. Okay, Illich. This should be a kill, and indeed it is. Meanwhile, outside the base, Pakaz finds a freebie on Nagardic. So the question is, can you get more? He's rolling after him here on Lumpy. Will he find him? Jump forward, gets the dust, catches Knight off the mark with the swashbuckle, but has the inhibit from the diffusal. Vitali, spear off the mark. Nice jump up from the sharpshooter. And they'll just back away. Base equals defended technically, but
3 health on
buyback
this
on your
ranged
Mars.
barracks.
3 only is 3 HP.
Someone's got to sneak in there. Go finish that off. Hoodwink. Go scurry through the trees. Just pop it. One more hit. Yeah, okay. Base defended. It was a little messy, and it cost them buybacks. I think if they had... I mean, this range rack, like, right, this is like... It really should have fallen. So I feel like they could have just given up the ranged barracks without having to buy back, and then the timing would have lined up better. Cost them a couple extra kills, but at least they held it for now.
Man, Centaur getting Havoc Hammer, man. This is just like the best item for Centaur. It feels so good. You just like blink, stomp, double edge, and then as soon as the stomp is over, you Havoc Hammer them, and they're just like can't go anywhere because they're slowed, and then you just double edge them again.
Mm-hmm. You can always stampede after 2 if they do somehow get away.
Yeah, this item feels so good.
I gotta say, Lion, he's been involved in kills, and he's using the Finger of Death for damage, but he sure is not getting any stacks. He like uses it too soon. I feel like he needs a little bit more. He's being too professional. He needs to be more like a pub Lion, like saving it a little longer. Make sure he's getting these stacks.
Yeah, don't worry guys, kill secured. Kill secured.
Yeah, especially he went the left talent. He could have
Yeah.
he could have like an extra 300 health or something right now.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I was like,
Is under attack.
normally you go the left talent when you are
have
running on a bunch of
stacks.
stacks, but the Hex cooldown talent is just what almost every Lion player goes because that Hex cooldown is always value. But yeah, goes the health per finger stack, so not super value. That is like that's basically equivalent of like, I don't know, 100 gold worth of items at this point.
Dire's top tower
It's like a gauntlet, basically.
Another really short Roshan spawn. Boom. Don't lose focus this time. Stay here. They've set up vision. This is a good spot.
Here comes
East Coast is coming in.
They're ready to break the smoke, though. They've got the good ward sentry. Scouting this out. They'll see Moose immediately. And the jump in. Illich finds him. The Stampede's coming through. That great double BKB. Lion gone from the fight immediately. Rupture catching the Mars because gets the Abyssal Blade. That's going to stun him up as well. Gardic dying on the backside as because will finish up the Vitali Mars. And that is a dieback now. And with that, Boom will easily take Roche. They did not lose focus. They listened to you, exactly. That will be an Aegis refresher and the banner going their
Pick up
way.
the items, please. All right, we got them.
Where do they? I like. It's so hard to see where this banner gets dropped. I'll be honest. Like, I don't think I've seen it once in the last like 6 games that we've cast. I've seen a banner outside of the one that got dropped like on the tier 4s.
Yeah, it's sneaky. It's hard to see when it goes down.
Oh, it dropped mid in the middle of a creep wave, and it's gonna die to range creeps.
Oh no, Knight, go save it.
Bro, it's one hit.
One hit.
Oh my god, he literally TP'd immediately because he saw it dying to creeps. That's very funny. Anyway, high ground happening right now as Alchemist goes onto the backside. He gets stomped though, trying to bring down the Grimstroke. He gets Moose, gets ruptured up, pretty much instantly dies to the Stampede as well. But the double rupture is going to catch the Bloodseeker catches Alchemist and the Pango, the absolute best case scenario. And the Alch just getting chain stunned down to the base. Lumpy, the Rolling Thunder finally coming to a close, but Bakaz will just chase after the Satanic, not doing what he hoped, and they've controlled up everything. 5 heroes go down on Beastco's. No blood for you, says Bakaz.
There's gonna have to be some mass buybacks, or this one's done. They're about to secure megas here, or just go straight for throne. Looks like they're just gonna play it safe and get the megas.
Respawn, right?
Yes.
You have double arena. Like, maybe you can find something. All right, we'll see. I mean, Bloodseeker still has BKB. He didn't even spend it. Slatums will just go back to base. Full reset in HP and mana. Buys a few mangoes, some ward sentries. And he's here to siege high ground. Nice finger poking. They get the spear. Do you manage to catch the Bloodseeker? Is it enough to finish him off? It's not. He's just healing off the creep wave. You lose the Pugna as a second arena comes out, but he gets the Hex. Good spear. Does catch 2 more. But Lumpy and Moose will grab the first life of this Bloodseeker. Rolling Thunder coming through. He's still got the BKB. The Abyssal gets reflected out. He's going to turn it around right onto you instead. The Abyssal Blade comes through, and Pike, he's trying to run. Moose needs to get out as well. A good stun to hold them back at the moment. Yules comes out from Lumpy as well. The roll-up, they need so much help, but the Rupture gets them. A second one thrown onto Pike. He will make it into the fountain for now, but the Mega Creeps are the goal for the side of Boom as they are just focusing up on these barracks. Illich will get X. He's DPing back to the fountain. So you'll have a fully refreshed Centaur. You have Giga Creeps coming down mid now.
Yeah, what do we call the Mega Creeps with the banner?
That's why I call Giga Creeps, yeah. Mega Creeps with banner are Giga Creeps.
Sounds good to me.
Oh, that was a dead mark. That guy got
Boom's having some fun here.
Yeah, it's time
They're making their way into the fountain.
Man,
There is no lose on this one.
GG's come out. A well-deserved victory here from Boom, and honestly, a really solid game 3 from them. They definitely did not have the best game 2, but bring it back. Seems Alchemist not a hero that they're worried about, as they completely shut it down game 1, and game 3, you know, a little bit of a better start for the Alch, but the Bloodseeker matchup just crushed it.
Yeah, I think both teams had their moments. There was a little bit of good plays from both teams, some mistakes from both teams. So in the end, we did feel the Bloodseeker would win in the late game, and that's kind of what we saw. After there were some messy fights where the carries got picked off, but eventually a more straightforward fight happens, and the Bloodseeker we just see like just start running through everybody. So yeah, congratulations to Boom. They're gonna move on to the grand finals now.
Love it. Yeah, and the grand finals, for those of you who maybe just are joining us, as if you are coming from the Western European stream, because that is now concluded, they'll be taking on Heroic in about 45 minutes for the last qualifying spot here, as Heroic has looked super good. These guys have steamrolled. They have pretty much won every series. To get here, they lost one game only to Infinity in the very first round, but they actually 2-0'd both Boom and Beast Coast earlier in this upper bracket. So we'll see it. Whether or not Boom can bounce back and take this series away from Heroic, we will find out, as we are going to go to a final break here, and then we'll be back in, like I said, just about 45 minutes for our grand finals of the ESL 1 Birmingham qualifiers. Everyone, my name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. We will see you all in just a little bit.
I saw you riding on the train today, and I tried to figure out a way to stay close. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again, Hey, I heard you like me in a different way. No way. There's nothing in the world that makes me stay away. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again. Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. gotta choose. No one talk now, I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud, I get it, safe from it. Ooh, I wanna choose. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light, and everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. From the same ones say they loyal, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this. This my designer flow. Hey, gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too cold. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pockets too swollen, they already know I'ma flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in this pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Way too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. Don't the same ones say they loyal, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a cold as sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now. You say you got it in that Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into them way too cold. Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. From the same ones say they loyal, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I could. So stick around. Yes, I could. So stick around. Yes, I'm yes,
No, I'm not a king. I'm the king. Just
Reise in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truckstop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, küsst den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi, du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst wie schön ich bin, ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall, sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall. Schlims und Limette, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei, Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover, Americans, unsterblich, Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider, Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf, Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff, Candlelight, sanftes Licht, Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Balenciaga. Was die Leute denken, wenn sie uns reden hören, Open Water, Seychellen, Hochseeangeln, Segeltörn, du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst wie schön ich bin, ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall, sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall.
How strong is the hammer in my hand? How long can you force me to dance? There's a crisis in my heart and in my world, and I saw you smile when I fell into the dirt. Oh, your fire, I
killing never fails. To a hammer, every problem's a goddamn nail. Oh, hold your fire. I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know me.
Scream out. I see you turn around. Scream out. You shine the brightest now. There's no doubt. This current's changing, changing. Still about. There's danger waiting, waiting. Scream out. I see you turn around. Scream out. You shine the brightest, brightest. There's no doubt. The current's changing, changing. The soil and the dust are trailing behind my boots. Blown by the wind, showed me a piece of my past. The soil and the dust is where we go. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. The smell of the dust is sticking onto my clothes. alone like the dust, the soil and dust. Ooh, I find all over with smoking guns. All this mess around me, all this mess around me makes me feel alone. I can't bear all this fuss around me, all this mess around me makes me feel alone.
They say that I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm when you can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to. Couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. Yeah, you're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. 'Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Inside of me.
They call me a monster. I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off. Prepare your conscience. Prepare for honest. Cut off all the nonsense. I'm all in your chakra. Wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor. Boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up. I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through.
What's that?
'Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your game. I had enough.
Grand finals for this qualifier. One team will advance to the main event. Will it be Boom Esports, or will they upset Heroic, the team that has looked unstoppable from this region? What do you think, Zach? What do you think they're going to do here?
Heroic definitely seems to be the favorites. I'd say something we can definitely look for in this series is the mid lane, where in that last series, we kind of saw both mid laners sometimes doing really well, sometimes like struggling a little bit. But for Heroic, we have seen Analog be extremely consistent, even as they first pick his hero and he gets countered. He has been performing very well throughout this. And the mid lane is it's a huge part of having that early tempo, taking the lead at the beginning. So if Analog keeps overperforming like he has been, that's going to be a huge step up for his team.
Yeah, I agree. And I am curious what heroes are going to be seen in the first phase bans, because that does kind of either allow some extra heroes to make it through to the mid lane, or, maybe they'll focus up on banning certain mid lane heroes, but we'll have to see. That being said, let's go and just jump into the draft here, as Boom and Heroic are already at it. I will say I do notice Pango is available, so they could just go for a good ban here, grab the Pangolier for themselves. We'll have to see. That's
Nice
exactly
call.
what they're gonna do.
Yeah, we see, compared to the NA games we watched before, where there were a lot of offlaners being banned out, there's a lot of priority to some of these direct lane counters, which we see here. About 5 of them are the mid lane. So Pango is kind of one of the few remaining top tier mids, and several of his hardest counters have already been removed.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we saw earlier, just like couple games just get taken over by a Dragonite. We've seen the Primal Beast actually do quite well against the Pangolier, because of course, if you have a BKB, you can just pulverize the Rolling Thunder. You can actually just punish him, hold him down, lock him in place, and kill him.
Pick him up like a basketball.
That's cool. It's good stuff.
Boom seems to have been expecting this, though. That was a pretty fast Grimstroke pick, the Soulbind is very good versus Pango. The Silence even, just to prevent Pango from being able to roll up initially. Pretty solid, just support in general. You've probably heard us say that before, because it's still true. Just very, very good pick here. I see Doom is still in the pool, but they're going to grab Venge, their other support. Venge does pierce Pango's role, so you can swap him, sometimes put him in a little bit of a weird spot. Just another really solid support. And I do like low cooldown single target spells with Grimstroke. Like, you don't always need the really big Dooms, things like that. Like, sometimes it's just a lot easier to have, like, this stun's decent, now I got 2 of them, right? Plus you get the shard, now you got like 4 of them going around. So I think it's nice, but it can be a little scary sometimes to double pick your supports like this.
Yep. And Heroic falling back on something they've been doing a lot, picking the gyro at the beginning of the second phase. Kind of hiding where they want it to go, whether it's going to be KJ's hero as the 5, or if it's going to be something like a carry pick.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I think we've only seen KJ play it so far, but like you said, it does have that flex value. But just very strong support right now anyways, so even if it could only be a support, it's fine. It kind of guarantees your lane to a certain extent, just because of how powerful he is. Especially against
very good on it.
Yeah, especially against these like melee offlaners. Wow, they know exactly what they want. There we go. There's one. The Centaur Warrunner combos well with that Grimstroke, and that's kind of what I was about to get to before they beat me to it. Gyrocopter, usually good versus those, because it's easy to get the Rocket Barrage off next to them and get all that damage in.
Yeah, I like that they just fall back to what worked in the last game, this Grimstroke Centaur. I mean, it was really strong. They got some really good pickoffs in the mid game with it, so I'm curious if that's what they want to do. Now, with the Wyvern pick here, a lot of times we see this ran as the offlaner, the 3, but into Centaur feels a little bit less valuable because of the ability to just gap close and get to the Wyvern. With almost any hero, right? You don't need some, super mobile carry or some super mobile mid laner. It's like, if you have Stampede, it's viable.
That's true. On the other hand, as they're running at you, maybe you can Winter's Curse and waste a lot of that Stampede time. So I can see a little bit of value going both ways, but the nice thing about picking the Wyvern here is that, if you don't want to run it off lane, you still can just throw it in as a support. So that is going to be up to Heroic. They get to see one more pick here. I mean, maybe they don't even commit to it at that point. They still have, you know, the final pick, but they get to see a little bit more here. I think Boom could go ahead and pick a mid laner. It's most likely Pango in the middle lane, so you could go ahead and pick your Pango counter here. If there's a carry, I kind of think they should hold on to that carry pick, because this could just be a Wyvern support, and then Heroic will get to counter pick an offlaner into your carry.
I agree. I'm with you. Unless there's something that they really want for Pakaz, like if he feels really comfortable just picking up like a Bloodseeker again, or going for, say like a Faceless Void. But wow, they go for a Tiny for Slatums.
All right, solid base damage at the start. Yeah, I mean it could be a carry, right? But it's been a little bit since we've seen that, so I would guess that mid Tiny, who's got good base damage against the Pango. So you can get a lot of denies in, try to slow down that Pango start, since he really doesn't need a lot. He needs level 6 and a decent diffusal timing. So if you can deny a lot of creeps to him, you can push that timing off a bit. Helps your team out.
All right, so if you're Heroic here, I'm assuming you're picking your potential 4. I guess the Tiny is a little bit of a deny pick as well, as we've been seeing Wyvern Tiny as this like really strong 3-4 combo. So you get it for the mid lane matchup. It's not bad against the Pango, but now you also take it away from Heroic, which is kind of cool. So I'm curious what type of 4 they're looking at to potentially run with the Wyvern off lane, if that's what they still want to do with it. Otherwise, you pick something that's a little bit more flexible, but okay, Abaddon. This is cool.
That's going to leave that flex open to a degree. Could be your carry Abaddon. You could move it to support. Could move it to offlane. Wyvern could be offlane. Could be support. Could have that Gyro be a carry. So still very open for them in this last phase here.
5 seconds remaining.
Are you leaning one way or the other? Do you think this is Abaddon carry?
I think it is probably... Gosh, I really am not leaning one way or the other. It could be offlane, it could be carry. I think both of these are perfectly fine. Because it works well with the Gyro lane, and then you still have like the potential to pick another hero for the Wyvern. But I would say if it is off lane, then you're running like a Wyvern 4, and that's perfectly fine as well. So
Radiant team ban.
yeah, I like it. Morph ban. So that makes me think that they're looking for still running this Wyvern as a 3 position.
We also saw a Morphling do pretty well versus an offlane Abaddon earlier. So
that's true.
Kind of protecting both picks, actually.
10 seconds remaining.
The Enigma ban, actually quite nice here from
5
Boom.
seconds remaining.
So anticipating that this is going to be a carry Abaddon, and they get rid of the Mars as well. Okay. Mars we know is great against Centaur, but last game Boom managed to shut it down quite a bit. But still, it's great. Like Stampede is not, not as powerful if you could just drop the arena.
Yep, and you can't get out of that black hole either. Though it's pretty interesting. Vengeful Spirit, they've already got as their support, who is a very good support for both of those offlaners. But just they still think it's just too hard to deal with. They don't want, you can save one guy, but what about everyone else in those ultimates?
All right, final ban coming through.
Those offlane bans also mean they think that this is an Abaddon carry.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Is they're assuming this is an Abaddon carry. Now, do you ban out something like Faceless Void, but you're running an Abaddon, so you're, not as worried about like say a Chronosphere as other heroes are?
Yeah, you also have that Winter Wyvern, so I wouldn't mind if they leave it in. Unless they want it themselves.
Dire team pick.
They actually removed the Sven. I wonder if that means they're about to grab some kind of illusion hero. Oh, yeah, let's go. A Meepo.
Wow. They actually go back for it on 23. That's crazy to me.
So then that means offlane Pango then, most likely, with the carry Abaddon?
I would guess. Like, I mean, Analog is the one who plays Meepo for Heroic, so that mean this has to mean that they're moving the Pango somewhere, but I don't really know exactly what the plan is unless they're running a Pango 4 with a Wyvern 3.
That would definitely be a throwback. Man, can you still build? Like, he's so good with the Diffusal and Mage Slayers and like all that stuff, right? I don't know if he'll reach those items in time with the support Pango.
Just go Mana Boots Diffusal. You don't need anything else.
And Boom Esports. This is a little bit of a curveball, I imagine. You know, they've got to figure out what carry beats Meepo, but will also lane into, well, at least Pango offlane. If it is a Pango offlane, he's not that strong. Not anymore.
I was gonna say Slark for me is the winner. Yeah. It's good against all of these heroes. It's good against the Abaddon, of course. It's decent enough against the Meepo. It's going to be KJ on the 5 position Wyvern, so that will be the Pango 3. Yeah, I mean, it's a great Slark game, honestly. The real question will be, of course, if it can outscale the Meepo, which we have seen a lot of people struggle to do so.
I think he'll be okay. I'm trying to figure out if, like, you can kind of slow down Meepo in the laning stage, and Tiny will do that with the high base damage. But once you hit like a high enough level and you get that first Meepo, you just start jungling. And the question is, can you invade enough and efficiently enough to stop the Meepo? Because if you invade and fail a couple times, like, you're wasting your time. He's still farming with another Meepo, right? You got to be able to do it quickly and cleanly to really slow down the Meepo. I guess they'll have Stampede, so they don't need an item timing for that. Just, you know, just get the levels.
I like this. I mean, I like the draft from Boom. I think it's pretty solid. I don't think they're going to struggle too much in their lanes. The mid Tiny versus Meepo will be interesting for sure, but I feel like the Slark versus Pango matchup is perfectly fine for a Slark. I don't know. It really just comes down once again is, are you going to get punished for not banning the Meepo against Heroic? I feel like that's just the nature of the game again, right? It's like, can Analog just take over the entire game and make it impossible to play?
I think they can definitely do it. Slark will have a good start against this Pango. They will very likely try to do some weird laning shenanigans, possibly starting flat cannon on Gyro to shove in the lane, and then, you know, maybe creep drag, block camps, all sorts of like weird stuff, right? But the thing is, Pango just needs to have role for this game, because Meepo is the true carry this game. It's also why they picked not a hard carry like Abaddon. He's a carry who comes online a little bit sooner, more of this fighting carry than, you know, someone like Naga, Medusa, because he's going to help make space for Analog. He's going to play around that timing. And so I feel like Pango will just need to roll, and roll is pretty good versus Slark in that sense. Like, he can't just live through Shadow Dance, and that's going to let Meepo just do his thing in these fights.
So you would think that's good for the or you would think the Abaddon is like a quick hero, but this is K1 we're talking about, and K1
that is
does
true.
Very much like to farm on his Abaddon when he gets it. So I'm curious if he's going to focus more on farming, or if he's going to try and get active early this team. He has pretty much just the standard build on the Abaddon queued up right now, just Phase Boots Echo Saber, right? So nothing out of the ordinary there.
Yeah, sometimes you'll see them go for a Radiance when they're only planning to farm, so I'm already happy to see an Echo Saber, which I think is better personally, but it's also, you know, a mix of fighting a little earlier, not just planning to, you know, like Radiance farm up.
Both teams having a ward at this top.
Don't know what everyone's worried about.
Thank you, Analog. At this top rune. So I'm just curious if they actually want to try and take a fight or not. I feel like Heroics level 1 is pretty dang scary though. So yeah, it looks like they'll
I feel like
probably
so
just
is
settle here with
Booms.
the bottom.
Booms could have had a scary one too. I thought they might try with the Slark vision, you know, go scout things out, see if you want to fight. between like Inkswell, Hoof Stomp, all that. But looks like both teams are just going to take it easy to begin with. That was a 2-for-2 split, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Into the game we go. Mid lane, Meepo versus Tiny. Should be pretty good for Tiny in these early levels, right? Like, you have, 30 damage, if not more, of an advantage over the Meepo, but you are a 0 armor hero versus a 7 armor Meepo, so... Yeah, you just gotta focus up on the denies, not waste too much of his time hitting the Meepo, but... For now, doing pretty decent.
You'll just get by until you get that next Meepo. See in the bottom lane, we do see them block that small camp. Make sure they can't do any creep dragging. Or, sorry, creep pulling to keep the lane equilibrium here. Oops.
Vailama, a little bit off with the first swashbuckle there.
It might have been a moment since he's played Pango offlane. Though I see he's played it quite a lot in the past, so I'm sure it'll all come back real quick.
Taking a look at top lane here. K1 on the Abaddon versus Centaur Grimstroke. Seems, honestly, like not a terrible lane here for Boom, but Knight's gonna just take a lot of damage here from the Winter Wyvern. Ends up throwing a blood grenade on this, but they're a little bit afraid to chase him down, so not bad.
Yeah, this Arctic Burn Harass will be very annoying.
All right. Well, overall, pretty chill lanes for the moment. Slaters is doing, obviously, really well in the mid lane, kind of as expected, right? The Tiny just will out CS you pretty much always just because of how this hero works. Meepo eventually will catch back up, but the big question is like the timing once he hits like his second Meepo, but it's really just going to be that Aghanim Scepter that Analog typically rushes on the mid lane Meepo. A lot of times picking this up like around 12, 13 minutes into the game, which is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call this like bad for Meepo. This is just expected with this matchup. His time will come later. Off this good start though, we're gonna have to see. I see Tiny has Phase and Blink queued up. So how much can he get done with that Blink? He will have some great supports to work with, Grimstroke and Vengeful Spirit. So he'll have to help with that early game damage. He just needs like, oh, Inkswell me, I'll go Blink, initiate, right? How many kills can he get when that happens? If Heroic can read his movements and dodge that out, I think they'll be in a very nice spot.
Yeah, that's a good point. Bottom lane, Slark and Pango kind of just trading on and off. He is going to go for an early Bracer on the Pangolier into the Diffusal. Shield Crash does buy him a little bit of space here, but he's taking a lot of damage from this Slark. Schofield with the flat cannon pushes them back just a little bit, though. And Kaz did have to commit his like full stick charges as well. So, top lane. Inkswell into the Hoof Stomp. K1 will give up the first blood to Illich. Finally, this Grimstroke Centaur getting on the board. We knew it was inevitable, right? Like this lane, they ran last game, had a lot of success with it. And the level 3 timing, that 2 points Inkswell, 2 points Stomp, seems to be enough.
That's almost his full Phase boots. Okay, yeah, he's going to commit to it. I was wondering if he might maybe go back for like Helm of the Iron Will since he had such a big jump in gold. But no, he's just going to grab the Phase boots. They're not even done yet, maybe.
He's got another
one more double edge.
Absolutely. Knight trying to just TP on home, but the bonus attack speed and, of course, the Aphotic Shield Burst has got him. So nice grab there from K1, at least getting a return kill. And that is a TP down, too. So both of these supports will have to walk back. Oh, I guess Wyverns is back up. So just Grimstroke will have the long walk to the top lane.
All right, we see Meepo has his second Meepo, and he's already caught back up in the last hits just like that.
Yeah, he's stacking camps in the jungle after clearing them. Not really missing anything in the mid lane. The Analog is very good at this hero.
I imagine we'll see him queue up that Aghanims. Like you mentioned, he's been going Aghanims first quite a lot.
Yeah, some people
Well,
prefer
actually,
the
you
Diffusal.
get Dragonlance first.
Ooh, okay, a little bit of stat item. I don't understand Meepo deeply enough to really get why you would go like a Dragonlance this game over just rushing his Ags, but Analog does, so I'm not going to argue with him.
For sure. Yeah, I am a same spot as you. I know Meepo's cool to watch. I don't understand it deep enough. If I had to guess, maybe it's how early he needs the stats, and maybe against this like tiny Grimstroke, this Centaur, maybe thinks he needs some early stats to not be killed off.
Yeah. Bottom rune. Analog and Schofield set up a kill there. Actually, will find some stacks in the jungle here as well, and Schofield will scout the regen, so I'll just take that for himself. Analog certainly doesn't need it. Meepo just getting all of his health back through Ransack. Top lane, looking to go on to the Abad, and the Avalanche, the toss from Sladens, they get him. Great rotation in from the Tiny. And now a second kill on the Abaddon.
Yeah, Centaur will get his Helm of the Iron Will soon, thanks to all this kill gold. They're actually still going for more.
Oh,
lucky Arctic Burn pushes them to that top half.
Yeah. They're gonna get the 7-minute rune. Analog is like keeping their attention for now. He's like, hey, look at me, guys. I promise, it's just me here. But in fact, Schofield's up on the top side. He might lose his life for this. Avalanche comes through as well. Okay. Well, they did just focus down the Meepo. They get the kill. Schofield taking both runes, so he at least gets something. But the Meepo kill is fantastic.
Yeah, that might have been a little too cute going in that far. Maybe not expecting so many enemy heroes to be there. It does mean they get that Wisdom Rune steal. So although it hurts Meepo, the supports will get this level advantage coming up here. And Gyro is a great support to have early levels on. That ultimate is extremely powerful.
Yeah, to put things into comparison, like they got 130 XP each for the Meepo kill, but they got, well, top lane, 1 second, another rotation in, but this time K1 does have the borrowed time. They will toss him in towards the tower, the Inkswell to follow it up, of course, and I think K1's gonna go down here. He can't get rid of the silence, so another kill for the Centaur Warrunner, sitting at 3-0-2. But yeah, I was saying, like, they got 130 XP each for the Meepo kill, but then they get, what, 560 for the bounty runes? So, or not the bounties, for the wisdom runes. So I think the supports on Boom quite sad that they're not getting that XP instead.
Radiant's middle tower is
Definitely. And a kill, like when you bring that many heroes to a kill, it does split up a lot. But in these early levels, like sometimes the experience being focused on a few heroes, such as the supports getting the 6s earlier, like that's a big deal to have that ultimate when the enemies don't.
Radiant are scanning.
All right. Sladens is doing decently on the Tiny here. I like the fact that he's been involved in a few kills. He's made that rotation top to kill off K1 now multiple times. And it's helped keep Centaur's game going very well for him, as he's closing in on the Veil of Discord, just about 200 gold away-ish. So that's really good. I'll have a very quick Veil.
Yeah, if Boom's able to win this game, it'll be a big confidence booster in terms of not being afraid of this Meepo anymore, right? I mean, not saying that they are afraid, but like it is a tool that Heroic has to like, oh, we might Meepo you, you know? But if you can beat it, then you start feeling a lot better about your draft. You don't have to like ban out Meepo. Like that's kind of what they're testing here in game 1, leaving it open.
Yeah. Also, coming back to the Meepo, he did decide to just go back for the Aghanim Scepter. And we say he usually gets this at like the 12-minute mark. Well, he's on par to do so.
Radiant are scanning.
Power Rune coming up here. Let's come down to RNG. Is it going to spawn top or bottom?
Arcane
like
Rune
it's
for
top.
Sladens. Nice. He's definitely like technically the least farmed of the cores, right? But I mean, honestly, all of these heroes are very close to each other in net worth. I think the Centaur is probably the one who got the most out of his lane because he is pretty high level for an offlaner.
Mm-hmm. It's an interesting choice. Divide Llama actually decided to skip Arcane Boots and just rush the Diffusal. So it's actually online now. This is actually like faster than a lot of like mid Pangos end up getting.
I guess if you don't need Bottle, right, it works out pretty well. He's got it very quickly. Yeah, no boots, nothing. So he will eventually come back for the mana boots, but yeah, quick Diffusal.
Yeah, I wonder if that means they're gonna fight like right now, or if he still wants to wait for his support level 6s, which I thought they would. Thought they'd be 6 a little sooner, but I guess their team only has 2 kills, and they've been out of the lanes a little bit, so
they're gonna smoke. All right. I mean, Rolling Thunder, I guess, not really benefiting from boots at all. So Divide Llama says, why need boots? You know, I can roll.
Indeed. Why need boots? Very true.
Wise words of midnight. Slateums. Avalanche comes out. The inhibit's there. The Rolling Thunder doing some work, but a great soulbind from Knight. That early level 6 advantage paying off dividends as the Rolling Thunder does come through. Or I'm sorry, as the Stampede comes through. So those Wisdom Runes, that's the difference right there, right? Your Grimstroke having level 6, meanwhile KJ just short, barely short of a Winter's Curse there.
That is why we saw Grimstroke pick so quickly versus that Pango. That would have been a kill. Slateums fell pretty low there. Actually, even sniped by the last Swashbuckle. Might have still died. But yeah, without that Soulbind, that's definitely a kill. He's got his blink now on Tiny. Let's see if he can find a kill. Although actually, I think he walks into an Observer if they manage to click him fast enough.
Yeah, if they smoke right now, I would love to see that. They will do exactly that. So, I mean, you have level 3 Inkswell now on Knight. Tiny, with that, can do a ridiculous amount of damage. So, they're going to look for this Meepo bottom. His Aghanim Scepter is done. So, Mega Meepo is very scary right at the 12-minute mark, like we were talking about. But
Bounty.
I mean, you don't have the damage now that he has Mega Meepo, I think. Top lane, they're going to look for K1 again. The toss back, the Inkswell. I feel like I've seen this before. I'm not entirely sure where. But this,
trying to give it to Slark.
Seems like deja vu.
Yeah, Slark, we haven't been talking about him because everyone else has been doing stuff. He's just been quietly farming, but he has been farming very well. Top of the net worth, right behind Meepo. That's kind of expected against a Meepo, so very good for him and starting to get involved to start grabbing this early Agi.
Yeah, honestly, this really quick Diffusal is fantastic. He's got the Mage Slayer queued up next, which will help with the good amount of magic damage that's coming through from the side of Heroic, but also just give him some more essential stats to play around.
Doesn't look like Heroic feels ready to fight yet. They're just going to give up that tier 1 and have Meepo trade for the bottom tower. Though they are fortifying, they might go to defend this. Still half this tower left.
No TP on Tiny though. He would have to portal. So it looks like
they'll
just let it go.
Yeah, looks like it's just gonna be a trade then.
I think K1 has his Echo Saber now coming out. Yep, Voidstone's on the courier, so he does have that. Mid lane, Avalanche, the toss back to the high ground. Schofield in a really rough spot. Does get the Cold Embrace off, but the swap to save Tiny, the Inkswell, doing some work. There's going to be a Winter's Curse from KJ, but a lot of this fight, space was just bought by these supports. The Soulbind doing a ton of work. As Illich and Slateums both get out. No way. Wow, that swap and Soulbind just did a lot of work for Boom.
That was pretty close. The Heroic almost managed to find some big kills there. But it looks like they'll at least get the tower since we didn't finish the kills, but those heroes are too low to fight back. I'm just going to grab another tower here. I think they're going to feel okay with that.
Yeah.
Especially now that Meepo's almost got his Diffusal. And he was hitting the Slark during that Winter's Curse. Can't do damage, but you could burn his mana off. And next time this happens, now that this Diffusal is done, you might burn enough mana from Slark that he won't be able to use his ultimate.
Yeah, he got really low. It's like the amount of burst damage that Heroic has is pretty substantial. So Slark, once he gets to his Mage Slayer, which is done, he needs to get to his Aghanim Scepter just to tank up a little bit more. And then we're going to see a potential Slark that Heroic has to be very scared of. But for now, I think he's feeling a little bit scared himself as he's going to just kind of farm in the safer areas of the map. It is nighttime now, though, so he's got plenty of bonus night vision to play around. Top lane. You see them make a play here onto Illich. The missile just doing a ton of damage. The swap to safety here for Panda. Great call down, though, from Schofield. Dude, well played. They will trade for Divine Llama. As Bakaz looking to find more here. Does manage to get on top of the gyrocopter, and he's got I mean, he's still got the Shadow Dance, the Soulbind coming through. Can they actually keep the Meepo held down? The Mega Meepo does come out, and now Bakaz needs to run. Gets away for now. Slatem's trying to pop the ult there from the Abaddon. Nearly gets it, but he will survive. I mean, that's a 2-for-1, and honestly, Slark getting these permanent Agi stacks, it's pretty worth it for him. He's also got a lot of Essence Shift at the moment.
Yeah, that 27. That's actually some of the earliest stacks I've ever seen at this stage of the game. Grab a Wyvern kill as well. All right.
I like the tempo from Boom.
Yeah, Boom is looking in a pretty good spot. It's always scary versus Meepo in this early game stage, but Slark having a very good start. Tiny and Centaur have enough tools to start these early fights as well. They still have to be careful. Meepo, you know, he's one of those heroes. One winning fight is something that's very different. But they have another like minute to go before he can grab his shard and become that much harder to kill.
Oh, what a swashbuckle and a Rolling Thunder to come through. They will be able to finish off Knight thanks to the missiles because under the cover of the Shadow Dance, but the Chainstones are there, the nets are there. They're gonna get him because will fall on the Slark finally. A great bait there from Schofield to start this fight.
Was he baiting?
I think he just went in, you know, like for the, for the sake of it. He's like, come on, guys, I'm gonna get the Grimstroke, and then they, I don't know, maybe overcommit to try and kill him, but Schofield's a gamer, dude. I'm sure he knew. He was like, oh, guys, I'll bait this. Just go.
Oh, for sure. Once the fight works, you were baiting.
Yeah, 100%.
Definitely worth it. Getting the Slark kill, quite nice. We did see the Pango. The benefit of the Pango there, you can stun in the middle of the Slark's ultimate, so couldn't get out of there.
It's like the fight goes bad, and you're like, guys, you should have just backed. What are you doing? Like,
yeah,
you know,
I'm just a position for just a support. Yeah. Abaddon's getting close to his Manta. It's going to make it so much easier to silence people up. Echo Saber Manta pretty much means like you hit once, you pop your Manta, like they hit once. Like it's practically an instant silence.
Yeah. They do have a good ward up here that's scouting this Roche, and they know about it. KJ can put a sentry down. They're holding off for the moment. He ends up putting one aggressively. So this ward is giving them a lot of info to play around. And Boom, honestly, with Stampede, Inkswell, they have the Shiva's Guard done as well.
Baiting.
Baiting on Pakaz here. Wait a minute. He's fine. The smoke wraparound here. If they happen to find the support cast, that is the best case scenario. But instead, they get the Wyvern, the Avalanche, the toss. Can they finish off KJ in time? They do. And Schofield's just going to get ripped through by the Slark. Now, can you get out of this fight if you're heroic, or do you want to take it? You got the Shadow Dance out. Analog on the run here under this Mega Meepo. K1 losing his health, but they're going to try and turn around. Rolling Thunder doing some work to toss out. They're like, get Pakaz to safety. Divine Llama, the roll in, does connect on to Knight, but he's in pretty deep by himself. He's going to try and reconnect with his team.
Illich has 18 stacks. He's feeling strong.
I mean, he can. He should. You got to be a little careful, though. No Stampede, no Blink on the Centaur quite yet, but Slatims is looking for an opening. He's going to go in. He gets the Divine Llama. Pangolier thinks well's there, but they get the Cold Embrace off of the Winter's Curse. Going to be pretty disastrous here in the fourth. Time to try and buy him some time. He gets up onto the high ground. Great stomp in from the Centaur onto 3, and Analog's going to go down. K1 trying to chase after Slatims. The Soulbind here onto Schofield's going to latch the Pango onto the high ground as well. K1 falls. They've got to get out of here because looking for an opening. He will find Schofield here on Panda, get swapped. The missiles and that rocket barrage are going to do some work, so he will fall. But Slark, he's got his eyes set onto KJ, and this is going to be free essence shift for the Slark, up to 37 stacks. And a massively won fight here for the side of Boom. This is everything that they wanted. What an incredible stomp from the Centaur War Runner, without a blink, mind you.
I think he's heading over to Roche with this many stacks.
Yeah. I mean, you should.
Yeah, great work by Slatims that fight. Kept finding such good pickoffs to start that off. Taking out Wyvern is pretty much the best hero you could grab. So, yeah, just broke open the fight for them, set things up. Like you said, that allowed Centaur to just run in. Huge stomp.
I mean, that was double buyback on your supports, too. So
Yeah.
mind you, Schofield just diebacked on an Ancient camp.
Oops.
I don't know what happened there.
Baiting.
Just baiting. I mean, I think he was stacking it for the Meepo or something, and then maybe the Meepo like poofed and they re-aggroed or something. I don't know. But unlucky. They'll take up the Tormentor in this time, so K1 gets his shard. Actually, a really good shard. I love this one for the Abaddon, as Meepo and Gyro already have theirs, so.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, Slark lost his stacks now. He is at 9 permanent Agi, but you see he's kind of a lot weaker here. So even though they have Aegis, I'm not sure if they really plan to just run building to building, or they're going to play a little slower, because I do think Slark is the best late game carry here, like if you survive through this Meepo timing. So I think you just be very careful with the fights you take. I think you're already in a pretty decent spot. I know it's only 3k, but it's against a Meepo, right? So kind of in the same way Alchemist, right? Just a small lead is actually huge against an Alchemist. Same with a Meepo, who is an equally fast farmer, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, your Slark is the highest net worth hero in the game. That is the literal best case scenario, and Slark loves these like big tanky heroes. Things like Meepo and Abaddon. He's like, that's fine for him as long as he doesn't get silenced or controlled up, which he is going to go BKB next, and I think that's entirely correct, because the way he dies is just to Manta illusions from K1 that just like perma silence him when he dies. But once he has BKB, he can very easily just stand his ground and fight against these guys, and the tankier you are, the more essence shift you're going to hand on over the Slark, and that is scary.
What is the second timing for Heroic now? Because the game plan is definitely take first Roche with Meepo.
But that did not happen.
Yeah, so I guess, are they just going to farm up during this time as well? Go for the second Meepo?
You could, for sure. I think you play for Disperser maybe on the Meepo. You did happen to just finish up the Manta, and Pango does have his like Blink Mage Slayer done as well. Oh my gosh, Illich with a 2-hero stop and a great Stampede. They've got the Wyvern as well. They're just dying one by one outside the base. Okay, because it's time for him to get to work. The Shadow Dance is out. He's just going to stay on top of this Abaddon. The chain stuns are there. Net after net coming in from the Meepo, but he does not care. Avalanche toss. He's got his hands on another one. Mega Meepo will pull him to safety. Okay, I take back everything I said about Heroic maybe being able to take a fight with these new items. They just caught them on the low ground stairs. That is ridiculous.
No fear from that Centaur. He just jumped straight in under the tier 3 when the tier 2 is still up. That was a fantastic catch.
Dude, he did so much damage, too. He did 4,300 damage on the Centaur in that fight. Just the immediate Shiva's Blink Stomp. He got how many double edges? 3 double edges, 2 stomps here. That was ridiculous.
When you double edge someone who's soulbind, do you take twice as much damage?
Yes.
No wonder why. He suddenly dropped so low. I was like, I don't think that's heroic doing that damage. Where's that coming from?
No.
From himself. I see. Yeah, I thought he was going to die at least for that, but Panda with the swap. We've been seeing a lot of great Venge players in South America. Very, very good with the swap saves.
Yeah. So the best reason why this hero is and should continue to be played as a support and only a support. Unless you're like doing some like interesting offlane stuff. But... Oh, Slatums gets the Wyvern. He just sees the Splinter. Okay. Wow, that is a lot of damage.
Dead on arrival.
That tossed did 450 damage because of the Shiva's amp.
Boom gonna be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, I mean, you have full control of the map. You have an 8,000 gold lead. Your Grimstroke is enormous as he's queuing up an Aghanim Scepter. Has the 4 staff already done. I don't think it's... Top lane. They're looking for K1. Stampede's coming through as well. And with Slatums being here, you just save that Avalanche for the escape. And there it is. First life comes through, but because just stacking up the Essence Shift, man. He does not care. Aegis will get claimed as the chase continues, and there it is. Gets the kill. 34 stacks. They want to fight if they can find it. Slatum's looking for an opening. Avalanche off the mark, but KJ needs to be careful. In comes Pakaz. He still has the battle, or the Shadow Dance, and he's going to use it. Able to get away for the moment, but the pounces continue, and KJ is going to go down. Double kill now for the Slark as Slatum's still looking for more. He's going to find Schofield on the gyro. There's going to be the ink swell up, and they just take him down one by one. Slark sitting on 225 agility right now.
That is absurd. Absolutely absurd.
Level 18 now as well, so 3rd point in Shadow Dance, and he's closing in on the... I mean, like, these types of stacks are ridiculous in a regular game of Dota, but once you add that 20 talent on there as well, you get the extra Essence Shift per stack, or the extra agility per Essence Shift stack.
That's going to be so good.
Dude, I mean, yeah, 225 agility. Imagine having, like, an extra, like, 50 on top of that.
Yeah, this Abaddon and Wyvern, like, that's why it's really nice for Slark. Like, you can steal so many extra stacks. Usually the hero just dies and you stop stealing, but these two, you just go and you go and you go. And right now, Boom is doing a great job of finding these smaller fights, getting some stacks on Slark, and then recognizing he is super strong right now. Let's just keep going. And that's where Slatums is stepping up too. He keeps finding individual heroes and tossing them back.
I mean, the Dire, the scan comes out. They're going to be able to start this fight, though, as Centaur stomp after stomp. There's going to be a great Winter's Curse, as he is still getting stacks from this on Pakaz. And there's your Stampede finally coming through. Analog on the Meepo will get the dig off. He's got one still standing, though, and it's going to be Pakaz who brings him down. Backside of the fight, they're trying to TP out on Schofield, but gets tossed away instead. Slatum's Avalanche does connect, stomp onto the Gyrocopter. Pakaz, he gets the pounce up onto the high ground. He finds the Pangolier, and another pounce comes through.
48.
No way. You can't deal with this Slark at all. You can't.
You think we're going to see Meepo again?
I mean, I think if you let a 24-pick Slark come through, you might.
This is a very, very good performance from Boom. We weren't sure. They had looked shaky in that previous series. You know, sometimes doing well, sometimes not doing so well. But this time, coming in very strong. I don't know what they talked about during that break they had, but they are here to play. They want to go on to Birmingham.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, the thing is they're just baiting with the Slark because Pakaz feels so damn strong. And that fight starts, Centaur just pops Shiva's, blinks in, gets like a 3-hero stomp, double edge, and just like completely turns the fight immediately. It's like he gets Winter's Curse, doesn't really care all that much. He's got tons of armor. The Slark still just stealing Essence Shift from his ally, which is kind of funny, but Yeah, that is a brutal fight from Heroic, like just back to back at this point it seems.
At this point, I'm not fully sure what Heroic can even do, because I would say, oh, it's Wyvern getting a really good ult and, you know, starting the fight with like a free kill. But actually, like, ulting a Centaur next to a Slark, like, I thought that was gonna be it, but was not quite enough because he's so tanky. So yeah, I don't know. I guess you gotta ult one of the supports next to the Slark and the Tiny, like the Venge or the Grimstroke, but that is very tough to do.
Yeah, Panda's positioning has been so good this game. He's also got Eye of Vizier and a Force Staff, like Grimstroke sitting on a Force Staff. Like, these guys are not easy to get to. And, I mean, we're seeing it here, just Boom playing exceptionally well here in this game. And they're going to smoke up. Look for something Slark. Yep, there he is. Going to get tossed the smoke over to him. It is daytime now. They had a good ward, scouting some heroes on the backside as KJ would be a great find. He did finish up a Blink Dagger on the Wyvern, though.
They scan it. Well, actually, I can't tell who scan that is.
That's the rate. Well, they're both Radiant scans. So they scanned the high ground on the right side and the triangle. Ooh.
Ooh.
Slatums just runs in, actually misses KJ, but there's going to be the Stampede as they're going to try and follow this one through. And with the Stomp, the Toss managed to close the gap, so they get him. And Slark will find the Winter Wyvern trying to hide into the trees. It's going to be enough, but not long before... oh, okay. A little bit of unlucky Force Staff there, but...
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
They've got all the tier 2s. They'll just go for the Roshan, I imagine. Pick up all the items, I'm sure. And then... I think you can just do the same thing, right? Just send the Slark into the tower, continue to bait him. But he has the Aegis now. So, is it really a bait?
It's just confidence at that point.
Yeah.
Slark clears up the top wave. He'll take the portal back to bottom, meet with his team for the Roshan most likely here. As, I mean, if you're Heroic, I feel like you're going to feel pressured to try and fight for the Roche, but I don't know how you do that. They have a ward here that sees Schofield, and they just said, screw it, we want to kill people instead. Schofield Force Staffs himself up to the high ground to try and get the B ward. Oh, no. Well,
he doesn't even have a sentry, though.
Yeah, they can't, and Slatums goes in, Avatos is up the Abaddon, who dodges a lot of this damage, but Centaur once again with these stomps, a great Winter's Curse, this one catching the Tiny. They're getting some space, but a beautiful swap out, and here comes the BKB from Because. He's looking for more. They're crumbling on the side of Heroic. The Violama stunned up as KJ just getting beat down by the Slark again. They will chase for this K1 Abaddon. The Stomp is there. He gets executed. The Violama comes in, but just gets tossed instead. 5 for 1. You can't deal with Boom. Their team fight is just too damn strong.
Structures are fortified.
Fast he's attacking. 36 stacks, but now he has a talent, so it's even more agility than before. Slark, not usually the greatest Roche taker, but becomes much better once you have this much stolen agility. And then who built this Vlad? Yeah, we got the Venge Vlad. Man, he's got so much extra damage. Look at this guy.
Yeah, Vlad's with the Slark is super cool. It's like something you don't really think about, but when you just steal 144, they just give... oh, this banner, okay. I was like, when you have 144 bonus agility, it's just like, oh, that Vlad's goes a long way.
Yeah, Vlad's Venge Aura. It's like free amplified damage rune, practically.
Wow. Amazing here from Boom. Looking to close out game 1 here as they have the Aegis. Because just going to try and take the Tormentor. Not easy, actually.
Not that strong, Because. Hang on. You gotta wait for their team together. Like, this is the only way. Like, I think we're just kind of like going through the motions, and it's good for Heroic to play it through, right? Make sure the enemy plays it correctly, close it out. But they really need some severe mistakes from Boom to throw this game where it's at. You need to give a free Winter Wyvern's Curse. You need to be like scattered, so not all your heroes are there at the fight. I think it's really hard for Heroic to win any straight-on fight, like even the high ground. Of course, I say that, you know, there's the high ground you can always throw, but I think if they play it safe with Slark poking at it with the Aegis, they'll be okay.
They are messing with them. They know that there was a ward there, so Illich comes on over, grabs it. I love the fact that he grabs the overwhelming blink this early. Instead of like waiting for anything else, it's like being very efficient with his item slots, and overwhelming blink is a lot of burst damage for this guy.
Scouting ult. Slateums? Oh my god.
My god.
He was there and then he wasn't Ricky. That was amplified damage and Daedalus, right? Did he still have the amplified damage rune?
Yeah, I think it was there. He hit him for 1,255 damage on one auto attack. Plus a Nemesis curse. That is so funny, actually.
I love the way Slateums is playing this game. Like, he sees the Gyro scouting with that ultimate, and he's just like, okay, I know exactly where Gyro can be roughly standing to be able to use that ultimate. He just goes for it without any vision. And Gyro's on the other side of the defensive barrier. He's like, oh yeah, I can be here, right? Just deleted in a second.
Sometimes you just get bonked by an angry Colossus with a tree.
Yeah. He's got this Daedalus. It's gonna get even scarier. It's picking up an AC. I thought he would go Aghanims as like further late game guarantee against this Meepo, but you know what? If you just have even more powerful single target, like Meepo is still weak to that as well.
Yeah, and also Slark has a Disperser coming out. Unfortunately, his Courier seems to have died, so not only is he missing his Disperser, but he's missing his completed Scotty as well.
Oh,
so he's got like almost finds another victim, this one being the Winter Wyvern, but really good response on the Arctic Burn there to get away. That was close.
He does not want people split pushing, and he can threaten them on his own because of the great game he's been having.
Yeah. All right, here comes Slark's Courier. I was like, this dude's literally missing like 5,500 net worth of items.
It's crazy. You see Scotty and Disperser finishing. Here we go, minute and 30 on Aegis.
He just backpacks the BKB, saving for his next life. Slateums here does find K1. There's gonna be the toss back into the stomp. He actually Manta dodges it. Beautifully done, but a swap out from Panda. And here goes Pakaz. He's off to the races here on the Slark, just doing some work. The Stampede as well coming through. Slark just trying to stay on these heroes. They do manage to pike him away, but a good stomp out from Illich. Where's your Winter's Curse? They can't find him. He turns attention on to KJ, though Curse finally just to save the Wyvern for the moment as Slateums will pop his BKB to run, but will Slark actually stop for now? It doesn't look like it, as there's an avalanche, a toss in. K1's gone. Analog trying his best to hold his own ground. Will pop the dig. Great soulbind onto Dune. A stomp from Illich to just take them both down with a double edge. Now K1, he's back into the fight. He has no ult for 11 seconds, and Pakaz just trying his best to bring down the people. Slateums just bonks him, takes him down. He's gonna buy back. That's a dieback on your K1 Abaddon, and GG's come out.
Looking for more. 58, 60 stacks.
Give him 69. Oh, there it is. Rampage for the Slark to end the game. You love to see it, man. Dude, that Meepo's first death, he took like an 1,800 damage crit from the Tiny. Oh my god.
Slark at the end there has like 700 damage and like insane attacks from all that agility. What a fantastic performance from Slark in the game.
Yeah. I mean, I believe this draft is like we knew it was going to be a very good Slark game, and Pakaz is one of the best Slark players out there. So give this guy a good game, and he will absolutely carry your team to victory. It's not just a single-man show, though. Slateums from the mid lane, Tiny, absolutely crushed it. Illich played amazing on the Centaur, getting some really good stomps, and you can't, like, undercut these supports. Both Knight and Panda played incredible games. This was a whole team effort.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder if this goes back to the draft. Like, don't get me wrong, I love seeing Meepo come out and like, oh, we got you, like we Meepo'd you. But I wonder if they got ahead of themselves with that, because they actually had a pretty decent draft. But to pick Meepo, they had to then flex Pango into the off lane, and that that is kind of what started Slark having just like right off the bat such a great lane. It like honestly like yeah, you can support, you can go like I'll be fine versus an off lane Pango. So the support's able to go help Tiny have a good start. They're able to find some like early kills. Like maybe they just don't even pick Meepo and it would have gone better for them.
Yeah, it's possible. I love this. I'm super excited to see Boom get themselves a win over Heroic. It's not like this is a bias thing or anything. It's just Heroic has 2-0'd Boom and they 2-0'd Beast Coast before getting here. So they were looking untouchable. I was hoping that we're going to have a competitive grand finals, and it absolutely looks like we're going to have one. So we're going to throw it to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with game number 2 of Boom versus Heroic in this best of 5. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a little bit.
I saw you riding on the train today, and I tried to figure out a way to stay close. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again, again, Hey, I heard you like me in a different way. No way. There's nothing in the world that makes me stay away. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again, Takes by their money to foster change. Takes by their time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire wasted on something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, I didn't give it. Ooh, what a true. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. What a truth. No one talk now, I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud, I get it safe from it. What a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light, and everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they love you, lady, funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this why this sound flow, hey, gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too close, I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this, tell them that my pockets too swollen, they already know I'ma flex with a bag like this, like, I'm at the top and that's literal, I'm making money, it's digital, they watch how I step in, it's pivotal, they wanna be me and it's pitiful, I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me, there's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees, way too cold.
more before
10 seconds remaining.
you grab that Alk, right? These are just 2 support picks. But
5
maybe
seconds
they're
remaining.
thinking of something that's weak to the Alchemist and the TA. These are 2 heroes that come online pretty quickly, good physical damage. So wondering if there's something in Heroic's mind that they've preemptively banned these heroes, perhaps.
That's kind of what I'm wondering, right? It's like maybe there's like some mid lane hero that they want to pick up here that they are protecting. Ember Spirit's already banned. Yeah, Meepo? I mean, I think Meepo does fine against TA and Alchemist. That's the interesting thing. They're going to get rid of the Faceless Void as well on the side of Boom, which I think is fine. That hero is incredibly strong. No reason not to. We might see Heroic go back for a flex pick here at the next phase. Typically, they do that with the Gyrocopter, but if they've just been running it as support, so it's becoming a lot less of like a, oh, are they going to run it as a carry? Like, you know, not necessarily the case this time around. And you're already showing the Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah, Doom looks really good here for Boom. Okay, Primal Beast, actually another strong hero that you can flex to the mid or the off lane. For support, Primal Beast used to be a thing, but we're really not seeing much support Primal Beast anymore these days. So most likely mid or off lane here.
Yeah, I think he's just too good as a core. Like his items are the items that you can build on core Primal Beast now are just like so strong. There's really no reason to get rid of it.
Yeah, it might be a bit annoying playing into that Venge though. That swap, able to interrupt a lot of your stuff, and then actually Mars can do it as well until that BKB comes up.
Yeah, I love this pick a lot actually. Really annoying hero for the Primal Beast in general, but great against the Hoodwink as well. So I'm curious what you're gonna pair this up with, because you see things like Mars Techies is pretty common. The Hoodwink was one of the other ones that you see a lot times with the Mars. So likely we're just going to see the 4 position here that brings a lot of damage to the Mars arena. You could even go for something like a Phoenix or Snapfire, but we see Snapfire a little bit less often. Unless it's like an Undying or a Phoenix Egg specifically you're trying to counter, right?
Yeah, Mars will also... they have run Vengeful Spirit as a 4 support, and that is a lot of physical damage in that lane if you are playing with Mars. So that could be a nice lane.
Yeah, I think Venge Mars is perfectly fine. You could pick the Phoenix for the 5. It doesn't give you any like flexibility in the draft. Like you're looking at this, you're like, okay, this is exactly where we're playing these heroes. Like maybe you flex the Mars to mid if you get like a really bad like carry or like offlane mismatch. But there's the Phoenix. I love this. I think this is super cool.
I wouldn't mind seeing the Snapfire from Boom. Grimstroke also could be good. Ooh, AA.
That is a new hero.
Yeah, he's going to prevent that healing. Combos with this Primal Beast and Hoodwink, you can further amplify their magic damage, right? Primal Beast, very likely to build that Shiva's. You're going to have Ancient Apparitions W and then Hoodwink's Boomerang. Like, it's actually a lot of magic amp there.
Yeah, I guess the other idea too is like if you get your BKB pulverized on a target, you just ice blast that target and they are going to die. The only saving grace you have is the Venge swap, which is a pretty good way to save heroes because the all damage barrier does prevent the shatter from Ancient Apparition, you know. So we'll see what they do with this. This is like a game where you can buy like Glimmer Cape and you're feeling very good.
Oh, definitely. I would love to see another stunning hero, whether it's mid or off lane, depending where you flex this Primal Beast. But I'd love to see a little bit more help to land these Ancient Apparition ults. Sometimes, you know, if you only have that Primal Beast ult, that means you can only ever work with Primal Beast. But if you have another hero, so gonna grab Troll right now, lanes well against that Mars, kills that Phoenix Egg nicely for you, and I guess he has Ensnare, but it still leaves open that mid or off lane flex, and I do hope whatever gets picked will work with Ancient Apparition's ultimate.
I like, I mean, in general, I just really like the Troll. I think this is just such a cool pick. It's overall just very smart into the Mars. But again, Heroic do have the ability to just pick their core matchup here. If they really want to pick something that actually plays into the Troll Warlord. The question is, what would that be? Slark is terrible in this game. It is not good into Primal Beast or Ancient Apparition. Luna doesn't seem too bad. Other heroes are like the Juggernaut or I don't know. Interesting though. We'll see what they end up doing.
Could you run Wind Ranger? Or is she going to get nuked too early?
Who is it?
Wind Ranger?
Bloodseeker.
Oh, forget that. Bloodseeker.
Okay, one's Bloodseeker. I mean, it's great into the Primal Beast. I keep it's one of these heroes that like I forget about a little bit because we just don't see it that often. But K1 is pretty much the only person that runs it, and he's been having a lot of success. So we saw Pakaz do this earlier as well and completely crushed his game. So
5 seconds
yeah, it's a little scary into Ancient Apparition, who could prevent all your healing, but you are such a race car zooming around that it's a little hard to land the ultimate. All the more reason that I hope this last pick will give you some kind of stun to be able to land the ult.
Well, they get rid of the Tiny. Tired of Slatem's doing that. I like the Zeus ban. A little bit interesting.
It could be a great way to start the fight, like Zeus ult to scout, but also just get everyone low so that Bloodseeker just starts the fight buffed up from his passive.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's really funny. Like, you just Zeus ult, you find one more hero, bolt them, and Zeus, and like your Bloodseeker's running with a ton of bonus move speed and damage. Like you said, it makes it really hard for Ancient Apparition. His ult also makes it really hard for Primal Beast to get on top of him and find his like pulverize. So get rid of the Coddle as well. That's been an analog staple that he has been playing in the qualifiers these last few weeks, but will not make it through this time. I'm curious if this is going to be mid Primal Beast or the offlane Primal Beast. I think more often than not, we've seen it mid, right?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I would say so, but they'll have the last pick to decide. Yeah, both teams could potentially be looking for their mid here, which actually, starting with the first phase and all the way till now, so many mids have been banned out. All right, Puck still here. Not the greatest catch from Boom. Primal Beast, sure, but it's tough until you buy a Blink Dagger to actually catch the Puck. So Puck should be able to move around these fights. Coil should be very good versus Primal Beast and Troll Warlord.
Ragged Knight. It's already banned, though.
5 seconds remaining.
The Tiny ban makes way more sense here, right? Like, seeing this Puck pick, it's like the Tiny ban was a little bit of a question mark, but do you want to just run the Primal Beast mid and then just try and pick something that's better into the Bloodseeker at this point? Because like you said, you are definitely lacking catch. I don't know really how you fix that with these heroes that are remaining in terms of dealing with Puck. Maybe you just ignore the Puck and try and kill the rest of the team. I don't know.
Whoa.
Boy, that is a dead hero. That, I mean, it has to be comfort pick for Slatems, but Void Spirit, in my opinion, is like a completely unpickable hero in this patch.
I think he's definitely on the weaker side. I don't think he's as bad as like super unpickable, but lower tier for sure. I mean, this used to be like the matchup, Void Spirit versus Puck. So maybe it's going back to that. Like, he feels very comfortable with that. And then, you know what, later in this game, if you get swapped, if you get ruptured, Mars Arena'd, like, Void Spirit has multiple ways to get out of that, dodge, egg, stuff like that. So, I mean, I get it, the hero itself here, but I do agree, right? Like, in the meta right now, he just has not looked that strong.
I think my biggest problem with this hero is like, there's no good, he doesn't scale. Like, he really just doesn't scale at all. Unless you're snowballing and you are like up tons of levels and gold on your mid lane, which typically doesn't happen because he doesn't really win lanes anymore. Yeah, it's like this hero ends up just falling flat from most games that I see because he doesn't farm it super fast. He would love to build things like Veil Shivas, but you have a Primal Beast already who's going to build Veil Shivas. So your build is going to be like Witchblade into, I don't know, Yules or a BKB or something. And then you have like a non-scaling damage mid laner, which just feels really rough. So I don't know. I will see if Slatims can make this work. He looked very good last game on his Tiny. So if he manages to take down Analog's Puck, I will be thoroughly impressed. But with this draft, I love Heroic, what they've got going on here.
Yeah, I think Puck should have a pretty solid game, and Puck has looked really good. I'm really liking this like Parasma Aghanims in that late game. It is so frustrating to deal with. I think if they go late, they should feel... Well, I don't know if they want to go that late. Troll is very strong at that stage, but mid to late, you know, that kind of like in between, I think they should look pretty good there, especially if Bloodseeker gets a strong start.
Yeah. They didn't smoke on Heroic, so I don't know if Puck's going to get his ward where he wants in the mid lane. He will just continue to orb through, though, so maybe he still makes it in time. All right. Not a bad one.
They're beelining at top. Are they going to grab this Hoodwink? Runs into Schofield now. They're trying to cut Hoodwink off.
I mean, he could try and Blood Grenade him, but yeah, with the Llama being below, Blood Grenade does not connect, but they're just not leveling any or using any of their spells. All right. He's out. The trick just run away. You did force Scurry level 1, I guess, which is very good for a Heroic, but you would have loved to get the first blood as well.
Essentially cost a Blood Grenade to make Knight start with Scurry. I guess that's okay.
I'm surprised the Llama didn't go for God's Rebuke and just, you know, let it rip there. But
yeah, I thought he might take like either the spear or the W, but maybe just not feeling great about it.
The battle begins.
Okay, he will open spear anyway, and he grabs the bottom rune.
Ooh, fast fingers. So they'll get 3.
Very nice start. All right, so he is going to open double bracer on the Llama's Mars. I think anytime you're playing against a strong lane hero, things like the Troll or the Juggernaut, stuff that's good into Mars, even Lifestealer, for instance, you just go this double bracer phase boots, and you just try and sustain the lane and rely off of the last or like the physical damage from God's Rebuke if you need it. Mid lane, it's the Void Spirit versus the Puck matchup. This one, I am again going to be very interested to see how this ends up going. I think the first few waves should be fine for Slatims.
Really?
Early team fight should go well for Heroic. I mean, we'll see how the lanes end up going, of course, but between Coil, Egg, Arena, right, they should have the tools to pick up these early team fights. And then Boom instead will, you know, they've got a very good pick-off style with this Ancient Apparition, Void Spirit, and Primal Beast, just like trying to find one target. So out of the laning stage, I think that's what we might expect to see, but Divine Llama actually
he just
drop.
He like tried to snipe a range creep with the spear and just it whiffed completely, and then they just walked at him with a blood grenade and he died. Yeah, he just got way too low. One of the downsides of going like spear opener versus God's Rebuke is you can't really put much damage into this troll. So you're pretty much entirely reliant on the Phoenix using these fire spirits, and unfortunately for KJ, he has not connected on many of them. So it is been a pretty free lane for the Troll Warlord at the moment.
How do you feel about Troll versus Bloodseeker?
I feel like it is not bad for Troll. I feel like that's a pretty decent matchup for the Troll Warlord because you rupture him. If he gets low, he can just battle trance and run away. Like if he doesn't have a target, you just battle trance and you just run and you just don't die, which is kind of cool. So you can use it as like a defensive tool.
Mm-hmm.
But
I feel like
overall, it's a good matchup, I think, for Troll.
Yeah, I think in that 1v1, Troll definitely wins if they're similar farm, but it's more like, did Bloodseeker get any other kills prior to that, or like how's the rest of the fight going? That Bloodseeker comes in like really strong, and can maybe take that fight early before Troll picks up a bunch of stacks from Fervor.
All right, well, the lanes are a little bit, the top lane's a little bit more passive than I would have expected, I think, but we're picking up some levels here on K1, so he's got a second point in Thirst, and as these other lanes, well, I mean, to be honest, bottom lane's going to be just fine in terms of HP, I think, for the two of them, so he's not going to get a lot of value out of the Thirst. This game is what we saw earlier, the safe lane Bloodseeker just had tons of bonus movement speed thanks to really aggressive lanes.
Mm-hmm. Both mid laners getting close to 5. This matchup really changes around level 6. Like whoever hits 6 first is a big deal. You suddenly gain kill threat over the other hero, especially if like any of the supports come in. Right now, looks like Void Spirit's actually got the lead on that side.
Yeah. Nice kill top lane here as they bring down Schofield. Just a quick little bushwhack. I mean, they have for a while have been trying to like cut down these trees, but they started respawning, and at that point, you're a single bushwhack onto a support. You're probably dead with a Primal Beast. Yeah, Slatums is doing very well mid lane. I'm a little bit surprised. I didn't think it would go this bad, but he does have a pretty substantial damage advantage, like almost 20 over the puck. But like you said, a lot of it will come down to what ends up happening at 6, either the one hero killing the other or a potential rotation to one of these side lanes.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Dude, bottom lane is going great for this Troll. Oh my god. Because is 28 and 10.
Yeah, Troll a very scary laner once he starts going. And like you mentioned, missing some of those early fire spirits. He's picking up steam. Got his phase boots pretty much here. Oh, actually switches his mind. He's gonna get power treads.
Interesting. I haven't seen power treads often on this hero. I wonder if his plan is to go for Maelstrom over the Battle Fury, maybe. But we'll see. He's gonna go Battle Fury.
All right, 6-minute runes. Both mids have their ultimates. We got 2 supports here. Okay, Phoenix is on the way as well. It's about to be a party.
Dude, party in the mid lane. 6-minute rune. It will be top, and it's an amplify damage. Schofield, he's just gonna die.
Bye, Schofield.
One more astral step. Yeah, there's nothing he can do. So. Nice pick off there.
Making a good case for himself.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the lead at the moment, and Amplify Damage Void Spirit is definitely scary this early, as those double Astral Steps can be super scary. Top lane. Oh, I saw some TPs. They get the nice bushwhack on the K1, but this guy is quick, man. Wow. I did not expect him to be that fast. Just phase boots enough to get away.
And Schofield, in the meantime, is going to try to use that space to steal the Wisdom rune. He's going to stun this Hoodwink.
Oh, yeah,
Bushwhack
that's
off the mark.
Yeah, that is a nice one for Schofield. I mean, he's going to die for this. Trample eventually will finish him off. Maybe he can get a cheeky deny, but no.
Nice try.
I mean, getting that Wisdom Rune is huge. And of course, KJ getting the other one for on the Phoenix, so both of them will go the way of Heroic.
Fortunately,
Definitely behind
Boom's
in
got
gold, but
4 kills, so
yeah.
I don't think they're actually going to be that far behind in experience this time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, not at all, actually. Their supports are doing great. Panda and Knight actually pretty much dead even with the other two. Phoenix here might be in some trouble. Was trying to find their ward. He ended up getting very unlucky. It is like 1 pixel off. So he'll know, all right, ward's on the bottom side, I guess. 8-minute rune will be a haste, and that one's going to go to Slateums as well. So he has been getting very good RNG on these runes.
K1's here with the Rupture.
This is nice. Yep, onto Because. He does have a point for Battle Trance, but the Spear ends up doing a lot of work, and he's going to just try and turn around onto the Bloodseeker. He's fine.
Actually not a lot.
He's not even dead. All right, he's going to have to pop it now as he will turn on to KJ. And with that, great Spear out from Devi Lama. Can Pakaz keep himself alive? He'll get dragged back into the Blood Rite, and they do finish the kill, but now it is Slateum's turn. He will look for Devi Lama, and that will be a quick 2 for 1.
Right, managing to get a kill out of that before falling. Not too bad.
Void Spirit's about to potentially find Schofield. Yep, Remnant on out. Does get the kill. Knight assisting. So, I mean, Slateums is doing quite well this early in the game. His top net worth on this mid-Void Spirit. We'll see if he can keep that momentum going, because, again, it hasn't been a hero that has looked super good at the moment. He's got the Mage Slayer queued up. Maybe that's all he needs is a Mage Slayer.
You could have said that about almost every mid hero in the game. That item is just too good. Coming mid with another Rupture, perhaps?
Yes, indeed. Void Spirit needs to be careful. They're going to TP in the Primal. He should cancel. Yeah, he will. Okay, good. I was like, he needs the XP top. That being said, they now know there is no Primal.
Yeah. I mean, Void Spirit's pretty good at dealing with Rupture to begin with, so that was kind of a hopeful attempt, especially considering he was like under his own tower to start. You really do want these early Rupture kills to get your game going on Bloodseeker. He's not the fastest farmer, and instead actually dying now too.
Yep, just a solo kill. Pulverize and 4-point trample. He tips him. He's like, you don't have Rupture for me, homie. I'm going to kill you. He just soloed him completely. I want to see Death Summary, what exactly did all the damage, but I love that it's broken.
I actually can't believe it's 9-1. Okay, it just turned to a 2K lead, but like it's 9-1, and I feel like they're winning all the lanes, and it's only a 2K lead. Where's the money coming from? Huh? Are they getting like every bounty rune? Or is it like the D wards? Maybe. Lead's not as big as I thought it would be, I guess, is the end point.
Yeah. You right indeed. Where are we at level 6 times? So both supports on Boom have their level 6, so you need to be a little bit careful here. They are looking for Illich, but Rupture's not going to make it out in time, and that's where that level 6 advantage makes a difference. You have that swap, maybe you get that kill, and instead they're looking to wrap around. They saw the Hoodwink for a second. K1 able to dodge it out, but Ice Blast is ready to rip. It connects, and K1 just gets executed. Looking for Illich, though, on the Primal Beast, though. Quick kill. As Puck will look for more. Searching for Panda here. As he will find him. Drops the coil. No TP available, obviously. And that will be a freebie. Double kill now for the Puck, helping his game quite a bit. You need space for this Bloodseeker, it seems, though. He is struggling.
Yeah, dying first in that fight, pretty rough for him, especially because in the meantime, Troll is just free farming down here. So it is a nice kill. Nice, you know, double kill for Heroic. We'll have to see if Bloodseeker can catch up.
Good steal on the Power Rune there. All right, where are we at on Devi? He has got the Soaring heading towards the Blink Dagger. So the Mars having a an okay game, not amazing or anything, but didn't get shut down too heavily by the Troll, and will still get to a relatively good timed Blink Dagger. For Illich, though, he has that Veil of Discord done, and he is looking for a Blink Dagger now himself. So he's got a little ways to go, of course, but we'll get there.
I want to see Heroic get together. Maybe they're feeling further behind. Like I said, I'm surprised that it's only like a 1k difference, but they do have these strong ults. The Arena plus Egg plus Coil. I kind of like to see them getting together and try stuff. Mage Slayer just delivered for the puck.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Maybe
that's
waiting for the
pretty
blink
good.
on Mars.
I mean, I feel like he's still got a ways to go, right? He's still like, 470 gold away. But all right. I mean, just the gold lead kind of just staying where it is. They brought it back for a moment after a kill, but it is kind of just stabilized around this 2k. We're going to see Boom actually be the ones that smoke up here. After Slatums does finish up his Mage Slayer. Of course, you got the ultimates available on these supports. Looking for their opening. Just barely missing Schofield and Devi Llama. So that is a unfortunate wraparound, but maybe they will find him. Look, they're pinging out an area. They want to put a deep ward here, scout something here.
Panda. Is Panda the one in trouble?
Yeah, Panda is going to be the one that's in trouble.
Devi Llama moving in here, though. He might get jumped as a response, thinking he's safe now.
Ooh, I mean, he can drop that Arena. He will just send the spear out, and Schofield comes on in. Slatums can just walk away, though. Interesting. I thought he might like Arena and try and spear to get some damage out, but
at least he didn't die. I thought he was gonna die, and I was gonna feel bad, right? Getting an AA kill, but losing the offlane as a response. So you'll take that. It does give him the blink. Schofield maybe going too far though.
Yeah, nice pick off. Hey, this is a little bit interesting. They smoked up here. I thought they were gonna go for this fight top with Coil and everything, but they will just walk into an Ancient Apparition. Arcane Rune gets popped, and Panda should go down. Does happen to get the Ice Blast off. As Analog, is he gonna shatter here?
Wait.
Oh, he is. He's dead. Illich snipes him on the onslaught back in, as KJ now has to run away, but Slatums gets him barely
Max range
at the very edge of that Remnant, and that will be a double kill for the Primal Beast. That was such a weird smoke. Like, they go in initially, like they want to go fight top where, they saw all these heroes, and then they just back towards mid. And they turn around. Well,
yeah,
let's see what happens. Devi Llama.
It's like a few seconds too fast. Devi Llama had his blink, like he just got the money. I feel like they should have waited for that. He has it now. How long? Egg? 70 seconds. Coil's up though. Coil and Arena might be enough.
I mean, you just
Slatums
coil
is a
and
hard
spear
one.
him back. Oh,
Ooh.
no.
Okay.
The miscommunication.
Yeah, not quite ready for that. But I think you could go off that, like knowing you just forced Astral Steps out. Maybe you could still try to find a kill. Panda. They keep finding Panda, but he's actually like the least important one they want to find.
Yeah. Radiant Scan comes through. He will find Slatums here. Ends up just dropping a ward. But they're going to turn their attention to this mid tower. With Illich here on the Primal Beast, I think you need to be a little bit careful. They do have the Arena and the Spear. He will be able to send him into the wall. And with that Sunray, more than enough damage to help finish him off. K1 joining the fight now as well. They're just all tipping Panda. Toxic. Find Knights now. Nice swap back right into the puck once again, as Pakaz needs to be a little bit careful here.
It's level 14.
I was gonna say, what?
He's like, guys, I caught troll. Okay, never mind. There's the back out.
Wow,
yeah,
he is
a good
14.
call. That is still a very nice series of events for them, picking up several kills. They definitely needed it. They've brought back this 2k deficit, but Yeah, I think we just caught a glimpse there. That troll has been free, right? While all of this is happening, he's been farming away. He's very high level, closing in on this BKB. You should have it like at maybe 19 minutes. And that's pretty scary.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a troll that high level at this point in the game before. That is very scary. His XP per minute is 715. The next closest is 500 on the Bloodseeker. Yeah.
Just because things.
Yeah, just because things, really.
There will be a window before that BKB's up as Arena's about to be back. Like, if they wanted to try to find him and burst him, like, in that puck silence, I think that'd be really good, but they are not in the right area.
All right, let the puck start this off with the coil. We'll see.
Use his spells.
They got him this time. And he will go down.
Nice, that's a good find. He's honestly a pretty tough kill to get, but since he was farming, he actually, everything was literally on cooldown, so a little unlucky for him.
Wait a minute.
They do find because.
He will spear back the troll. The chain stuns are there. They got him.
Oh.
Beautiful find. Great pulverize out from Illich. You still have the egg. They will commit it. It's probably he's gonna onslaught to try and get to safety. The stuns are out. The spears pins him against the wall. This is a great win here for Heroic as Divine Llama sends him the tip. Oh man, the Ice Blast. We'll touch on that in a moment as K1 taking down the Icicle himself. Oh man, the Ice Blast actually missed the Venge because the pulverize took him like the Z-axis where it would have hit.
That's
like
insane.
The sphere like just barely missed. So Schofield didn't get hit by the Ice Blast.
The Z-axis in Dota is so funny. Like, it exists, but only for a few things that it matters. But like, it can lead to stuff like this.
Yeah, like the Ice Blast is a sphere, right? It's a globe, right? So he was like on the corner or like right on the edge of the Ice Blast, but then it like he got lifted off the ground and it just missed. Oh, that was so wild.
These last few minutes have been really good for Heroic. Troll is still scary, but getting that kill, that was right before BKB. So very nice. If they want to do that again, they have about 30 seconds. So I doubt it's going to happen next time they try it. He's going to have that BKB. They're going to be very careful about how they approach it.
Puck is so farmed actually now after these series of fights. He is working towards his Aghanim Scepter. He's got the Blink, Mage Slayer, and his Shard completed. They do see Knight. He has a Haste Rune. This is a very dead Hoodwink. He will get the D-Ward, but you are not getting out of that one, sir. You will eventually just burn down to the Mage Slayer.
Coil for the solo kill. That's what Hoodwink's telling the team. Like, oh, don't worry, guys. He coiled for me. It's okay. It's worth it.
Yeah, I think you're perfectly fine with this. They're looking for Cause mid. You go for it? Okay. And they see the BKB. They're trying to just put some harassment damage into him.
Yeah, just trying to bait something out of Boom, but Boom's not biting.
Tier 1 tower top still standing, actually, as creep wave is coming. This 21-minute rune is really important, and Schofield is here set up for it. They're bringing in the Void Spirit as well, the Primal Beast Deeping. They're like, nah, man, we will fight you for this. And Slateums. Oh, he does get it on the Schofield. And Arena Sphere dropped. Arena dropped in the background, just takes down the Primal Beast. This is a perfectly good fight, and KJ will get a great high ground egg. He's just continuing to sunray up these heroes. Divine Llama just sustaining through all of it. There's going to be the BKB. Analog gets on top of Slateums. Can they finish the kill? He gets rooted on the puck. Oh, that is looking rough. Slateums dives up onto the high ground, does end up falling, but sets up a kill to KJ. You know, the BKB on Troll paying off in the best route you could ask for. Getting the puck. A 3,000 gold victory there for the side of Boom.
K1 unfortunately just over on this side farming, so has no way to connect to that fight. I kind of feel like after that Wisdom Rune steal attempt,
you just leave.
Well, I guess, yeah. I mean, they were already going the Primal Beast. I don't know if they could have gotten out after that Primal Beast, but maybe committing egg like kind of baited them to stay. Like, oh, maybe we can get like another kill or something. But instead, they all just end up dying. And unfortunately, it's to the Troll as well. So he's picking up tons of gold there. And Bloodseeker feels like he's just been playing catch up a lot of this game, which is not the position you want to be in as a Bloodseeker.
Yeah, that's true. I will say one thing that was a little surprising is like, oh, wait a minute. The Tormentor, is it gonna go? Thought I was gonna kill the supports. They do get a nice shard though. Divine Llama's 2-hero spear can be pretty game changing in certain fights. I will say the difference I'm seeing with Heroic is, yes, your troll is really farm, but let's look at the gold now. It has been in favor of Boom this whole game. Even after that fight, they're sitting at a 3,000 gold advantage because your Puck and your Mars are scaling, right? Whereas your Void Spirit and your Primal Beast are definitely starting to struggle a little bit. Probably's dying in every single fight, right? Just getting Arena speared, and he can't actually do anything because he has no BKB yet.
Yeah, Void Spirit is finishing the his Aghanims. It's delivering right now, and that will be a very good item this game. The AoE silence, very powerful versus pretty much everyone here. Like Puck does not want to be silenced. The Phoenix and the Vengeful Spirit, they don't have any ways to deal with the silences. BKB is almost done on Mars. I think it actually is done. It's like being delivered maybe. And there is the Manta on Bloodseeker, so maybe those two don't care as much. But the supports and Puck are going to struggle into this Aghanims.
Yeah, I think Puck has to be the one who doesn't get caught. This last fight, he made a little bit of a mistake of just jumping onto the low ground to try and finish the Void Spirit. And he just like jumps right next to a BKB troll, right? Basically is what it was.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
He's just going to try and keep his distance a little bit more, I'd imagine. He's almost to his Aghanim Scepter, which is, you know, amazing at dealing with these supports. He can just basically coil Ancient Apparition or Hoodwink, and they will die. Like, that is... There's just not a lot that you can do about it. So the Puck scales super well. We'll see if he manages to... what he manages to find here as this game goes on. But Troll Warlord soloing Tormentor as expected. But has to go back to the base and then get the Tormentor for the Hoodwink. So Boomerang online. Puck pops an Invis. I like this, actually, because they are smoking directly to him, and he is under the cover of an Invis rune. As long as he does not break this...
Yeah, they actually have no detection if they were to run into him.
He's trying to just finish off Panda, and he's going to be able to, I think, with the burn. But yeah, here comes the Ags reveal from Slams. Great swap from the Venge, saving Analog. Oh, that was going to be a very dead Puck. The Arena, the Spear out from Divine Llama. Slatums, he's burned all of his cooldowns. He's trying to get away. He needs one more second, but will he make it? The Rupture from K1. That is the sign of death.
Man, it's always funny seeing people die to Rupture off of some mobility spell. They just, like, instantly die.
Dude, I cannot emphasize how huge that swap was. That Puck was 100% dead.
Yeah, fantastic swap. Like we said, there's been a lot of great Vengeful Spirit players on these SA teams.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, with that, Analog has his Aghanim Scepter done. He has a Shield Rune bottled up as well, so he feels a little bit stronger now if he wants to take another fight. Divine Llama hiding in the trees here. Maybe thinking about messing with Pakaz a little bit, but instead they're going to look top, looking for Knight here on the Hoodwink. As he does pop the Glimmer, but there is going to be some dust available. Trying to bushwhack or sharpshooter himself out of this one. The TP. I don't know if he's going to make it. Oh, they got Yules.
I think that... Oh, no, that's
He
Bloodseeker.
doesn't
I thought
have
he
his
just
evasion
got that.
talent yet. Dude, KJ? He almost died, actually. Wow. That was very close. I mean, if he had the evasion talent there, he might have lived, but has instead opted for bushwhack cooldown now.
Which I can understand. You want as much as catch as possible against like a hero like Puck and Phoenix. These mobility spells, try to lock them down. So yeah, I can understand wanting that talent.
Yeah, I agree. All right, what do we got going up next here? Mars queuing up the Shivas for his team. Is it, you know, I mean, that makes sense. You don't have anyone else who wants to build it. You could argue Phoenix could, but it'd take way too long. He's got a Yules, and so he's like, I'll get a Scythe of Ice eventually, guys. Don't worry about it. Ice Blast is huge. Sometimes you just forget this hero is in the game as you haven't seen it very often, so you'll have to wait out the Ice Blast now. Smoke up from Boom.
Dire's middle tower
They have a good ward sentry here, actually revealing a lot.
Drawing the wraparound,
well.
but they're going to run right into Primal Beast.
It reveals the smoke, actually, as it will break. You do have a nice ward on the backside by this fountain, so which team is going to get the better of these initiations? They see Pakaz.
That'd be
If
a
you
huge
coil
catch.
swap,
Bloodseeker's not close yet, though. They need a few more seconds.
oh, the smoke popped. They found Venge, actually. He's just dead on the backside.
What?
He's all alone, and Puck now in a ton of trouble. We'll get the Johns away at the moment as the Rupture's going to hold Illich in place. The Arena trapping both the supports on the backside. The egg gets dropped as well. So a 2-for-1 at the moment. Divine Llama will get controlled up. The Bloodseeker trying to offer some assistance, but I don't know where it's going to be. A good Yules. The coil comes through. The damage coming through from this Axe is quite a bit, but Pakaz on the troll does beat through this Mars eventually.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm really confused because honestly, I feel like Heroic had the perfect vision for that. How?
Yeah.
I was looking at that, so I didn't quite see Venge walk over on this side, but I'm not sure why Venge and Bloodseeker are over here when I feel like the key target was they were all right, like they had the perfect sight of the Troll Warlord.
Yeah, it's like Blink Spear into like Coil Swap even. Like you have multiple ways of stunning him before he gets BKB off, and you can rupture him through all of that, right? So there's a lot of ways of killing off this troll, but that was just yeah, unfortunate for Heroic, and that's just gonna not only be a super botched fight for them, but a free Roche now for Boom. Troll gets his level 20 as well as an Aegis, so that extra armor and Berserker's Rage goes great for him.
Okay, now you got this Aegis, so they are they're not actually like, it doesn't feel like they're that far ahead, but Troll does feel very scary.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how confident they feel like poking buildings and high ground with Aegis, or if they're still just going to be like extremely careful, just look for a couple fights to like actually grow a lead.
Well, pick off onto Schofield there. I mean, he just likes this section of the map a lot. I wonder if he was just going for a D ward. I'm not really sure. I mean, this ward sentry in this lane literally won them that whole engagement. Bottom lane, Rupture comes out onto Illich. He's going to go for the Pulverize, and an egg comes out immediately. But the Troll Warlord just BKBs, focuses it down. I mean, Pakaz has nothing left, though. And he's fighting into a Mars. Gets speared away. The coil on the backside will trap the rest of the team. But can you bring down this Troll? Doesn't look like it. So Puck will be forced to get away. It's a 1-for-1. The Phoenix for the Primal Beast.
That's really good egg placement on the Arena. That's why that combo works, but not against the BKB hero just hitting the egg point blank.
Yeah, if you're melee, you can still get it. Ranged heroes can't, right? Like, the attack always collides at the wall, doesn't it?
I don't know if it's always, but the positioning is like extremely finicky.
Okay.
So it's very difficult to do as a ranged hero. But Troll,
I see.
fortunately, one of the best for that. You get to pick what you are. So yeah, he's able to just kill the egg, and it actually kind of looked okay from there. But I think the rest of his team arrived in time to make sure he gets out, and it would have just been his Aegis as well. I don't think they had the damage to kill him a second time.
That's true. So Maelstrom finished up on the Puck now, so also gets lucky with an Enchanted Quiver drop, level 18 now, so the 3rd point in Coil. I mean, he is scaling, that's the thing. Rupture top lane will catch Slateums as he just tries to get away, and he will be able to. Hoodwink is doing some serious damage now, as she's pretty much becoming like an extra core at this point, kind of catching up to our Primal Beast. Does have like the Mage Slayer Glimmer Cape and the Eye of Vizier. Very good jungle item for him as he's queued up a Lotus as well. Lotus has been one of those items that we see a lot against Bloodseekers, right? If you can reflect the Rupture, it's pretty devastating.
Yeah, yeah. Bloodseeker himself, someone who just sprints around in the fight. So if he's ruptured, that's a huge pain. But you can also throw it on like any of your cores going in the front, and that way, if there's an aggressive swap, you actually just like end up in the exact same spot. So
True.
pretty useful versus multiple heroes here. And then as the game goes on, we actually even see like hexes queued up from KJ and I think he's got one. Yeah, Divine Llama's also got one queued up, but he's gonna finish the Shivas first, I imagine. But yeah, once you have the Lotus, that helps a lot to protect versus some kind of single target late game, right? We see a lot of abyssals and hexes usually.
Mm-hmm. K1's build a little bit interesting. He's got the casual robe, so that makes me think he's going to try and finish the Diffusal maybe before going for the Mjolnir. Schofield, bottom lane here, walks right into the hands of the Troll Warlord and a sharpshooter. Going to be held so Knight doesn't steal a kill. All right. Nice little pick off there. They will smoke immediately, though, and they're going to look for more.
I'm really amazed how even it is.
Yeah, right? 24-21, no gold lead.
Yeah, it doesn't
XP's
feel
dead even too.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that way. It feels like one team or the other has had the advantage, and right now it feels like Troll, like he's so strong. I feel like Boom should have a bigger lead, but yeah, those other cores aren't quite as farmed. But maybe if you find Mars,
That's
ooh, BKB piercing.
baby.
Let's go.
Yeah,
grab this Mars kill.
Very big. He's not getting away now. Well, baited by an arcane rune.
Good items from Primal Beast this game. Started with that Veil because it's so strong, but recognized he needs this BKB and Blink to actually play the game versus these heroes. And he's actually even going to get that Linken's too, so he can't be ruptured and swapped to interrupt his own ultimate.
It is a very good Linken's game from both teams. There's going to be a rupture onto the Hoodwink. He's running up through the high ground. They got plenty of vision of him, though. Nice bushwhack. Oh, BKB comes out. All right, they will miss on the Ice Blast, but with the rest of these heroes here, Schofield realizing he's definitely dead. So, no Mars yet. He's still dead. One thing to note, you are closing in on the level 25 talent here for Pakaz, and that is a massive pickup.
Going to be very difficult to kill him. Send him over to get that Tormentor.
Another Tormentor.
Yeah, who else still needs a shard? We got Rock Throw.
For the twins.
Doesn't even need to ult. I love the Satanic pickup. This is so good for him.
Actually, so hard to kill him right now.
So K1 did go for the Diffusal, and he might just be going for the Disperser straight up, actually, as opposed to going for that Mjolnir. So a little bit of a different take on the Bloodseeker. We see a lot of people rush the Mjolnir on this hero, as it is super good at helping you farm. What's the Disperser for this game? I'm like really trying to figure that part out.
Maybe it's the evasion or the mischance from Whirling Axes.
Maybe.
Or like there's a silence too, the Resonant Pulse AoE silence. You could potentially remove that for a lot of teammates. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not fully sure either. I mean, it is just a really good item. So yeah, maybe just wants that. And there are several things he could then defensively dispel. Not fully sure either.
Radiant are scanning.
All right, 3k gold lead for Boom, just slightly pushing their advantage. Sladums hits his level 20, so he has the slightly larger Dissimulate, which will help him a lot against Rupture, right? And he has a Linken's queued up as well. How many Lincoln/Lotus Orbs are we seeing on the Radiant? So we see one on Primal Beast already. We've got a Lotus queued on the Hoodwink, I believe. And a second Lincoln's being built on the Void Spirit, so good stuff there. Troll Again, level 25 has the Lincoln's block there, so hard to grab him. Good ward sentry drop once again in that same spot.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And it looks like they're just not willing to try and take the fight. Roshan still dead for another minute, so Heroic kind of getting lucky on that one.
Yeah, it looks like they've already given up on it. You see the core starting to push out the other lanes. So should go to boom, but they will have to wait 40 seconds in this area.
I mean, they have a good ward here. It is scouting, so they actually know the Rosh is not up. If Divine Llama gets this Panda, like Ancient Apparition to start the fight, that's pretty good, I think. And he's going to go for it. Does manage to pin him away. Holding the arena for now as the Ice Blast does connect. The Pulverize coming through onto the puck. Analog swapped the safety for the moment. He's got to buy himself a lot of time. Rupture does come through. There's going to be the egg dropped in Pakaz. He's already ulted. He's got to try and bring this egg down. Illich will finally help get it, but Analog, he's back, ready to fight. He's looking for more. Illich will just BKB TP on home. Pakaz, can they kite this guy out is the question. The arena dropped on the backside, but the puck is gone. It is 3v3, but Divine Llama about to die as well. They just can't get anything.
It looked pretty close when Troll and Primal Beast were at that egg. Is looking like Heroic might be able to take that, but with the egg going down, Bloodseeker did not feel confident staying there 1v2 on his own. Yeah, and from there, Boom's going to guarantee the Roshan. They're going to get themselves a cheese.
Man, that was so close. I really thought they were going to like get the Primal Beast there on the egg, but yeah, I'm surprised he backed away. You know, it's like he gets the kill. He gets a lot of heal back from it, but you're right. Troll maybe just a little bit too scary.
I kind of wonder if he had to try it though, right? Because like you lose that fight, you lose Aegis, and it's just the game's getting harder and harder. I wonder if he should have just gone for it. Which is easy to say now in hindsight that they lost the fight, right? But like maybe you just have to risk it there. I missed how many stacks he might have had on him though. Maybe there were stacks on him.
Disperser Bloodseeker is kind of sick actually, since he does not have a movement speed cap. Wait a minute. This is pretty cool.
I didn't think about this. Better not rupture himself on a Lotus.
Yeah, just instantly zooms to death. KJ, he's actually still pretty far from that sheepstick he's got queued up. Does have the level 3 egg now though, so maybe that'll make a difference in some of these fights, but the Troll attacks so dang fast, and if he's able to stay on top of the egg, it's probably dead.
I think if Troll is on the egg, you're dead. Whether you have the 18 talent or not. So it's about using the egg away from the Troll, and then maybe it'll be enough.
She's on the Void Spirit as Troll Warlord. I mean, they saw him just walk up this way. They're kind of holding the high ground at the moment.
Heroic has superior vision here.
I mean, that's not a bad fight if they can start it. The Rupture does come through. He's going to immediately BK. You've got a great Bushwhack into the taunt. The Ice Blast connects onto 2. You've lost the Bloodseeker. You're going to lose Divine Llama in a moment. Oh, nice spear away. It does send him far enough to survive as Analog's looking for an opening, trying to bring down the Primal Beast on his own, but can he do it? He's actually just isolated completely, and he will fall as well. Oh boy, what a disaster for Heroic. The Bushwhack from Knight just sealing the fate of Heroic here, it seems, in game number 2.
I think... I don't know if it was a misclick, but I'm pretty sure he swapped Primal Beast instead of Bloodseeker there. But the Lincolns had been popped, so I think that's what he was going for. But I'm pretty sure the Void Spirit used his Lincolns on the Primal Beast to protect that Pulverize, and it worked. It ate the swap, and so then they could secure the Bloodseeker kill.
Yeah, I mean, he got Bushwhacked, Ice Blast, he got taunted from the Resonant Pulse, and then Yeah, Onslaught just comes through to finish it off, and at this point, Troll Warlord is going to make quick work of your base. There are no buybacks on the side of Heroic. They have no
Look at 'em
fortifications
go.
left. And just like that, 2 heroes respawning, no egg for 30. Mars does have his arena, but what do you
even
do
if they
with it?
leave, it's 2 minutes on Aegis still. They could just come back, take another fight.
I mean, he could look for a swap back, but he just goes in, tries to find the Panda Ancient Apparition. The coil, it ends up connecting onto the backline, but is that enough? Inside the base, they get the Troll's first life. Swap will pull this Divine Llama Mars to safety, but he's still dead. K1 comes in, gets the Rupture out onto the Primal Beast. They're doing some good damage here, but because he wants to chase them out, Schofield, just on his sliver of HP, will end up losing his illusion, his first life. His illusion wills come back, does have a swap available, but ends up going down. Because still standing strong, has the BKB, has the Battle Trance, and he's going to get to work on these tier 4 towers. He wants to end this game, but can they do it? No Rupture for 40 seconds, no Vengeful Spirit, and no Mars. Your last hope lying in the egg of this Phoenix, most likely, as KJ, he's going to go for it. The egg is out, but baby, he just goes right for it.
Egg is gone.
And should do it. 4 dead. GG is called, and Boom will take game number 2.
Well, that was not what I was expecting going into this series. Heroic had been looking so strong, but Boom seems to have been ready. They came in game 1 ready for that Meepo. They handled that. Game 2 here, they had this Ancient Apparition ready for Bloodseeker. They seem to have some answers prepared.
It looked pretty cool. I mean, the Troll Warlord, again, just having a really good lane to start things off, and it's just in the hands of Pakaz, who... there was a moment where we were looking at this game. He hadn't really been involved, and he's just level 14 to the level like 10 and 11 of the other cores, and you're just like, oh, this guy is going to be very scary, right? The Puck, I mean, it did okay, it did what it could, but I think that top Roche fight where they were just playing on 2 different areas, one with vision, one without, is literally where the game just broke in half for Heroic.
Yeah, we weren't sure about this Void Spirit either, but he had a great game 1 and managed to bring that here to game 2 as well with a hero very out of the meta. Something you'd mentioned, like they'll pull this out if they think the lane matchup's good and they have a vision for it and how it fits in the game. Like, meta be damned. I think Void Spirit's good here. He just picks it and he shows us, what he saw in the hero.
Yeah, it was like he just didn't die a bunch. Like, he finishes the game with only 3 deaths. Like, he has decent team fight contributions. Like, he's baiting out some spells and stuff. Like, he had some really sick Aether Remnants that managed to lock down some really important kills as well. So yeah, Slatem's making the hero look good, even when typically not really seen. Shout out to him. I will say, Heroic, this one felt like they just got a little lost. Like, they were kind of in the driver's seat of this game for quite a while. So maybe they'll revisit and see what they can do as we head into game number 3. But Boom is 1 game away from punching their ticket to Birmingham. So we'll see what can happen. We're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll see you here in just a little bit.
I saw you riding on the train today.
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire.
All the time I wasted on something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't care a bit. Ooh, what did you? Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey,
way too cold. Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this. This my designer flow. Hey, gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too cold. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pocket too swollen, they already know I'm a flex with a bang like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle that can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait, you can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a code, sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now. You say you got it, and I'm Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into them way too cold. Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. You're so cool. So stick around. You're so cool. You're so
Hey everybody, welcome back here to the ESL 1 Birmingham closed qualifiers. We are heading into game number 3 for the South American Grand Finals. It is Boom Esports taking on the side of Heroic. And so far, Boom are up 2-0. They are very close to making their way to the main event. I'm Cryptic here with Z Quixotics. And yeah, I mean, these have been some really impressive series from Boom.
Yeah, we were a little worried because they got 2-0'd before by Heroic, and then in that game versus Beast Coast looking a little shaky, but so far looking very strong coming in here. We were talking in the break thinking Heroic looks like they could have won that last game. There's that one Roche fight that maybe mis-executed on a little bit. So I wouldn't say they're out of the running at all, but it is going to be an uphill climb here. Now they're going to have to do the reverse 3-0 sweep to be able to get back into this and go to Birmingham.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct. I think there was definitely a lot of stuff going Heroic's way for a while, but that top Roche fight kind of broke their backs a little bit. Ended up just giving Troll a massive amount of net worth. They, couldn't really get back out on the map. They lose Aegis, they lose Cheese. It was just, yeah, everything that could have gone wrong literally did. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Let's go ahead and jump into the draft here for game number 3. See if these teams are doing anything different. Because honestly, Heroic, I don't think their formula is broken. It's just a couple small things in the game that needs to change. So we'll see the bans come through. Pango not going to make it. Ember Spirit banned as well as the Timbersaw. A lot of these mid lane heroes, man, they just do not want them.
Yeah, and maybe we jinxed him. We were talking about how Analog has been so consistently overperforming. Not that he's playing bad here, but we're not quite feeling the same impact from him that we felt in the previous series where they were able to, 2-0 a lot of their competitors on their way up here. So maybe these bans are working. They are taking out a lot of the heroes we've seen him play, such as that Dragon Knight, that Ember. Maybe Boom has found a little bit of an answer to this.
I am surprised the Centaur is through this time, and you know what? Boom, they get their Vengeful Spirit, which has been great. They will immediately ban out the Meepo. So I like this. You have 24th pick on Heroic, right? So it's not like you're going to... Like, the difference with the Meepo pick previously is you got the 24 pick of Slark, and that was just, like, the perfect game to counter out the Meepo. But getting Centaur as well as a Meepo, I think, would be a little bit too much for Boom to deal with. So changing up the bans here a little bit in Phase 2. How do you feel about the Centaur?
I think he's great. I think there's a couple heroes we can now look for. The Grimstroke to pair with the Centaur. We've seen teams, especially South America, sometimes let through some of these stronger offlaners like Doom and Centaur and then respond with an Undying. Earlier, we saw one of the teams try to preemptively pick Undying to protect their own like Centaur Doom pick, but I don't think you can do that. So I'm glad I see Heroic actually pick up a Lion here who can work as a 5 or a 4, and like it doesn't strictly matter what Boom picks. Lion is going to be good, but if you try to pick Undying here to protect your Centaur, but then Boom just picks like Enigma, for example, I think is what we saw in that other game, then like suddenly your pick's like lost.
I like the fact that they just ban out the Grimstroke, like you were saying. It's had a lot of success. Boom specifically know how good the combo is, as they've been the ones that have been running it. So they're like, all right, well, we've seen what we can do with the Grimstroke Centaur, so we're not letting that happen. So yeah, they just grabbed the Lion. I think overall pretty solid pick, like you were saying. I'm curious where Boom want to go with this though, because there's still a lot of heroes in the pool that you can pick from. The Nature's Prophet we haven't really seen at all in this series, which is kind of interesting. Okay, we'll go for the Enchantress. All right.
Yeah, I was just about to say, with all this focus on many of these mid lane hero bans, some of the supports that have been getting banned previously, like Chen, Enchantress, Nature's Prophet, they're coming through. So they're going to grab that Enchantress, and now I kind of see why. Enchantress being such a strong laner, you can pair that up with someone like Alchemist, who wants a very good start and can start farming like crazy. I believe we have seen Alchemist as a response to Centaur in the past. Centaur having low armor, Alchemist with that negative armor kind of like just gets by. Like sometimes you can win that lane, but even if you can, like you're farming, you're farming, and as an alchemist, you're happy with that.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's a decent response to the Centaur. I think Enchantress is strong enough 5 to probably make it work. For Heroic here, though, they get a little bit of time to think of their actual carry matchups. So we've seen a lot of heroes been picked into the Alchemist, particularly earlier. The Bloodseeker looked very good, as it makes this for the Alchemist just cannot run away from you, and Bloodseeker will win those, right-click battles. You always have options like the Faceless Void as well. So we'll see. Heroic have plenty of time to think about what they want to do. You don't really see your off-lane matchup, though, and so that's a little bit scary. You could do something safer and just grab the Troll Warlord for yourself if that's what you want to do. But
You want to get crazy? Run Centaur support? Pick up a Doom.
ooh.
Doom this alchemist. I don't think they'll do that, but that would be fun. That's technically the flex value of Centaur, right? But I don't think I've seen Heroic run this Centaur support before, so I'm guessing we may not see this. But maybe Heroic has to be careful they don't pick a carry weak to Doom because he is still in this pool.
That's a really good point. Yeah, you could go for like an offlane Doom here for Boom. There's the Nature's Prophet. I've been wondering when we're going to see this hero again.
Yeah, I was thinking he's a natural spirit vessel builder, great versus Alchemist and Enchantress. And Venge and Enchantress are actually weak to kind of like burst damage. So Nature's Prophet ult, fantastic for that. And speaking of burst damage, here's Sven with a physical burst.
That is interesting. I feel like Sven is abusable in lane for sure. So I'm curious if they want to try and pick something that just runs down the Sven or just kind of bullies the Sven in lane. I'm not really sure if it's going to be Lion or Nature's Prophet. Yeah, there it is. Okay. I mean, that is a lot of minus armor, dude. Alk
That is
Venge
pretty
Slardar
scary.
is a lot of minus armor.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how much Natures can do to give Sven a decent start, but it's a little tough because you want to rotate out as well to put on that global pressure we know from Nature's Prophet, but it does mean you're leaving Sven alone versus Slardar Venge. I guess as long as Sven has a couple levels, he is a carry with that cleave who can jungle decently early, but he can't do it too early, so
Yeah. Needs a little bit of levels. Needs like Treads, Mask of Madness, and then he can just screw off to the jungle. It does farm on equal pace usually with an Alchemist, given like a decent lane, given stacks and stuff like that. Centaur can probably solo most lanes himself. I think right here, honestly, I was gonna say there is the actual threat of an Alk going mid and then picking something like a Lifestealer, but I think for now they'll probably try and do something a little bit less greedy and look for some team fight and control from the mid lane. So we'll see the Kunkka removed.
10 seconds remaining.
yeah, a lot of mid heroes being taken out. Who do we even have left?
You do get the mid matchup that you're wanting on Heroic, like based on what's left in the pool. There is a Puck, obviously, but this is not a good Puck game really for either team. We get rid of Storm Spirit, so Coddle would have been great if it wasn't banned. Zeus maybe is an option, but get rid of Huskar. Okay, so what hero are you picking here? If you ban Huskar, you had to have a specific hero in mind, I imagine, right? Okay, it's Tiny.
Yes, a Tiny. Okay, we saw Slatums have a fantastic Tiny performance earlier. So maybe running it back. Tiny is very, he gets by in a lot of lanes thanks to his high base damage, and he is blindly picking here. Heroic can counter it, so going with a safe pick.
There's the
Zeus. Okay, Zeus has a lot of magic burst very early on to maybe just kill off these supports right away. Also has percent damage, which is very good versus this triple strength tanky core lineup. So a lot of damage coming out from this Zeus pick here.
I think the idea too is one thing that Zeus does really well is it kind of offsets some of the early aggression of an alchemist. Because like Alk wants to go ahead and fight, but Zeus is like, I don't really need much gold. I'm gonna do a ton of damage anyway.
Hmm.
So it's like it does give you something to work with. It's also a great scouting tool to set up maybe a centaur stomp or initiation. We'll have to see if it pays off. I mean, this is a make or break game for Heroic. Boom, obviously would love to just end the series here, take the 3-0 and go to Birmingham, but they've got to earn it now. Game number 3 is going to be a big one.
Definitely. And I feel like I'm saying this again. I feel like Heroic has a draft that can do it. I like what they've got, but this negative armor synergy, like if Boom gets through this laning stage, and they've been doing very well in these lanes so far, right? It's gonna come online. We're gonna see some heroes deleted, even though K1 on the Sven does bring some bonus armor to his team, but
Yeah, especially when he gets like his shard,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, you get hit by this wave of terror though. Slardar's ulted you. Suddenly this alchemist just blink concoction stuns you and then drops the acid spray. Like just a couple hits, you're gone.
Yeah, and you have some heroes that are not typically known as high armor, right? Like,
Yeah.
Centaur is super low armor, always relying off of his itemization, which is why he's picked up double ring of protection to start the game. Nature's Prophet is okay because he has really good agility scaling, but again, not a high base armor hero at all. So you're going to have to itemize to deal with this. Lotus Orb's most likely going to be some of the options here for these supports if you manage to make that happen.
I will say Centaur's new build does bring him a lot of armor. Like Veil into Shiva's, Phase Boots. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him pick up a Lotus Orb too. Right? Like there's actually something like a ton of armor, and it's a really good build on him right now.
Back to hell with you.
Very interesting. Nature's commits both wards into the mid lane. Enchantress is very good at rotating in, so maybe that's a little bit of the idea behind this.
Yeah, I'm a little bit because the one behind the tower there, or like off to the side, is not that common for sure. Yeah, maybe they're anticipating some rotations. Zeus is not as easy to gank as he used to be though, so we'll see.
Thought we might
Top
see them
side
block
here.
some camps.
Ooh.
That's
All
like a
right,
2-for-2
2-2 on the
split.
runes.
Yeah, I thought we
Nothing
might
too
see
special.
some like creep blocking or early camp blocking against this Enchantress to make sure. Pause here real quick. Oh, I see.
They're
The
gonna have to
ticket
remake
might
the
be
lobby,
wrong
it looks
because
like,
because Steam went down. It may have messed up with the
with the
ticketing of
lobby.
this game. Yeah. All
Which is why
right.
we don't
Well,
see
we can
the
just
team
talk
names
in
up top.
Theorycraft while they sort that out.
Yeah, I think they're figuring it out, but yeah, likely they'll have to remake the lobby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Lobby
was
configuration area. Yep. All right. So they're gonna remake. We're gonna do the same. So it shouldn't take too long, luckily. You guys could just stare at us for a little bit. Hopefully that's okay. Yeah, so I guess because of Steam maintenance, not only did it like kind of delay this game, but it took the lobby, or it took the ticket away from the lobby, and they did not realize until this bad boy started. So we're just gonna remake. We'll have them just instantly select their heroes. It should be very quick, so hopefully not too much of a delay here. Apologies for that, but yeah, we can talk a little bit about the theory crafting again if you'd like. I will say one thing that is interesting though is this did happen after the rune spawn, so I'm curious if like teams are gonna do anything different on their like initial ward placements and stuff, you know?
Yeah, because that's something I was thinking about is Enchantress is there to give this Alchemist a strong start, and I don't feel like Lion Centaur, they're particularly good at dealing with the creeps. So I was wondering if we would see any of, like, where the team smokes up, you block some camps, use like an observer on another small camp. I was wondering if we'd see that, but they actually committed both to the mid lane. Yeah, are they going to do that again now? Actually, I don't know. This is a little bit of the awkward part of remaking a lobby, because you did just go through that opening phase, and now you gotta decide, are we just gonna like do it again, or or try something new?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they kind of just stick to what they were doing. But yeah, I agree. I think if you're gonna play against the Enchantress, you do have to probably bring like an extra sentry to your lane. Try and get rid of those camps just so she can't bring those creeps on over. But I don't know. I feel like the lane should be okay for the Centaur as long as he doesn't get like too far out of position. Is if the Enchantress is allowed to just like click him over and over, the lane's gonna be brutal. But he did plan on starting double ring of protection, so he's not going to be in the negative armor under acid spray. So as long as the Lion's kind of distracting the Enchantress, I think he'll be all right. We're still waiting for the lobby to start. I don't know what they're waiting on. Hopefully it gets going soon here.
Before that Zeus pick, we're going to talk about something that's not related to the game fully maybe. I was wondering, is OD not good enough? Like, I feel like he ruined some people's games where you just keep astraling people, and it was like a triple melee core lineup. It was occurring to my, like, I was thinking about it, but then they went with Zeus, and I see the value of Zeus. But is like, where do you feel OD is in the game right now?
I was wondering about that too, because I've been seeing like multiple games here where I think I like in a pub I would have probably just picked like an OD or something, because it's just one of those heroes that's super annoying for melee, especially beefy melee heroes to deal with. So I don't know if teams just are not like valuing OD as a strong enough lane hero or what. Because it depends on how you want to play him. You can go like the max astral build from the mid lane. I think realistically, your best build is 4-1-1 and going just max arcane orb with like treads and a witchblade and just trying to like actually do damage. But yeah, we haven't really seen anyone grab this hero at all, which is interesting.
Yeah, I thought we might see him a bit more, but yeah. I mean, I don't have the answer. That's why I thought I'd ask you while we have a moment here. The lobby has started, so they're going to go through all the different picks again, guys, and we'll be back to the game within, like a minute or so here.
Yay! There we go. Yeah, I mean, they're just going to slug through all these really quick. Just an all-pick lobby, of course, is everyone's going to just repick their stuff.
Enchantress.
I think they'll do different wards. What do you think?
You think so? You could.
I think so. Because they did it last time, and they're like, didn't really get anything out of that ward that time. Like, let's try it again. Let's do something new.
I think you're right. I think the NP is going to do different wards. I think you're fine with that.
Here's the twist. He won't even TP this time. Ooh, Sprout start now. It's getting crazy. All right, where's he going?
Oh. It is a deeper
It's
ward.
new.
Yep. I think I like this one more. It's like, especially if you go TP level 1, it's like, why not put a deeper ward? So, yeah, I think this is much better. I like this one more.
Yeah, both wards a little bit different than last time. Did anyone start with anything new and crazy this time? I don't think so.
Centaur's got his double rings again.
Yeah, it looks like besides the wards, the itemization might be about the same. I'll tell you what, if one of them loses an early observer, they're gonna be pissed. Because I don't think anyone got the observers last time, right?
Yeah, I don't think so either.
All right, smoke's gonna end. They're gonna see Knight here in the mid lane.
A lot of pinging happening at the moment.
Last time I think Zeus had 4 branches to start.
What? You're kidding me.
Maybe not. I don't know. He's redone the math. You know what? Actually, Schofield gonna channel that Watcher, but just get out of here. Thanks to Observer, he knows they're waiting for him.
This time, though, they get 3 runes. Uh-oh. KJ comes
He's just TPing in.
Okay, they just got a first blood fight instead, going the way of Heroic. A much better start to this game. And a chain stun here onto the Alchemist. KJ will just stand his ground, looking to take down Pakaz. Honestly, Analog, they get him anyway.
Blood grenade.
No way.
Tree?
The tree toss from Slatums finds the kill. Analog held his points on Arc Lightning for a while there. But, well, 2 kills for Heroic to start this one. And the first blood going the way of the support.
Bottle for Zeus right off the bat, and yeah, Schofield getting some extra gold as well. That's gonna help because this is a tough lane dealing with that Enchantress, but he's already got boots on the way actually, so should have an easier time avoiding the creeps and the Enchantress just being faster.
That's huge.
Panda makes it back in just in time to block that camp.
That's nice. Oh, Zeus in the mid lane just gets solo killed by Slatums.
Slatums tiny, man. He's doing
the bottle
so
was
well
on the way,
hero.
but so he actually stalled out the bottle delivery to buy a Sage's mask, which literally is the difference of him living or dying there. So that is massive for Slatums.
Suffering from success.
Wow. Just, yeah. Just tree toss, tree throw, and then... Good stuff from Slatums. That's huge.
I mean, Tiny's going to be a big part of their playmaking, right? While you want Alchemist to farm, we saw it before, going that phase blink. He suddenly just comes online, had huge impact in game 1, and looking like going to be in a good spot to do it again here game 2.
Some funny stuff happening top there between the supports, but yeah, K1 struggling a little bit here in the bottom lane on this Sven up against the Slar. He's still CSing well though. Ten wand charges on this Enchantress. He is actually very scary.
Helm of the Iron Will has been bought though, so I think Devi Llama should now be fine going forward. That helm just makes you so tanky in this laning stage. The hard part is usually getting there, but off of some of that, you know, first blood shenanigans, got a little bit of extra gold, now some last hitting.
I like it. Bottom lane, some aggression here from the Slardar. K1 going through his last little bit of regen. Does have a healing Lotus though to fall back on. As Knight, oh, just happens to get the one tree he can cut through there. That is very convenient. All right, where's this mid lane? Because Slatums did get the solo kill. They're about even on CS. Slight advantage to the Tiny, but that is... Oh, I thought he was going to toss him to the tower. Okay, that's fine for Analog. But, that's, I mean, he's actually owning on the Tiny in this lane. Let's be real.
Yeah, this... People got to watch out. This Tiny... Slatum's Tiny.
Let's back up, grab himself a 4-minute water rune. Schofield and Panda have had a very funny lane stage. They have just been constantly running at each other, like throwing spells and stuff, and not really playing near the lane. I think overall, Pakaz is pretty happy with that. He is getting completely dominated in CS though. Like this Centaur is 23-8 to the 14-0.
Killing his courier too.
Did he actually?
These fast fingers though. He passed the boots off to Panda before the courier died, and so nice. Panda then finishes the courier's job. So at least he gets his item still. And yeah, the funny movements by the supports you mentioned. Schofield only gets to do that because he got that early boots. Otherwise, Enchantress would outrun him easily.
Ooh, Dalai Lama taking a lot of damage there at the tower.
Yeah, but thanks to his build, already at 14 armor.
Huge chainmail, Helm of Iron Will, double ring of protection. Yeah, that'll do it. Top lane, they're going to bring in KJ on the Nature's Prophet. The Stomp is there. They will bring down the Enchantress to stun onto the Centaur here as Pakaz, he's a little bit isolated, but in comes the Vengeful Spirit, trying to find the kill. They will grab him. Schofield's just dying to creeps in the acid spray. He's going to... he's just dead. Very funny.
My doms have no damage.
Secure it. So, that is very funny.
Pakaz is very happy with that.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be even better if the acid spray is what got the kill onto the Lion, but that was very funny. Lion's just like stuck in the trees there while these like 2 melee trolls just beat him to death. These are not the melee, the range trolls beat him to death.
Mm-hmm.
6-minute rune. It's time to bring the support. Slatem's in the mid lane. Gotta be a little bit careful. Nice avalanche here, but they're dumping out a lot of damage that they want to chase after him. Unfortunately for them, that rune is bottom, and they will just take down Schofield thanks to the rotation in from Panda. KJ will TP bottom to deny this rune. That's very nice. Body blocks here out from the illusion as well. That's good. Good stuff.
Nice illusion movement. Yeah, if Analog, he's so close to 6. If he had 6, that might actually be the Tiny kill. But that's the denying power of Tiny. Those 9 creeps lose all that XP, so yeah, gonna get to live through that and even pick up his own kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top lane? Wait a minute, where'd that Thunder God's Wrath aim for? Was it just... Okay, it was like he's trying... I'm not sure what he was aiming for, but... A little bit of damage into the Slardar bottom. K1's gonna pop the ult and go right for the tier 1 tower and just finally backing away here. They want Pakaz. They got Pakaz. Once again, Centaur proving to be a very annoying hero to deal with. His courier not gonna live through that one. But he got his phase boots.
Gonna be working on that Veil next. That's gonna be great this game. He can amplify your own damage, the finger damage from Lion, this Zeus, of course. Slatem's taking a couple shots at Analog. KJ here to help out.
It's just a little bit of damage. Yeah.
Yeah, Thunder God's Wrath being used earlier. Otherwise, maybe they could have pushed it a little further.
The 8-minute rune is going to be really big. Uh-oh, Sprout off the mark, the avalanche, the toss, the blood grenade comes out, a stampede to try and save him. As Schofield will make it up to the high ground, and they will get the D ward, and bottom lane and Invis gets picked up from Analog.
Slatem's not getting the runes this time.
I mean, imagine if he did, right?
Yeah, we've got Illusion and Invis. Invis is okay, but actually some of these other runes that I've yet to spawn are actually a little better for Tiny, so this might work out for him. Get a haste now.
Panda kind of regretting checking that high ground there, wondering. I think he was just going in to see if there were stacks, and indeed there are, so he will know about that at least. They have their own set of stacks here that Knight is working on, though. So they're making these, I'm assuming, for the Alchemist, who wants to clean these up ASAP.
It would be huge for Heroic if they... I mean, you can kind of expect these sort of stacks to exist, right?
Yeah.
With the Venge playing 4, and you've got an Alchemist and a Tiny. So actually, if they make a team movement to steal those stacks, I would love that. Like, bring the Sven, maybe the Zeus too, right? Or like Centaur. Like, there's a lot of heroes who could possibly do it, and you're stealing a ton of money and wasting the support's time. They like stack a lot. They're expecting a payoff when their team takes it, but you just steal it and waste all their time. All right, these are not the stacks I was talking about stealing, Divide Llama. They're actually over there in the triangle.
Hey, he has no intention of leaving top side of the map, it seems. He is very farmed here, closing in on his Blink Dagger. Pakaz, he's heading to the stack side now. He is hungry.
Yeah, he's gonna get him really close to a Sacred Relic. Clearing out this stack, he's getting kind of low. Doesn't have his ult yet.
Relying on the regen from the jelly and his stick.
Dire's top tower is under
Gets the
attack.
restack, of course. Dude, when
What
you
a
kill
player.
the like tomato and potato creeps, those things, it amps the whole stack so much. They get really scary.
Yeah.
Getting all that
Panda
bonus
in a
attack
little
speed
bit of
and
trouble
damage.
here. He's got 1 point in Nature's Attendance, though, helping him out here. Eating through all his
I was like, do you
consumables.
stampede? You do.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just wants a kill. He's not using it anytime soon, it seems.
You gotta put the fear in him. Can't let anyone up here. Teach them if they walk up here, they die.
I like this urn pickup early from the Nature's Prophet, looking for the Vessel, which we see a lot of the times for this hero. A smoke potentially to the bottom, but this is right under a ward, so they know that this is happening. And Knight and Illich, they could try and bait this out maybe. But this is lining up with the Phylactery finish up on the Zeus, which is really strong.
Oh, Nature's TPing up here. This is just out of sight this whole time. They go unnoticed. Oh, they're up here to steal stacks now.
Oh god, he's gonna go for it. Oh no, you can't afford to lose these! They're
It's
all
so
gone!
fast, though. It's so fast.
They're like, guys, we've been robbed. Thunder God's Wrath does come through to do what they can. Schofield taking a beating on the backside, but the Wrath of Nature doing some work. The Sven just disengages, gets away with stealing the biggest gold bounty on the map, and Avalanche toss up as the blink reveal comes out from Sladens. They do get the supports, but I feel like you've got to get a lot more than this. That was a 5-stacked Ancient Creep that this Sven just took from you.
Yeah, I guess, you know what? I guess they knew it was there, but they were just waiting for that Mask of Madness. And once he had that, he's like, yeah, we can steal this before they even react, guys. It wasn't quite that fast, though. They did get 2 support kills. That is worth it, though. I've got to say, pretty impressive by Sven. Like, even before that Ancient Steel stack, he has been next to an Alchemist this whole time. And Alchemist even had, like, that big hard camp stack that he farmed earlier. So just really effective farming by K1 down here, even into that Slardar counter pick.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd have the Radiance coming out for the Slardar, or I'm sorry, for the Slardar, for the Alchemist right now.
sick.
So, yeah, my offlane Slardar's got a 12-minute Radiance. Let's go. It's going to be great for the Alchemist to try and speed up his farm here, but at the same time, K1 does have his Echo Saber done now. So he is feeling very happy about his state of the game. Did he max Crush? He did. All right, so Illich can farm Ancient Stacks as well, since he did max out the Crush. Unfortunately, it's not stacking, so it's going to hurt him.
Llama sees it. He's letting Illich get a little low before he just comes in here.
With that Veil of Discord, Finger of Death, Wrath of Nature, and guess who steals the stack again?
It's so painful.
Oh my god. Heroic, man.
They're 2k up right now against an Alchemist. These stack steals are very painful for Boom.
Dude, that was like the biggest investment of the game for Boom, right? Where these like these two giant Ancient Stacks, and they are both mostly taken by Heroic.
Now, fortunately, while that was happening, Alchemist at least was farming. He didn't get killed in any of these invasions, so his farm is still looking okay. But if we look at the net worths, we see there's a big gap from the Alchemist to the rest of his team, who has been having all their stacks stolen.
Yeah, this is kind of the difference between, say, a Slardar versus a Centaur, right? Like, Centaur can get diff super early, especially with a Blink Dagger and Veil, right? But Slardar, you go for this, like, Mage Slayer, you'll go back for a Blink, probably. Then you need things like Aghanim Scepter. It's like, this hero needs time. He's essentially another, like, kind of a carry played from the offlane, almost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is the laning stage in the early game that we've seen from Heroic much more. Oh, I see. Analog. I just cursed you. My bad, dude.
Yeah, it's all right. Bottom lane, they have their sights set on Illich here, as he's got to be very careful. Oh, there's your Sprout block from KJ. K1's gonna clean him up. Pakaz is here on the Alchemist, as well as Slatum's Avalanche. Toss, I do have the Crows of Haze still working on the Centaur. Stun off the mark, but Lion sacrificing himself here for his team, so ends up being a 2-for-1 across the map. Ends up being really nice for Boom, grabbing that Zeus kill like you talked about.
Right before that, I was about to say, this is more of the laning stage that we had usually seen from Heroic. Just a stronger laning stage into some of these early plays we see, like stealing these stacks. They did just give up 2 kills there. At least they got the Slaughter as well. You can't play perfectly, right? Yeah, you got to lose some heroes here and there. But this is looking much better for them than the other 2 games.
Yeah, I agree. I also like K1's itemization that he's got queued up. It's just going to be BKB into Assault Cuirass. Like, realizing how value armor is going to be this game against this triple minus armor lineup. Eventually, obviously, he'll back for his shard, but the toss back, Pakaz, can he bring him down in time? It looks like it. Well, Divine Llama didn't have Stampede up at the time, does get it off now, but the swap out from Knight. You've got a Blink and an Avaltoss in 1 second. Slatum's, will he find his target? Instead, he's just gonna settle for the Lion. Well, that being said, the stomp from Slardar gets the kill onto KJ as well. So boom, they swing this game completely around.
These are some really nice kills they're finding. This Sven kill as well, very big. Well, I don't know. Like they'll still be kind of okay, right? They did just bring a lot of momentum back to Boom. I think Heroic's still at least in an okay spot, but yeah, I mean, this Alchemist was struggling for a little bit. Just got given the rest of his BKB through that fight.
Yeah,
so they might be able to push the tempo a little more now.
And I like the fact that they are kind of playing fast. Granted, I think that Sven playing that aggressive up on the tower is gonna be punished by Boom. Like, they just recognize, like, no, let's not let him just get away with this.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't even think the Slardar was there when he died too. It was just like the Avatars back into Venge and Alchemist, and they still managed to bring him down. So you add a Slardar into the mix there where Corrosive Haze is getting worked on, it's like, dude, that guy is super dead.
Yeah, there's a lot of chain stun, and because he got tossed back, none of his teammates were near enough to actually help him. We sometimes see, like, a big question for Sven's are whether you build Blink Dagger or not. I'm gonna be curious how that goes, because you're right, with the build he has queued up, very high armor, very high damage, but he is just going to have to walk in and hit, which is sometimes, like, you see Sven's just kited way too hard.
Yeah, he's gonna be relying on Stampede, it seems, right? Like, that, I feel like that's his only option. There's smoke in mid here. They have a hasted Zeus looking for Slatum's potential on the tiny. There's gonna be the Thunder God's Wrath to scout it out. Divine Llama with the Shiva's reveal, and the Finger of Death to seal the fate. Panda in the mid lane catches a Vessel, and another kill. Heroic showing that they are still in control of the game. They grab 2 plus the mid tier 1 tower. Very good
Scrappy game. See, they can maybe look for more too. They still have half of Sven's ult. Maybe they're just going to steal anything in here. And doesn't look like they plan on looking for more. They don't have vision of anywhere. Well, actually now they see Alk walk through here, but I think it's already too far.
This game is just, yeah, like you said, super scrappy. Like, really good pickoffs, like small skirmishes here and there. For each team. I think Heroic is definitely doing better with, like, the individual picks, whereas Boom seem to be doing better on, like, the team fights. But we'll see how that manages to unfold as this game continues. I do like that Alk, like we said, going the AC, but K1 has one queued up himself as well. He's closing in on it.
Gotcha.
Teams are stacking a lot this game.
Yeah.
Well, Sword's gonna spot the Sven. I don't think they have the damage with just Tiny and 2 supports though. I think you do need Slardar or Alchemist.
Oh, an amplify damage Tiny. He might
that is
just find
true.
a freebie onto Schofield, or the Zeus, honestly, would be a fantastic find if they can get him. Where are we at the Slardar timing? He is just going to rush that Ags, so. Alright, they're going to go top. They are going to walk right on into the Sven here if they get vision. But he sees them now. And without a blink dagger, he is perfectly fine to just back away. All right, so amplify damage in the smoke, a little bit disconnected there. They don't manage to find what they want.
Such early ACs, both teams will be able to do Roshan pretty easily. I think even without the ACs they could have, but like it'll be really fast having once that item gets finished for both sides. Maybe Boom can do it the fastest thanks to the Slardar.
Yeah, I mean, that's a massive find for them if they can get it. They are smoking, looking for K1 here bottom. He does have the BKB, but they're bringing in heroes. Maybe they find the Zeus. Divine Llama comes in. They just blow up Schofield. Okay, that's something. Thunder God's Wrath did reveal that Boom is in tow. Looking for these heroes. Wrath of Nature as well. Great Sprout catches Bakaz. He's stuck up on the high ground for now, and Sven just deletes the Enchantress. Bakaz needs the BKB. They're turning it around. The swap out. They just crushed the whole backside. What in the world? Heroic. They're gone, man.
Or maybe he didn't need to buy back. But it helped. It helped to be here. Wow, I did not think that was going to go so well for Heroic. That seemed easy.
Yeah, I mean, the Alk wasted like half of his ult and like half of his BKB getting trapped up by the portal. It's just very weird. I felt like they just had all of the vision game to themselves, but somehow managed to not make it work.
I don't think they actually placed an observer back here when I forget who, Tiny and Venge or Enchantress came through the portal earlier and they were smoked, but they didn't actually place an observer. So I guess they lost track of the heroes trying to come in here. And yeah, I mean, Sven started in the back line and just made his way in, just got insane cleave damage throughout that fight.
Yeah. And once again, Centaur proving to be very scary. I mean, just like Shiva's Stampede, Stomp, and a Double Edge is doing like half the health of like almost any of these heroes. K1 closing up on his level 20, where I'm sure he'll take the Warcry armor. This game probably goes a long way.
Divine Llama working on a
Boom
halberd too, which is really good.
Is he? Oh, nice. Okay.
3 heroes to disarm. Boom. I mean, Alchemist has the damage if he's ulted and attacking. They just need to be a little more careful with how they pick the fight. And I think the team fight is easier for Heroic. So for Boom, I think they need to look for more pick-off style fights. It's a little hard to do that when Roche, like I was like just talking about that point when both teams showed up. Like they all do Roshan so quickly, so all the teams had to position around here, and I think that did favor Heroic in that regard. But now that Roshan is down, they just need to like keep an eye on the map, try to see Heroic splitting up, and try to find that kind of like pick-off game where the Alchemist, he is farmed, he will do damage. Just maybe not as quickly as a Sven cleaving a whole team.
Yeah, exactly. They accidentally did use the Sven BKB on their Tormentor, which was a little bit of an oopsie, but
oops.
To be honest, I don't think they care all that much. Okay. He is still very farmed. Both teams grabbing their Tormentor around the same time, so Enchantress getting hers. Sproink is online as Panda is scaling to try and be like another right-clicking core. Right, he has the Mage Slayer done. He's got Hurricane Pike queued up next.
You want to actually switch from the AC to grab a Crystallis and then back to the AC. But as both now, like when he is allowed to attack, his damage is going to be extremely high right now. So there will be a little bit of a kiting game we'll have to watch for. if Boom can waste his time, because he does not have that blink. He just has to depend on the stampede and the move speed to actually attack.
Slardar does have his Ags working towards his Blink Dagger, but he also needs his Shard.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It's going to be a little bit before he gets there.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Top tower.
Akaz has got an Octarine queued up. Interesting. That
I was
is
just
not really
looking
what I
at
would have
that.
expected. Yeah, it's like it's like I don't know who's gonna fight the Sven if it's, you know, an Octarine Alchemist. But at this point, maybe you can't fight the Sven. Like maybe you're realizing like we just gotta split push and hope that we can go late game.
Yeah,
maybe you outscale them eventually. I don't know.
I'm not sure either. I feel like maybe an Abyssal could have been good, and just like if you do end up having to fight one-on-one with a Sven, you're just hoping to bash him up a bunch, and especially with like Slardar also hopefully hitting, and you got like you apply the negative armor and you like just take turns bashing him. You try to control him that way. But I'll be interested to see how this Octarine plays out. It's certainly not something that I had on my radar.
No, K1's just gonna commit the ult for the tower. I don't blame them, man. They want to push the objectives here. They still have an Aegis for another 40 seconds, so they feel pretty safe. Drawing the line on over to the mid tower now, as this is the last outer tower remaining for Boom, and they should get this with ease.
Through the back door as well.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, Thunder God's Wrath, just a Scout Knight, and he is going to just burn down to the Daunt damage from this Nature's Prophet. Dude, that is sick. He's like, all right, they have a ward up here, guys.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the window is for Boom here. High ground maybe. Slardar sitting in his puddles. He's got his blink money now, and BKB is in the works for Tiny, almost there, just a few hundred more. So they'll have all that. Sven will have to put himself a little bit at risk to actually hit the buildings. Maybe you can toss him back. Get a fight from there.
You're right. I mean, you always have the tossbacks from Tiny. I do kind of forget about that. The Stampede is quite good at trying to get people out, or in, rather. Maybe you just dive. You're like, oh, okay, we'll take the fight in your tier 4s. We don't care. Pakaz bottom lane. Just be a little bit careful, actually. Just barely dodging out a potential gank there.
He did go Octarine. This is an old one. We used to see a lot of Radiance Manta Octarine builds, but the items have changed a lot since then, and so has the hero. So I don't think I've seen this in quite a while. Octarine Alchemist.
I think part of it, the reason it was good back in the day, as your illusions used to trigger Greevil's Greed. And so you would split push with like Boots of Travel and like Octarine and stuff like this. And your illusions would just globally trigger Greevil's Greed and farm for you like crazy. But not so much the case anymore.
Wait, don't you usually get the base attack time talent too?
I would say a lot of people do, but if you're running this much minus armor, the max damage might be better because it is physical. I mean
So
that's going to be like a 1,000
760?
damage nuke, yeah.
Is this the idea with the Octarine? Like, we don't want to fight Sven heads up, so just poke him with
Spam
Wave of
concoctions.
Terror, Slardar ult, and I'll just throw concoctions at them? Certainly interesting. I'd love to see this play out.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, not taking the base attack time is definitely a little bit of a different choice.
Yeah, like I would have thought the Basher plus base attack time, and then yeah, just kind of like hoping to out bash the Sven. Sven doesn't usually build Basher because he's more of a like hit really hard but less often I say that even though like Sven's end up attacking really fast with their builds, but you know, it's different than like PL, Drow, Agi carries usually, or like base attack time reduced Alchemists, but not this time. This time we're gonna get to see a lot of unstable concoction, I guess. And they're doing a big wraparound back into their own side. Let's see if they can catch the back line, which is usually good as long as you don't clump up too much for K1 to then come in and cleave everyone.
I mean, they saw the couriers going, so I feel like they have to know where they are, but they're just going to cut the wave instead as Roshan's coming bottom. It is an instant spawn, actually. It is less than 10 seconds. I mean, if you can sneak this on Boom, this would be absolutely massive. The question is, are they watching the timer? And Panda, he's going to check it. Oh, they know. The ping's out. They're like, guys, get the Roche right now. We got to get this.
It's really scary not seeing the enemies, but maybe with these treants running through, you have a rough idea of what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to see Zeus poking the mid lane. You have to just rush this Roche and get back.
They're going to trade mid damage for this.
Yeah, they're scanning right now. They're like, wait, is Roche actually up? No way, right? And they will find out the hard way. Illich is the one that grabs the Aegis, which I'm okay with because he can just stand on the front line in his puddle as he will get the Berserk Potion thrown out from Pakaz. Maybe the idea is he's just going to be making Slardar scary. Thunder God's Wrath does come through as they are chasing. You got to be careful. I mean, going outside the base for this fight, the instant hex onto the Alk. He's going to chain stun himself down, but he gets on top of Scopefield to the backside. K1 looking for his target, getting kited around for the moment. The Wrath of Nature just slapping through, and now Pakaz with the BKB trying to get away, but you can't outrun the Sven. A disaster for Boom. They are losing absolutely everything. Slatem's your BKB gets you nothing. You fight outside the base. That is everything you could ask for on Heroic as K1 is looking for his rampage.
Heroic looks like they want to go to game 4 here.
I mean, it looks like Boom wants to go to game 4. I don't get the chase outside. You have the ability to defend your high ground, and you just fight into their vision there. That is not looking good.
All right, one set. Are they gonna go for more? You got time. They're a little scattered, which makes it a little scary, but
Could go for
they're going for everything.
Scopefield.
Yeah, for a moment in that fight, it looked like K1 was getting kited a little bit, so it looked like, okay, maybe, you know, kind of wasting some time, but...
Good swap to Divine Llama, puts him a little bit deeper into the base, the Avalanche to buy them some space, but you're going to lose your Venge. Oh, wait a minute, K1 getting kited out. That's his ult, still has a Satanic available, but Illich, he's got to get on top of the Sven. Can they? They come in with this Alchemist, they got him. Instant Stampede, the toss in, a nice stomp. Can they finish him? They've got him with an Avalanche. All right, Divine Llama should fall as well. It's just a matter of time. Okay, so Boom lost their mid lane of Barracks, but they do manage to find some good kills here this time.
Yeah, I think Heroic got a little greedy there. They were pushing literally every lane in as respawn times were getting quite low, and yeah, they just don't retreat in time. And that's two deaths without buybacks. I don't know if Boom wants to assume that they don't have buybacks, but they'll at least take one tower. Maybe they'll poke the tier 3s a little bit, but there's actually other towers they could go for. They've been losing control of this game for a while, so they've got a lot of objectives to catch up on.
This Slardar needs his shards so bad. Like they need to go back for Tormentor as soon as like these heroes come up, and they need to get the shard for this Slardar. It is ridiculous that he does not have it yet.
Knight's looking for
Wrath,
Scopefield.
gonna do a little bit of damage, but yeah, you're right. Sets up a kill here for Scopefield.
Scopefield looking for Knight.
How many times have we seen this with this Nature's Prophet finding this kill?
They did decide to go for the high ground. There's that second fortify though.
Yeah, TP's coming in.
Scopefield tried to catch someone.
Too scary. He just BKB TPs. He does not want to risk it. There's going to be the Stampede. Maybe they find Panda here on the Enchantress. Sprunks up to the high ground. You're not going to be that safe up there. Well, maybe he is.
What's happening? He can't cast it. Can he not reach with double edge? I guess not.
I guess, yeah. Tiny range.
I thought he was just like intimidating him, just like looking at it from the low ground. All
Oh,
right.
the shard goes to Knight. Unlucky for the Slardar. Yeah, he needs to buy this. Like with your 20 talent, you go the crush damage, and your like Slither and Crush does like 600 plus magic damage because of it applying the Corrosive Haze first.
You mean physical damage?
Or yeah, physical damage. Whoops, sorry.
Physical.
It is very good. So he'll need to time that one if he can get it. Has the BKB queued at the moment.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Knight, how
Ben
far
is going to go for that Swift Blink now. Imagine he's going to replace his boots.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? Does have his 25 talent, the 50% God Strength bonus. Even stronger, even larger red numbers for this guy.
Oh, you know it. And then
Love
tier
that.
4 should come up soon too. So let's see what he grabs there. He might get some insane burst coming up.
Dude, Havoc Hammer Sven sounds pretty sick, honestly.
I am up for it. Unless he wants to try like Ancient Guardian, since the next fights are going to be in the base.
That's true, actually. Maybe 50 damage from Ancient Guardian is better, but... Alright.
I like the utility of Havoc Hammer.
Yeah, it's
Like,
cool.
you have the damage, right? You just can't get kited, so... Being able to keep people around you really good.
Do you remember when God Strength used to actually be strength instead of damage?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Dude. God, that was a terrible time for Dota.
Are scanning.
He'd like ult have like 7,000 HP and you're like, alright, cool, I guess.
Warriors of the wood.
I appreciate that. The habit's ingrained in Pakaz. He's level 23, like 6 slotted. He's still tread swapping.
Oh yeah, that's epic.
He's got an Octarine. He's like topped up on mana. You get it? The habits they're ingrained though. You can't turn it off.
At some point, it's just muscle memory. You don't even realize.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's look at some big items here. Anything of notice? Analog has his E-Blade done, gets his first tier 4 item. Let's see what it's going to be. Obviously, he wants big boy Timeless Relic. Well, he actually got nothing useful, so he sent it back. He's like,
Wow.
someone else take it. Ancient Guardians for Sven, you're right. So he grabs that just raw 50 damage.
Anyone else get anything cool?
Rattle Cage for
Ooh.
KJ. It's a little bit of extra armor.
Yeah, 12 armor, pretty nice.
That's exactly what Divine Llama wants, is the Rattle Cage, I'm pretty sure. Either that or Havoc Hammer for this guy, but 12 armor this game goes a long way. Some more scouting ults here, followed up with the Wrath of Nature, just to be annoying.
They're going for Panda top.
They've got the Curse of the Old Growth. He's going to try and TP, but Schofield is here. Get him with a finger. Just do it. Nah, he's not going to do it. Gives the kill on over to K1.
Get your stacks. Wow, he is so close to the lower cooldown at level 18. All right. Now we go get another finger.
Hulk here on the high
Hanging
ground.
out.
Needs to be careful, man. Okay. Slate him. Avalanche. Toss the stun. K1 gets the BKB off. Tiny needs to be careful. Jump into the backside. Pakaz stuns up Schofield.
Oh.
But you have a Sven problem. Wop to safety. Knight will buy him some space. Just gets two-shot dunked on by this 1,000 damage Sven. 3 heroes dead. The chase for more as they are crumbling on Boom. Pakaz laying into the Nature's Prophet, but is just tickling him. He's taking no damage at all. And that is going to be an avalanche trying to buy some space because dies Slatem's back to the fountain, die backs, and they're going to lose the Slardar here potentially as well. They need a little bit more, but they will not get him. A blink to safety. Another concoction gets thrown, but guess what? You've lost another lane of barracks. Triple buybacks out of Boom, and they get absolutely nothing.
Maybe there's a chance. No one was in the fountain, so he couldn't toss anyone in. There might have been a chance if you can toss Sven into the fountain. I think that ends the push. But with no one in there, Sven was just whacking away right at the front of the fountain.
Dude, that Alk jumped in, and K1 pressed Warcry, and he like tried to kill the Nature's Prophet, and NP just had 65 armor. It's like, he's just doing not like all this triple minus armor strat does nothing when your whole team has like a bonus like 35 armor. Panda will go down, just jumped on by the Centaur, and they just tap out. They just call it GG. This one's done. We are going to a game 4.
Very nice from Heroic. I can't help but imagine that having 2-0'd them before and then having 2 drafts where, you know, maybe you think you have them, you get your Meepo pick, you think you got this like this Bloodseeker in the next game, but then you lose those games. Like, that can hurt the confidence being down 2 games in a best of 5. But they show it is not affecting them here. They come out with a new draft. It ended up all working out. Their lanes all went well. Some moments got a little scary, but at the end they managed to close it out.
Yeah, definitely a few moments that were a little hairy for the side of Heroic, but they honestly, they just managed to keep their composure. They were pretty far ahead most of this game. The Nature's Prophet itemization was absolutely perfect. Just this, you know, Spirit Vessel, Vlad's, combine that with just all of the damage that you're coming in with, like the Zeus and the Sven, the Centaur, the Lion. Like they can find a hero and kill them. The Alchemist, man, it is falling flat. I feel like this is like the 3rd or 4th game we've seen this hero in this qualifiers, and it has just been kind of a non-factor.
I don't think you can pick it so early. We're seeing a lot of these teams pick it kind of first, but I feel like you need to see more before you grab this Alchemist and you see like, oh, here's the tempo I can hit with the Alchemist, and that's why it's a good Alchemist game. If you don't see that, then they know, like, oh yeah, this is what they're going for with the Alchemist, so let's pick Sven with the armor to counter him. You know, we got the Zeus to like bring all this damage against the high regen. I think if we see more Alchemists, they need to hold it. They need to see more cores first.
Yeah, and I liked with their decision. I like the idea of going for like all this minus armor and playing around that. But then when you're playing against like a Sven and your Alk is kind of relying on just being like this utility throw concoction and arcane blink around rather than being able to actually hit anyone, it's like the strategy just kind of falls apart. They build armor on everyone. They have Vlad's aura, they have AC aura, they have Warcry. Like there's the whole team just like for being grouped up has like bonus 35 armor between these items. So it is just way too difficult to actually secure the damage. And yeah, Heroic played it super well. Very happy we're not getting a 3-0 in this grand finals, but Boom probably a little upset about that. So we'll see what happens. We're gonna go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with game number 4 in this grand finals. We'll see you then.
I saw you riding on the train today, and
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire.
All that time I wasted on something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't care a bit. Ooh, what are you? Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. What a truth. No one talk now. I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud. I get it safe from it. What a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on
You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they love you, lady, funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this why this on the flow, hey. Gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too close. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pockets too swollen, they already know I'm a flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in this pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait too You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded, Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they love you, lady, funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to the ESL 1 Birmingham closed qualifiers as we are jumping into game number 4 in this South American Grand Finals. It is Heroic taking on Boom Esports. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with ZQuixotics, and it has been a pretty dang fun series so far. So I'm honestly loving where this is going.
Yeah, some good games so far. Glad it's not a 3-0, right? Both teams showing that they want to move on. Love to see that, the fighting spirit. Looking forward to game 4. What do you think we're going to get?
I mean, I would be surprised if either of these teams try to switch up their drafts like too much at this point. Like, it does kind of feel it's similar to what we saw in like the Nouns versus Shopify series. It's like once you get close, like further and further into the series, it's like you find your groove, you know what's working, you know what's not working, and you kind of just stick to it. So I think we're going to see a lot of similar picks. But, you know, whether or not who gets what, we'll have to see. So let's go ahead and jump into the draft as we actually got a little bit of a surprise here. The Timbersaw not banned this time around as they actually removed Faceless Void and Snap picked this one in for themselves overall first.
Interesting. Yeah, it looks like Centaur got banned as well, right? We've seen him, I think, win the games, both games he was in.
Yeah.
I don't think he
Won both, yeah.
into the second game. Yeah, so teams don't want to deal with that. They took him out, but you can only ban so many heroes. So we're going to get to see Timbersaw, who's new for us.
Honestly, I think Timbersaw has looked pretty consistently good. And I don't know. I would be surprised if this hero like has like a bad game, because you can kind of just flex it to whatever like lane feels good. They will just go and ban out the Meepo Bloodseeker, so 2 really rough heroes for the Timbersaw to play into. And now you can, like I said, you need to go safe lane or mid with this and probably feel fairly confident.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Grimstroke pickup from Heroic, a hero who pairs well with Timbersaw, and the Soulbind. Actually, the Silence as well, also good versus Timbersaw. He doesn't really have the fastest attack speed. We've seen, you know, Grimstroke do really well throughout the series, so I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Grimstroke Doom?
Ooh. Could be cool. And they have the pick here, so yeah, they could ban something and then take Doom here. That would be cool. We have not gotten to see much Doom. Keeps getting banned out.
Or you go for something like a Mars, which is like a different type of counter, right? Something that locks him in place. They will just grab the Lion for themselves. So they open with their strong support duo, like a very strong support duo, and they will hide the rest as they have the double pick coming up here in a moment. The Nature's Prophet as the response here from Boom. Liked what it did last game. They will take it for themselves.
Yeah, it goes well with the Timbersaw too. You can create some trees for him to work with, get a lot of extra damage. I guess you could say counter synergy in the fact that Timbersaw maybe frees them from your trees when he comes, you know, swinging in. But oftentimes, many people at this point, they're prepared to deal with Sprout. And, you know, I guess if you don't, you'll communicate that as a team. Like, hey, this guy doesn't have a Quelling Blade. Don't cut the trees, right? Just keep him trapped in there.
Yeah.
But I'm sure these guys are playing at a level where they'll be able to communicate and figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, Timbersaw's Whirling Death just does so much bonus damage next to a Sprout, so super cool.
Yeah. I think it'll be nice. And like Timbersaw is a hero you want to have a good start, right? Not that he can't recover. Not that he can't recover. Ooh, some stream issues. Don't worry about it, guys. We'll keep you up
We'll
to
be
date.
right back.
But you want to give him a good start, and Nature's being able to rotate into his lane to help set up kills could be good. Or if Nature's is in that lane and it's going well, you can give him space. You can go rotate somewhere else, let that Timbersaw pick up some early levels. Hey, there's that Grimstroke I was talking about. So Heroic did not steal the Grimstroke, so Boom is just going to grab it for themselves. It really is really good with Timbersaw. You just throw the Ink Swell on him. Once Grimstroke picks up that shard, that can be the danger of Timbersaws. I'm sure you've all experienced in your games. Timbersaw, having too good of a game, goes too far, dies. It's like, uh-oh. But with that shard to protect him, especially against these stuns from the supports that have already been picked up, that'll be, a great combo. Wind Ranger, she'll have the damage to kill a Timbersaw. That Focus Fire, probably a Diffusal Blade.
Yeah, I actually really hope this is the one position Wind Ranger, and you, like, honestly, you have so much that you can work with. Between Focus Fire, like giving you both a ton of magic damage for the Maelstrom, but like you said, the Diffusal is also really strong. It's great against a Nature's Prophet because you can just power shot through the trees. You don't have to build you don't have to build like a Quelling Blade. And a lot of these Wind Rangers, there's the Doom. I was gonna say, I think you still go for the Doom. A lot of the Wind Rangers max that Wind Run, so she's not an easy target for the Timbersaw to actually get on top of and find the kill.
It'll be easier still if Timbersaw can't use any spells and can't heal at all now that Doom's here. So that is a cool pickup to counter the Timbersaw, but also, I mean, this could have been a Timber mid, so Boom Esports could have picked up Doom and then had that Doom Grimstroke synergy as well. So, protecting themselves from that by stealing it away here.
I'm curious where they're going on this last pick, because I think realistically you kind of want to pick your carry here and still hide the flex of the Doom, or I'm sorry, hide the flex of the Timbersaw. But what heroes actually lane well into the Doom? You do have potentially Nature's Prophet as the 5. I think more often than not is what we would see. So not like a ton of synergies that you can work with, but Doom's a strong lane hero. Does a lot of damage.
I think we've seen some Naga Sirens do okay versus Wind Ranger. Natural Bloodthorn pickup. Wind Ranger, I mean, if you find the right illusion, you can kill it, but sometimes it's a little tough for you. Okay, going with the Sven actually instead.
I liked the Naga Siren actually a lot. I thought that would have been a very good pick.
Well, Sven, once he pops his stuff, doesn't really care about Doom. You kind of like those kind of picks. You just have to be careful not to get doomed before you use your ultimate, but ult is all really Sven needs to do. If you get doomed from there, you can still use your items, which is, a little weird, but it's weird from what we were used to for old Doom, but you could still BKB and like do all that and just hit away during that Doom.
Yeah. Zeuspan is quite nice, actually. Good at just dealing damage to the Wind Ranger, even through Wind Run. It helps secure kills for Doom as well. I'm curious where they want to go with this, though, because it's likely K1's Wind Ranger, but you don't, like you said, know exactly where this Timbersaw is going to go, so now you have to consider bans for both mid lane and off lane. I would probably ban the mid laners. Okay.
Yeah,
they get
fine with that.
tiny.
And he's been doing really well with that. And I'd say like catch heroes could also be good to remove here because Timbersaw doesn't really have the best catch. Sven kind of, but you don't often want Sven necessarily initiating first. Kind of like letting the fight play out a little bit and then kind of seeing like, oh, here's the guy I want to try to delete in my ultimate. So then these supports also aren't really going to go in first. So whatever they end up picking, I would like to see like a sort of an initiator who's going to go in like Inkswell, have that guy jump in, start the fight for Boom Esports.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think like what else. I mean, there is heroes like Puck still in the pool, but maybe playing it into like a Lion and a Doom is a little bit too bold. Um, I still wouldn't hate the Mars, honestly. Maybe you just put Timbersaw mid and grab like a Mars for the off lane.
Can you OD on heroic? I'm
It
bringing
finally
it
comes
back.
out.
Can you
Finally.
do it?
Coddle will be their hero they remove. I mean, that's a little bit of catch, but honestly, very annoying for them to deal with.
10 seconds remaining.
And Coddle's also just a very neutral
5 seconds remaining.
mid laner. Now that Boom Esports has to blindly pick something here, Coddle just he gets by in most matchups, if not wins, depending on who that hero is. But there's very few that he loses just because, you know, what do you do to someone who's just going to blast out the wave and then go jungle, right? It's not that much you can do about that.
Yeah, unless you're another mobile mid laner, kind of like what we saw with the Pango earlier, and like chased him into the jungle, but that was only off of the back of getting like an early rotation to help kill him too.
Yeah.
15 seconds of reserve time. They get rid of the Huskar, so it will be a Kunkka.
Yep.
I like it. Okay.
There's a
So
bit of catch.
pretty stable mid laner, right?
Mm-hmm. Can you OD him? I know, you know, just throwing it out there.
You really want the OD, huh?
I think he's kind of cool. I'm just surprised we haven't seen him.
Yeah. I wouldn't hate a Lina pick here, honestly. But
I'd be up for that.
it's like, I'm trying to think of like a hybrid mid laner. You still have Primal Beast, I think. But into
the
Kunkka
Timber's
feels
a little
pretty
scary.
bad.
Yeah. Going with like the usual, like a lot of mobile heroes is a little tough here. Okay, Death Prophet.
Okay. I like this. It does fix a lot of your tower pushing problems because your Doom offlane is not a tower pusher, right? Like he cuts waves and like the creeps eventually get it, similar to like the Timbersaw. But Timbersaw at least has a decent chunk of damage that he can hit the tower with now that he's got some pretty good universal damage. I mean, this should be a good lane for the Death Prophet into the Kunkka. That seems pretty nice.
I'd say so. The lane should be okay. She'll have to be a little careful for the rotations because she is a hero who can be burst. And on that Kunkka 6, especially with maybe some Grimstroke help, maybe like, you know, a few levels after 6, the supports have those like early ultimates if they're having a good lane. Like she could be burst killed there, but as long as she's careful about that, I think she should have a good lane and then be able to push some towers with that ultimate.
I'm excited, man. I think this is going to be a very cool game. We get to see the Timbersaw finally, as well as the Doom, two heroes that have been pretty much banned the entire series, and a safe lane Wind Ranger as the response as well. So some new ideas for these drafts. I think overall, Boom, they've got 3 really big tanky cores to play around. And a lot of burst damage like you're talking about. So I don't think it's going to be a super easy game for the Death Prophet, but if she happens to get her items, if she can tank up and become, too much for, like, say, the Sven or the Timbersaw to burst down, I think she can definitely take over the game.
You think we'll see 2 Veils and Shiva's guards from Heroic? Both the Doom and Analog. Or sorry, Doom and Death Prophet. I really like to build that item. And it's pretty good this game.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, maybe you do go both. I wonder if Death Prophet just goes for, like, an early Guardian Greaves or something.
Oh, that could be cool. We don't see that item very much nowadays, but we kind of saw the value last game. Yeah, we saw that value last game of building a bunch of armor items versus that physical damage. But I guess with Timbersaw and like Kunkka's mixed damage, maybe it's not worth stacking too much into the armor department.
Here we go with the Nature's Prophet once again. Getting some early wards out, and I'm curious where the second one is going.
Oh God, I think I'm gonna be
Up into the triangle spot here, or just to the top lane?
Looks done. Too bad.
It's like it's a lane ward.
Just a deep lane ward. All right, I can appreciate that. 5 heroes bottom here from Heroic, as they are smoked up themselves. I doubt Boom will walk into this high ground here unless they get some more heroes. Also, teleportation on cooldown for another 30 seconds. It will be Illich who pops the smoke, and he's forced to go Timber Chain 1 to get away. It's still not the worst ability to grab level 1, but...
Yeah, I think he doesn't mind. It's pretty hard to use Whirling Death versus a carry Wind Ranger anyways. It can help you get last hits, but yeah, he can use Timber Chain in a similar way.
Oh. How many hours have we been at this? We started... It was what, hour 8, I guess. So Boom has been playing Dota for like 8 hours, essentially, already.
Yeah, certainly exhausting to come in from that lower bracket. But they looked great, actually. They looked even better in the first few games than they did in the lower bracket. So
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe they're a team that needs to warm up a little bit.
All right. No fighting over the runes this time. Very passive from both of these teams at the moment, as everyone will head to their respective lanes. For those of you that are just joining us, welcome. This is the South American closed qualifiers. It is the grand finals for ESL 1 Birmingham. The winner will advance to the main event. It is Heroic here versus Boom Esports. And it's been a heck of a series. It has been very fun so far, so good time to be joining us. Hope you guys are ready for some good Dota. Oh, meanwhile, Schofield top lane. This is the good Dota we were talking about, everyone. Pekaz gets first blood on the Sven. Grimstroke, once again, proving to be very annoying. Opening Stroke of Fate here, pretty good harassment ability. And yeah, followed up with the NP rotation. Blood Grenade comes out, and he immediately TP's back bottom. So that will be on cooldown for a bit. He needs to send out a TP scroll as well for the next fight. You play this hero a lot, right? You're a big Nature's Prophet fan, so talk to us. Why is this hero so good?
Why isn't he so good? What could you want from a support? He's got it all, man. This teleportation, like we're seeing the pros use, you teleport out to get these early wards. That's huge at this level of play, the vision game. You also use it to, you know, we saw there, that's an extremely early rotation, but that's what you're looking for. Impacting multiple lanes at once. And it really doesn't cost you that much if you TP right back. And then you just have such flexible itemization. You build whatever your team needs. It could be catch. You get like Orchid, Ags, and you could get damage like the Vessel, the Shard, like everything.
I like it. Hey, it's super annoying, like trading into a Nature's Prophet, and then you just like TP's base, and you're like, oh, he's coming back somewhere.
yeah.
Mid
lane, doing pretty well so far.
Yeah, we're seeing the good old level 2 of the Spirit Siphon come into work here, as this matchup actually might be worse than I thought, because Kunkka is not a hero that builds bottles. You don't really reset very easily. Top lane, another rotation, a beautiful Sprout block from Knight, as they will earn themselves another kill. This one onto the Doom.
And TP right back in.
They need to be a little bit careful here. He has a stun. Ooh. Okay. Did he just miss a blood grenade? He definitely did.
It happens, don't worry. No one saw it.
He just wanted to lose 50 HP real quick. It's fine.
All right, I think Slateums is doing okay to start, but as Death Prophet picks up these points in Spirit Siphon, it's really tough to be a melee hero into this. Unfortunately, Kunkka will be able to X-Marks himself, go home as needed. But yeah, I think this matchup will be a little rough for him going forward.
Yeah, I'm curious, like, the level 5, I imagine it gets pretty rough. And I feel like Death Prophet kind of has the DK effect, where it's just like, all right, I've hit level 6. I'm going to take your tower now. Lane's in a pretty decent spot here for Slateums, though. So he's able to just continuously cleave without, you know, getting too far away from his tower. So I think he's happy about that. Full bottom lane, they got him. Power shot on through. That is the level 3 timing out from those two big nukes, right? they've kept, I mean, they've honestly done a decent job at keeping the Timbersaw relatively low. As top lane, Sven kind of feeling the pressure as well as going for Schofield, and in comes the Nature's Prophet once again. The Sprout block is there. Pakaz burning down to Divine Llama, though, as the Blood Grenade
Nice body blocks.
will keep him alive, dude. The body blocks from Knight, enormous. As that Scorched Earth, it expires, and it's time for Pakaz to come back. He wants one more auto attack. He's got the move speed advantage, and he's gonna get him. Vengeful Spirit will snipe that Nature's Prophet, but a double kill goes for the Sven. Dude, those body blocks were huge.
Yeah, very nice plays from Knight. He did end up dying for it, but it's pretty worth it. Pakaz has to be careful. He is pretty low. He got some nice kills there. Okay, it looks like he's already bought himself a salve. That's great. You don't want to die like right after you get those kills because you'll just give all the gold back.
All right. He is very happy about the state of his game. He's not doing great on the CS, but yeah, those kills are wonderful for him.
They're looking for another kill. Nature's coming back up, knowing that these supports just teleported here. If you kill them, they have to walk all the way back. But
he spelled the wrong way.
Yeah, it looked a little messy. It looks like they're a little off the mark on this, and it was a little far from Sven, so he can't help either.
Dude,
well,
doesn't have a
Lion's still
blade.
here, actually. Yeah.
Oh. Well, he is dead. Oh, they're gonna give this one to Slatums.
Guys, I'm having a rough time. Please, let me have this.
Oh, it is level 6 for the Death Prophet. Does have the catapult. I'm curious if they're gonna bring the heroes into the mid lane to try and push this tower, but I guess you don't have great heroes for rotating mid. The line is coming now.
Yeah, they want
but the bottle refill definitely not gonna make it in time.
Full level up. Let's see if she can take this tower, but
he's really trying to keep this catapult alive. They can fort the wave, and that's exactly what they're going to do to buy themselves a little bit of extra space here. They're trying to dive onto Panda, and they will just chase him down with the help of the spirits, and a great kill to do so. They find themselves a pretty nice stacked hard camp here. So rather than go for the tower, they will just take this farm away from the Kunkka. I think this is really smart.
Yeah, that was it was a little awkward to start. I didn't think they could do it, but in fact, they actually just walked forward and found a kill onto the tower. And yeah, stack as well. Man, a lot of stack stealing this series.
Oh, Nature's Prophet. He scans. Sorry, I was like, come on, bro. Careful. Yeah. Instead, it's going to be the Radiant mid tower actually taking a lot of damage here from this siege creep, since it was sitting so dull. They got like triple waved under their own tower.
Yeah, they left to secure the Wisdom Rune, so didn't actually get that much tower pressure out of that, but stole a stack instead. I guess that's okay.
Yeah, it seems all right.
She's got a good chunk of money saved up. Maybe some team discussions on what to buy.
Divine Llama doomed up the Grimstroke top lane here. K1 takes down Illich, but Knight's coming up to offer some assistance around the Doom. They don't have a stun. Schofield will hold him back, and they managed to get away. Okay, so a lot of spells not really connecting on the top fight there, but big one for K1. That Javelin into that Focus Fire will bring down the Timbersaw.
I'm gonna say Timbersaw not doing as well as I thought he could here.
Yeah, he's getting owned actually, like pretty heavily.
Yeah, maybe the nuke damage from these spells. Power Shot is a crazy nuke actually. If you, I like going through the creep waves the hard part because you lose damage. But if you manage to take some shots from the side, especially with a support who stuns up, like it's actually a ton of nuke damage.
Yeah, I think I talked about this the other day on stream when we were casting. I was like, I played against a Windranger one day, and I was just like some random carry, I don't remember. And I took a level 4 power shot out of nowhere and lost like a third of my HP, and I was like, how much does this damage does this ability do? And I'm like, my gut was like, I don't know, probably like 350, 380, and I was just off by a magnitude of 100. Like, it just does 470 damage. Like, this ability scales so heavily.
I'm looking for Pakaz back here.
I mean, KJ is being very annoying, but Analog also making this rotation up to the top side has the amplified damage. They want to try and get themselves a tower, so they should be able to. Question is, K1, will he finish off Illich bottom lane? He just pushes him away. He's not going to overcommit with the focus fire. He had too many reactive armor stacks going, it seems.
Yeah, I don't think you can actually get a kill until you have either Diffusal or Maelstrom. Looks like he's going Maelstrom.
I like the Maelstrom first. I think overall it has looked very good.
I think it's better farming for the carry Wind Ranger. I think like mid Wind Ranger who looks to fight more can get the Diffusal first, if it makes sense to the game.
I've seen a lot of offlane Wind Rangers go like Wraithband, Bracer, Treads, and just Diffusal.
Yeah, I've seen a little of that too.
Well, big stacks in the jungle here for Sven as he's going to clean these one up. Has that Mask of Madness done. He's about 700 gold away from that Echo Saber, so he's having a great game at the top of the net worth chart, just hitting 6,000 right after that 10-minute mark. As mid lane, they will commit the next Exorcism here to try and finally bring down this tower. They have the Catapult as well. And Divine Llama, he's scouted here by Award, so they know that this Doom is ready to go. So I think should be an easy pick off. I like the first item mules here from Analog.
Yeah, it looks like they didn't want to double up on the Veil Shivas.
I'm curious what he goes after this, because you definitely have to get HP this game on this Death Prophet. So you could go for the Kaya Sanj and then back for something else.
They're all pushing in here, maybe hoping to find some stacks that were made for Sven, but Sven has already cleared up the stacks that were here, so I'm just going to steal the camps and leave the area. Well, some of them are still down here. Maybe they are going to try to get this last tier 1 tower, but there's no Death Prophet ult. All right, yeah, he's just TPing out. They'll probably regroup again once this ult is up in about 80 seconds.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think, honestly, Heroic is pretty okay farming because of the fact that you have a Doom combined with, like, this Wind Ranger, like, core matchup isn't bad, but maybe they don't know how farmed Pakaz is. I think that's a little bit scary.
Yeah, the momentum overall feels Heroic favored, but Pakaz is doing quite well, and he is opting for an earlier blink, so he's going to be able to like actually put this early net worth into use. Maybe like level 2 ult plus blink, you could get some quick kills.
Yeah. The big question is Kunkka, because he has been absolutely just destroyed in this mid lane, and it was expected. I mean, the Death Prophet matchup is really rough for him. He's currently sitting at level 8, almost level 9, so he's not super far behind in experience at least, but he has so little net worth. He has not had a lot of time to farm.
Yeah, I wonder what what timing they want. Grimstroke,
super dead.
Gonna try to run away, but Divine Llama.
Divine Llama
hit it with
it
the mana burn.
Oh my god.
Yeah, maybe Shard on Aghanim Aghanim Shard on Grimstroke, but they have to wait 2 more minutes for that. Nature's kind of close to Spirit Vessel. Illich? I mean, he's pretty fast with his Timber Chain.
I don't think they can get to him, yeah. He will just TP back to his tower. Nice and safe. Being said, Death Prophet is in their jungle right here looking for an option, and Illich will just go right on top of KJ. He is pretty much out of mana, though. Timber Chain to the low ground. Dude, that one tree, I didn't even see that thing. Okay. Nicely done. The X, the pullback onto the Wind Ranger. The Torrent to follow it up. The Doom comes out, but I mean, Timbersaw doesn't really care. They're going to chase a beautiful Ink Swell coming out from Sven, onto Sven once again. Will he be able to close the gap? No. A Eul's comes through. Knight teleporting on forward, but will not have a way to hold this Death Prophet in place. So 3 kills. You're pretty happy about that if you're Boom.
Yeah, that just jumped Pakaz up even further too. I think that's gonna, if they didn't already have an idea, I think that's gonna help Heroic realize, like, okay, wait, we might be like in a decent spot, but Sven is quite scary. We need an answer for that. And yeah, I think that's Boom's window because the other heroes are not having a great time. But if they get Pakaz involved every time this ultimate is up, they do have the damage to find these kills.
That on top of the fact that like Kunkka was able to do a lot there with so little net worth. Like he's like, I got the X boat onto the Wind Ranger. I did it, guys. That's my job. You know,
You guys
I
got
found the
this,
hero.
right? Yeah, but that is the nice thing about having a Sven. Like that is your job. You just you catch like Sven, get him, hit him, please. I certainly can't do it.
And supports on Boom are at least finding a little bit of farm. So that's the good news for them too. These fights help out a lot. Nature's Prophet, obviously a very good farming support hero. So Knight has the vessel completed. Just kind of roaming around the enemy side of the map again, farming camps.
Classic natures. That's the other fun thing about him. Look, jungling, but you still show up to fights. Spirit Vessel will be really good this game, but Analog actually already has this Yule, so I guess countered a bit.
So he did go back for Boots of Travel on the Analog Death Prophet, which is pretty good. Oh, they're just beelining it through here, trying to find something, but they will not find the Grimstroke. Instead, they're pinging bottom. They really want to get this Timber Saw. Illich will run right into the hands of the enemy team here, and yeah, there's no shot he's getting out of this one.
See if they can turn that into a tier 1 tower. Pakaz is here with his blink, and he has his ultimate, though. They step up a little too far. They can probably take this fight.
All right, they are going to have to get something going on this Timber Saw. This guy is just sitting on a Yule's. That is his only item. This feels really bad for him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Analog will just queue up a BKB, it seems, so he just wants to be able to fight.
The Vi Llama actually went back. We've seen this a couple times, like Veil, and then some people go back for the Midas, some get the Shivas. We do see he got the Midas, and actually he's going to go get the BKB before getting Shivas. Oh, they're trying to catch K1 here.
Not have an X? Did he, like, just not have vision for that?
I think so. It's nighttime, so Wind Ranger was just at the edge of vision and running away with Wind Run, so he just couldn't quite keep the vision long enough.
Oh, Doom connects onto the Timber Saw. In comes Pakaz, the blink stun, but a great swap out from KJ. They're able to bait this guy out for the moment. The X, the boat, does come through. Devi Llama needs to be careful. Great focus fire out from K1. We'll be able to bring down Panda with ease. It's a 1-for-1 trade at the moment, but in comes the Death Prophet. Spirit Siphon's coming through because he's still got an initiation on the backside if he wants to try and go back in and clean this one up. But the Kunkka's falling fast, and they've got the Nature's Prophet as well. Heroic, a good fight here, finding 3.
Shivas would have killed that Timber Saw. But I think the idea behind the Midas is that I think they feel good going mid to late, right? And we're already talking about how the fact that Timber Saw is pretty behind, and Doom offers a little bit more even with just the items he has, even though he did just miss out on a kill for that. But he's gonna get the gold, and yeah, if they're right, maybe like the mid to late game they feel good. So that's the reason why you usually get this Midas. If they were feeling more pressure, then I have to imagine he would have skipped it. But we've been talking how we actually like it when Doom skip it.
Yeah.
I like the Shiva's blink or BKB, like that kind of stuff.
I agree, but it seems he is opting to play more of a greedy build this game, trying to farm up towards his next items. Which, I mean, BKB is a good way to transition this. Top lane, they found the Timber Saw once again. The Shackle is going to connect in K1 with so much damage. This Timber Saw is becoming a massive liability.
Yeah, he's having a hard time since that laning stage. I guess Wind Ranger counters him even more than I realized. Being this universal hero who hits so hard at a range, it's really difficult to get on top. And then, like, I guess if you're like Drow, who's a ranged hero, at least if you do, like, once you hit 6, you can Timber Chain on top and, you know, like, burst ranged heroes. But Wind Ranger just pops Wind Run and just gets out of the way.
I mean, she's closing in on the carry net worth of a Sven, right? Like, this is where things get really scary for Wind Ranger, because she has a lot of different items that she can pick up here for damage, right? Has the BKB completed, which is great for him, but you can go back for Gleipnir, you can pick up a Lincoln's, you still have the option to go for like a Hurricane Pike. So there's a lot that he can do. The Hurricane Pike, I think, is his next item, so he doesn't have to carry the Quelling Blade anymore, doesn't have to like power shot the trees away. But yeah, BKB done on your Wind Ranger is fantastic.
Just finished on Pakaz as well.
Ooh, mid lane, Panda catches a Finger of Death and goes down. As an Arcane Rune will spawn. That is fantastic for Analog.
As Grimstroke respawns, I would love to see Boom try to make plays around Sven. Sven is strong, and I feel like if they can make some successful plays off of his BKB timing, he could help pull his team back into this game. But I'm a little worried, like, if they continue waiting and just try to give time to Pakaz, I mean, it could work. Like, we've seen Sven's do it, right? Just cleave a giant clump of enemy heroes and you turn one fight. But I think it's tough this game, especially against a Doom who, you know, you get doomed. Like, when all your net worth is in one hero and you get doomed, it's a little tough. Even though I said, like, Sven doesn't care as much as other heroes, it's still a pain. So, yeah. It's up to them which way they want to give it a go, right? Like, put everything in Pakaz and everyone just, like, crowd control for him, essentially. Or you do want to try to pull the team back into this. But currently, as Aegis goes uncontested, I'm guessing they're just going for the long game.
Yeah, it would appear so. Well, with that Aegis available for K1, I mean, I honestly didn't really expect him to die anytime soon anyway. So he's gonna have a pretty good time just like continuing to farm on this. I don't know. It's a 3k gold lead for Heroic. I'm really unsure if Boom are gonna be able to keep up. Like, your Sven, of course, will be farmed, but you don't really out farm a Doom, to be honest. Like, that's just not a thing, especially with a Midas.
Especially now that Heroic's going to be looking for some kills. I think they can play a little more aggressive and start limiting your space to farm. They kind of gave up a little bit waiting like to take that Roche, but now they're back on the map. At least you have this Nature's Prophet. He's going to be, you know, jungling back here. It's going to help keep your net worth in the game.
This hero is so annoying.
I love it. I love the annoying heroes. I am guilty. I am the one ruining your pubs, ratting. It's me. That's Knight. It's all the Nature's players.
So what do you think, like, Heroic is playing for here? Because they have this Aegis. They have 2 BKBs. 3 BKBs? They have 3 BKBs. So where is Heroic waiting for anything specific, or are we finally going to see them group up here?
I mean, I think they should be grouping up. Maybe they want this blink on Divide Llama first. I guess it's like not too far off. You could use that to start off the fights. Okay, no, we're just going to smoke. Yeah, I think they could group up. They're a little scattered, though. That's potentially how you can throw, but Boom is also scattered, so it might be okay.
They're going to just force staff up to the high ground, get to the Grimstroke, which should be a pretty easy pick-off here for these guys. Schofield holding the Finger of Death for that. As KJ looking for a swap target. Can't find the Kunkka as K1 makes the wrap around himself. So, quick single hero pick-off onto a support. Not the most useful, but they are bringing the numbers for the mid lane. And Analog does have an Exorcism available, but he's leaving his team.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe Windrunner. It looks like Wind Ranger could just do it herself. All right.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's
It does scare me a little bit when you scatter like this. If the enemy has any vision, they see the Death Prop leaving, they can look to take a fight. But maybe Heroic feels they can't do that to us. They're too far behind. Yeah, maybe they're right for now. It's kind of scary. The blink, or the X marks forward. Death Prophet has a Yule. She can cancel the X mark. It's
Yeah,
scary to do.
That's why I was confused why she was the one that left her team, because they've done this like twice now and they could have gotten a catch on either the Kunkka or the Timbersaw, but K1 will get the mid tower, and top lane they're gonna draw the line as Death Prophet is already pushing this lane, has a haste rune, and is going for the Shivas herself, so she is gonna go back for it. 2 Shivas guards will be on this team eventually, unless Doom just keeps a casual veil.
Oh, I guess that's possible. I don't mind. I mean, I think Shivas is good. I wouldn't mind if both of them got it. Looks like he has Octarine queued up, though. Sven is working on a Linken's, and I kind of get it. But I'm also... I don't know. Considering how far ahead he is of his team, like, I wonder if he has to go Glass Cannon. Like, straight damage and just hope that the team enables him. Because I feel like he's going to get this Linken's, but I don't know if he'll have the damage then. At the same time, I understand, like, if he gets focus fired or, like, doomed, then he can't do any damage anyway. So, like, yeah, it's a really tough spot to be. But I'm just worried, like, no... Ooh, good bing. Like, no MKB, for example. Like, he won't be able to kill K1.
They see the Doom bottom, and Timbersaw thought he could go in. He's going to quickly learn that is not the case. He died so fast. I mean, you have Blink Yules. You have no stat items, no tank built on this hero. He just takes 1500 damage from the Wind Ranger. Incredibly fast.
Yeah, for a hero that he's been looking really strong, but it looks like Heroic had the answers to it. They maybe weren't afraid to let it through, and it seems to be working. Start poking the high ground here. Death Prophet ult is ending though, so I think maybe they're just gonna back off, wait for the next Roche.
K1 will end up finding Nature's Prophet, hits him with the focus fire and the shackle, and that will be a kill. Pekaz pops the ult. He's waiting for Schofield to stop this manager and he's gonna get him. He's like, you have to stop at some point, sir. Almost doesn't finish him off in the 2-tap, so very lucky he has the Linken's there, otherwise he might be dead.
Alright, maybe Linken's paid off immediately.
Oh, mid lane. Divine Llama, Blink Stomp into the Doom. Kunkka's super dead. Dude, he also has Grove Bow, so the magic resistance reduction from this is pretty cool.
Oh, that is cool.
Oh, Timbersaw. He'll be out. All right, well, we are at a point here where 7,000 gold feels like so much more. Like, this almost feels like a 20k lead for the side of Heroic, honestly. They are just in complete control of this game.
Yeah,
this
and I...
Ward.
I know, it's tough, but he's going Satanic on Sven. I'm just really worried about, like, if he'll have the damage to kill these very farmed physical damage. Like, yeah, they're building armor. She's got evasion. He'll live, but I don't know if he'll actually kill them. I know it's funny to say that after we saw him 2-tap as a Lion, but that was a Lion, you know? And Lion hasn't built his, like, you know, his full plate mails and his, like, wraith bands as, you know, he's supposed to be doing, you know? So once he picks up some armor, I don't know.
Yeah, I think normally you can rely on like a Timbersaw to offer a bunch of burst damage, but that's just not happening this game, right? Like, you've got Blink Yules. He finally finishes up his Veil of Discord, which is good. You're gonna lose the Nature's Prophet as he's finally getting punished on the bottom side of the map, so Finger of Death comes out from from Schofield to secure that. He's just been super annoying, placing like one deep ward and then kind of farming around that ward to make sure he doesn't die, but they do finally get him. Being said, KJ is looking for a potential swap target here.
Dyer's courier.
Ooh, that is a Demon Edge. That is big. Well, okay, Devi Llama instantly punishing Illich and tips him. He thought he could go in and just died in 2 seconds. Again, another 1,500 damage from the Wind Ranger.
I actually don't even... He's working on this MKB, but what does he even swap out on Sven? Is he going to go bootless?
Yeah, I think you just have to go bootless or something. I don't know what your other option is. Oh. Between Focus Fire and an Exorcism, this tower is not going to last very long. They will pop the last fortification that they have.
Nature's cutting creeps.
Nature's is indeed cutting creeps, and he got the last little creep of the wave.
Oh. So. Very nice try by Schofield. Just a little bit too late.
Backdoor protection's gonna break mid. Oh, okay. They actually back away anyway.
I think they know Roshan can be spawning now. I think they're just gonna wait for Rosh.
Kaz is level 24 somehow. I want to point that one out on this Sven. He's still managed to stay top of the net worth. He has always been managing to stay in front of the XP. He is 6-0-2, no deaths. I mean, this is about the best possible performance you could ask out of your carry, especially in a game like this.
Yeah, for sure. It's just so hard. I don't blame him. Like, I know I'm calling to question the itemization, but like, what is the answer, right? He goes full damage, he gets killed off, then it looks like foolish. Like, oh, obviously, he should have had defensive items. He goes full defensive. I mean, it's not full defensive, but he has, like, you know, some extra defensive options. Maybe he won't kill these heroes. So far, we've seen him, like, hit supports and we've hit creeps, but haven't really seen him hit any of these cores yet. So I guess when that happens, we'll see if he's got the damage.
Wind Ranger has the Ags now as well, so you are gonna have a much more difficult time actually killing K1 in this game, and they're gonna fort this top wave as Lincoln's protecting Pakaz for now. Schofield trying to get the Hex. The mana drain to slow him up. He's going to be forced to BKB. All right.
This guarantees Roche if they go through. I do not think Boom can even consider contesting without that Sven BKB.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. You don't have Exorcism for another 25 seconds, though, so maybe they wait, but K1 will scout it, and he's just going to get started. All right, so Aegis and Banner. Do you think you put the Aegis? I mean, the Aegis has to go to K1, right? Like, there's just no way. Death Prophet's not a good Aegis carrier. Okay, there we go.
I think so. You just let K1 poke the tower. Where will the banner go? Maybe just hold it till you're getting ratted by natures and stick it in that lane?
Maybe.
I'm surprised Analog's the one holding it rather than like make a support do it. He's gonna have to swap out like something big if he needs to place it.
Dude, he has an Octarine done. Wow, he is very tanky. That is the health item he definitely needed. He could go back for an Eternal Shroud, but I guess maybe he doesn't feel like he needs it. Like, Kunkka doesn't have a lot of damage. He's just got Blade Mail BKB, so doesn't feel pressured to do so.
I think Sven is really the only issue, right? So you can just build items to deal with that.
Yeah. All right, well, the MKB is done on the Sven. I mean, they see K1 here just under this ward sentry.
What I think would be kind of cool if he went an early Wind Waker. Sven is very much like going back to Sven being kind of their ticket into this. He needs to get things done when he pops his ult in BKB. So Wind Waker for yourself, Wind Waker for your allies to waste Sven's time. Yeah, I think that'd be Kind of a cool choice.
I really like the idea of the Wind Waker. I think that actually solves a lot of the problems for the Death Prophet. Like, well, I mean, would be problems, but right now they're so far ahead that doesn't feel like they have any.
Yeah.
Knight continuing to just split push on this Nature's Prophet, being very annoying. As the smoke up, K1 just walks right onto the high ground, and they've caught the Kunkka. He pops the BKB, trying to run back to his base, protected with a Glimmer Cape as well, but you're gonna lose Panda. So, no Grimstroke. You're gonna lose the full lane of barracks here.
Power shot him a couple times in there. Get him, he can't heal.
Dude, they're not gonna stop. They still have Aegis. Analog has half this Exo duration available, still has his BKB.
Pakaz is trying to finish the Swift Blink before coming home.
There's just no way,
just
man.
a little bit more. I mean, he's got to get every possible edge he can. See, there he goes. He's coming back. Gonna buy it out.
He's
got one fight.
I mean, they are smoked up. Someone's got to tap him for the smoke.
No exorcism.
Someone tap him. Schofield, mana drain up on the high ground. Ooh, okay. They're just out.
Wind Ranger just TP'd out. They see this. They just gotta run. You just have to find anyone. All right, never mind. You can just farm again. I don't know. What did he get rid of? He got rid of his mask
on Timbersaw.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he did get rid of Mask of Madness to keep the boots. Ooh, Kleipnir dodged. That was very close. 2 blink outs.
I like the Scythe purchase. Like I said, I think it's all in on Pakaz.
Oh,
you just...
no.
Oh, no. I saw this before.
Yeah, he dead.
Good dead.
He does have buyback. They will smoke up on the high ground. That is not real. I think they know about that. The thing is, you have to pop her Lincolns, and she still has an Aegis, so it's like you're committing God Strength to kill the Aegis, which does not feel good. Knight is still split pushing on this Nature's Prophet, trying to just force some attention onto himself. Maybe you can blow up the Death Prophet with a Blink Hex. They go for it. And they decide, never mind, we're not going for it, guys. Okay, here comes Pakaz. BKBs, Exorcism come out.
Revenge is ready.
Knight. Analog just doesn't care. He's just gonna run at the Sven back behind the tower. He's trying not to have to pop God Strength or BKB, but you've got 1 lane of barracks left. The Kunkka is coming back.
Oh my god, you got to regen
into the
room
trees
too.
Here. There's a great torrent. The pushback into the boat. Schofield's Aeon Disc will proc for the moment, but Sven, he's coming. He's got to clean up, looking to Jit on top of Analog's Death Prophet, but he just pops the BKB. That is an optimistic TP, sir. Will he make it? He does! Just barely. Oh, man.
Pretty good fight for Boom, all things considered. I don't know if it changes the status quo, though, but you hold on for a little bit here.
Man, I feel like this is a disaster for Boom. Uh-oh, well, Illich is dead. Again. Here comes Pakaz, trying to offer some assistance. Maybe bring down this Doombringer. In comes KJ, nice swap.
He didn't kill her.
He just, I mean, he doesn't have God Strength up. He has BKB available. He's gonna be forced to pop it. Illich did manage to survive, but he's got to run. He's got no HP. Analog just chasing down the Sven. They've managed to trap that Kunkka in place as well. Nature's Prophet already dead. Kunkka will end up dying. They just have no damage. Like, literally no damage. Like, this Timbersaw is just tickling anything.
Yeah, if God Strength is not up, they're not getting anything done. This is about a... Like I said, I think that was a relatively good fight for Boom, but clearly not good enough. But it's kind of what was expected. Like, everything's on Sven. You see he has damage when he has his ult, but you just kite that out, and then suddenly he can't even kill the Vengeful Spirit support. So...
Oh my god, Divine Llama gets the initiation there on Pakaz. Buyback coming in from Kunkka. They're just focusing the tier 4s for the rest of the team. And Pakaz goes in, breaks the Lincolns for now. But Divine Llama is just controlling up the Timbersaw. They've managed to get on top of the Kunkka now here behind this behind the throne as the final tier 4 will fall. I mean, this is it. Your Sven has to find something. What is it gonna be?
He's got to find
It's a blink
everything.
dodge, and instead Divine Llama gets a Doom out. He blink dodges out the blink. God Strength is there. Finger of Death committed. Slatum's is dead on the backside of the Wind Ranger. They just GG out. This Sven has just felt absolutely alone. Like, he has had no team to play around this game.
Yeah, that's why I think it was important for him. Like, back when he finished that BKB, I forget exactly when it was, but I think they chose to continue to let him farm and try to reach this like really scary late game point where he could, you know, hopefully cleave an entire team. But I think they needed to take a different approach, which is like, he needs to join fights now, and we need to find a couple fights to pull everyone back into the game, because we saw what happened when they don't do that. It's like, it's Sven's scary, and then he's got 4 other guys just like kind of there, and you know, like, you don't have to respect them because they have nothing. So they just have to like, where's Sven? Okay, you know, just walk away from Sven a bit. Okay, he stopped being red. Just go back in. You know, do whatever, guys. It's easy mode now.
I mean, it's not a good game when your Timbersaw does around the same amount of damage as the enemy's Vengeful Spirit. You know,
Ooh,
that is,
yeah.
he literally did like 100 more damage than Avenge this game. It's just, his whole game was completely just shut down from the lane stage. The Wind Ranger doing, I mean, exceptionally well against it. But then going for this first item, Yules, he never really comes online. There's just no one for him to play around because you have a mid lane Kunkka who got absolutely face rolled. And yeah, it just felt like Boom just kind of played a slow death this game. There was really no way. They just never really felt like they were even grasping to get back into this game. So heroic, exceptional play from them. Very well deserved victory, as we are now going to game number 5, baby. As expected, Heroic versus Boom going the distance. We'll see you after a little bit of a break here for the 5th and final game of the South American qualifiers. We'll see you soon.
I saw you riding on the train today, and I tried to figure out a way to stay close. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. All that time I wasted on something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't give a bit. Ooh, what are you? Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the line. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. What a truth. No one talk now. I'm feeling lost on this. Silence is loud. I get it safe from it. What a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on
You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they love you, late and funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this my designer flow, Hey, gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too cold. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pocket too swollen, they already know I'm a flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they love you, late and funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a code, sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now. You say you got it, and I'm Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. Ooh. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into it, I'm way too cold. Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they love you, late and funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I said,
Hey everybody, welcome back here to the ESL 1 Birmingham closed qualifiers for South America. And we are going the distance tonight. It is game number 5, the decider between Heroic and Boom Esports. It has been a fun series so far. Boom off to a really early lead at 2-0. Heroic potentially going for the reverse sweep here. We'll have to see. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Quixotics. What is up, man? This should be a pretty hype game 5, I think.
I think so. It will be, the momentum is with Heroic, right? Coming back from being down 0-2, you just won the last 2 games, feeling good. For Boom, it's kind of the opposite, right? It was like that close. You've now lost 2 games, so they also now need to do their own mental reset. You know, tell themselves, yeah, you know, we did it twice. Just need one more. We're down to, you know, essentially a best of 1. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm curious what adjustments they will be trying to make. Sometimes, you know, it is tough to try to fix any like problems within a few minutes in between games, but that is kind of what they need to do after those last 2 games.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like Heroic has just been kind of outplaying them a little bit in these last 2 games. The first series, Boom looked super clean. Like very few mistakes. Heroic had a couple hiccups, like for instance in game 2, like the Roche fight that essentially like probably ended up costing them the game, and Boom was just there to capitalize on it. In these games, we're not really seeing those mistakes from Heroic, and Boom is just struggling to make their game plan kind of come together. So maybe they're getting tired. They are coming on hour 11 almost of playing Dota today, I think. Is it that long?
No, less, but
No.
still a lot. Like
Yeah.
8-ish hours. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, whatever warm-ups they may have done before this, right? So could be 11 hours. Who knows?
Yeah, so it's a long day for the fellas at Boom. That being said, Heroic looking really good. They've got to be pretty happy going into game number 5. If you're like on the Heroic team, like say you're part of the pep talks going into the game, what are you guys like mostly discussing for game 5?
I feel like Heroic when we watched their games before this, they had very clean laning stages into very clean play. And I think in those first 2 games, Boom kind of got them in the laning stage. And from there, not that Heroic didn't have a chance, but it just didn't feel like they had the control they usually do. I think they've sort of solved that. A lot of the drafting has helped them in the last couple of games as well as some like just strong starts. They got like some first bloods on at least game 3. I can't remember that, just the the one we just saw for whatever reason. But yeah, they've been having a better time in this laning stage. So for Heroic, I think they should just keep trying to maintain that. I'm curious what I don't think they've picked it yet, but like who's going to take first versus second pick, because it seems like when I was looking back at the draft, Boom managed to get more counter picks for the particular like the core laning, which has seemed like the SA style. And these last 2 games that Heroic has won, they seem to have been getting the better picks in terms of these core matchups. So for both teams, I would be thinking hard on this draft here.
Yeah, and it looks like they did just finish the coin toss, so a little bit of insider info. First pick going to Heroic. They did win the coin toss, so they will have the option of trying to grab whichever hero overall first in the draft that they would like, which we've seen things like the Pango, the Ember Spirit, like pretty often. But when both of those are banned, it gives you some, other unique heroes that maybe slip through the draft. So we'll have to see what happens. It is, again, game number 5 for those of you who are just tuning in. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's jump into the draft for this 5th and final game and see how these teams are going to round out this series.
I'm going to take out some of these like Ember, Magnus, Timber. We've seen a lot of these. Viper, we've seen him being banned out as well. It's been a lot of mid laners rather than any of the supports, although I see Abaddon, can do both. There's the Viper. Centaur, we've seen him banned out. Doom. I feel like Centaur's been doing well in this series. You might want to take him out here. Yeah, there we go. Heroic is first pick, so they got to ban it out.
Yeah, I feel like there's absolutely no way you leave the Centaur, and this hero has looked unbelievably strong. They have the option of picking the Pango or banning the Pango here, so we'll have to see what Heroic wants to do.
They could grab the Dragonite for themselves here. We've seen them do very well with that hero. Yeah, they could ban out what they think is the best counter pick to Dragonite and then pick it for themselves here. Maybe that's what they're discussing right now. Maybe not expecting to have that option.
I mean, okay, they get rid of the Lion. I mean, that's actually really annoying for the Dragonite because he wants to split push these illusions. Yeah, there it is. So, really
they're ready for this.
Instant
Razor. All right. Didn't we see a game where one of the teams tried this versus Dragonite?
Yep, but they moved the Dragonite to the safe lane, and then they lane swapped. So you didn't end up getting, like, the ability to 1v1 the Dragonite lane. So we'll see how this... I think it was actually these 2 teams, now that I think about it. I think I remember it being Illich on the Razor.
Oh, no. So I'm looking at the draft. So Boom did try to Razor Heroic before, but it was against an Ember, Troll, and Mars lineup. Beast Coast tried to Razor Response into the Dragonite and lost that one. But that was the one where they also got Meepoed, and they tried to do the ET, the mid clockwork. So that one was, maybe that wasn't the Razor. That was like a, very experimental draft that didn't quite work out. But the original idea here that we talked through last time when we saw this was that Dragonite just kind of out sustains through the lane, decent damage, and you just try to like get an advantage just enough to hit 6 first, and then you just start pressuring that tower. And they don't have their ultimate to fight back. But Razor steals the damage, and so he can kind of do what Dragonite's trying to do, just a couple extra denies here and there, and he hits 6 first, potentially threatening the kill on Dragonite, or at least you get to protect your tower.
I mean, I like the Razor pick. It is good. We're going to find out now if it is good enough to deal with the Dragonite. That has been a very strong opener. I like the next set of bans here. So they get rid of the Hoodwink Venge as well as the Faceless Void. Hoodwink offering a lot of burst damage into the Dragonite, which is great. They're going to go back for the Tiny, which is a little bit odd because I would have assumed that maybe it was going to be like a Razor into the mid lane to try and counter the DK. Maybe it is going to be a Tiny 4 Razor off lane. So
10 seconds
if
remaining.
it's not going to be Slatums playing the Tiny this time, if they do decide to flex this is a really cool opener from Boom because you can move these heroes to almost anywhere.
Yeah, they could do a lot of different things here. We saw Nature's Prophet recently. He's been I think he looks good. Actually, there's several supports like Enchantress, Nature's, Grimstroke. Yeah, I mean any of them sound good. It's a very open draft right now with just a Dragonite. I actually would have loved Venge, but banned out already.
We still have the Nature's Prophet as an option. You could go back for the Gyrocopter. Yep, there it is.
Good call. Probably the KJ Gyrocopter.
Yeah, I would imagine so. It's pretty annoying for heroes like Tiny and Razor. And the question is, where's your other support, and what's it going to be? Again, could do the Nature's Prophet, but a little unsure at the moment of what they want to do with this.
Radiant team pick.
I speak
Oh
the
yeah.
trees.
Oh yeah, we're on a roll.
I think it's just good, right? We already talked about everything it offers, and I think the most success we've seen from Dragonite is he has a good lane, and then you just come online really early. These two supports enable that. You can get the Nature's rotating in mid early for the runes or just fighting. Same with Gyro. Fast here. Primal Beast and Phoenix.
That is an interesting Phoenix pick because I don't see a lot of synergies. Like there's not like a Mars Arena or something that you can help lock people in place. The only thing you really have is like a Primal Beast Pulverize and Tiny's like Avalanche. So
5 seconds remaining.
You do have the classic heal / percent damage versus Dragonite, who's a very tanky hero, and like Primal Beast and Tiny actually as well, like both going in first, maybe needing some healing. Does kind of add in a lot of team fight as well.
And you don't want to pick Troll into Razor either. I know we saw it win earlier. I think that was a little bit more of a fluke, honestly, because Troll is very heavily countered by a Razor. But what can you pick that deals with the Phoenix Egg that doesn't get countered by a Razor? That's the hard question. Maybe the Wind Ranger again.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I think we've seen some Wind Ranger picks into Phoenix. You are still a ranged hero who picks up a good amount of stats. Oh, a Weaver, actually.
Whoa.
This a little bit similar. So I was going to say, like, Win Run versus the Razor. I mean, Weaver does that too with Shikuchi. The scary part is Weaver is a bit squishy at the start into some of this burst damage from Tiny and Primal Beast. But as long as you get through that, like, Weaver does get pretty annoying.
Here's the thing. You could just put Gyrocopter in the one. Like, this could just be K1's Gyrocopter, and you have, like, a KJ Nature's Prophet 5. And then you're looking to, like, flex the Weaver as, like, a 4 or something for the off lane. You do have two very low armor supports on the side of Boom that Weaver does very well against.
They are slow to kill bugs as well in this lineup.
Yeah. Well, if they're going to ban Bloodseeker, then that's definitely a carry Weaver.
That's what they want you to think.
Baiting him into a false sense of security. They ban out Coddle and Zeus for the mid lane, as they are expecting potentially just an off lane or safe lane DK here.
Seconds remaining.
Man, if this was like Sacred in this game, I would say it's offlane Weaver, but I can't imagine Divine Llama is going to play Weaver this game.
I don't think I want to see an offlane Weaver, to be honest. Good. So I'm kind of hoping they don't do that.
Scarban, time for Kunkka. No, I mean, what kind of mid laner are we looking for here on Heroic, you think?
I mean, to be honest, I kind of want Analog to play Dragon Knight because we've seen him do so well with it.
5 seconds remaining.
Pick something that can maybe play either lane. I mean, Kunkka and DK can both swap between mid and off, depending on which lane is better, I suppose, right?
That's true.
All right, 3 seconds left. You got to make your choice here, Heroic. Okay, it's the Mars. That might be a little bit of a deny pick too, honestly. Because Boom could just easily run safe lane Razor, mid Primal Beast, and grab a Mars. So
True.
I actually really like this.
Yeah, I think it'll be...
10 seconds remaining.
It's good versus Primal Beast and Razor to prevent them from just running you down, at least in the early game, until BKBs come out. That way you can get away from that link, that trample, all of that. Comes online pretty early.
You have a good amount of reserve time to debate on whether or not you want to put this Razor mid or safe lane now, I think. Because you could put it 1v1 into the Dragon Knight lane. Right? This is likely to be Analog mid, unless they really want to dodge this and then they, you know, put the Mars mid. But I think if you're Boom, you just put the Razor wherever the Dragon Knight goes. But then what carry would you look for if that's the case?
Yeah, you kind of have to be okay into the Weaver and lane well into Mars. That's like the nice thing about Mars. Like very solid into the blind picks.
It's not a bad troll game for themselves if they want to go troll.
I'd be up for it. I was just worried if he would have trouble getting to the Weaver, but I guess like Tiny Primal Beast will help him with that.
They are taking their time, and honestly, I do not blame them. This is going to be their most important pick here of this event. It will be a Morphling. Okay, I like this a lot. It's a very good pick into Mars. It's great into Weaver as well.
You even get the benefit of copying Schofield. Like if he does end up picking up points in flat cannon, you could steal flat cannon for yourself, even though it's just a support gyro.
That's a really good point. I actually didn't even think about that. Well, here we are. I mean, Boom seems to have, honestly, everything they could want in their lanes. They get the Razor versus Dragon Knight mid matchup. Morphling, a good matchup into the Mars as well. The real question is going to be how these guys fare against the Weaver. Because Tiny, a zero armor hero, KJ will likely just buy a Blightstone. And those two can probably bring down this Tiny pretty easily. You don't really have any stuns come out from the Primal Beast outside of like Onslaught, so as long as you have Sakuchi up, seems like a pretty decent lane.
Yeah, and I'll be looking towards how that mid lane goes and how the supports help it, especially around 6 minutes. We have seen Heroic do this multiple times. Come in at the 6 minute timing, like just before 6 minutes, DK is usually 6. They try to get a kill, they take the tower, they take the power rune, and they just run from there. They're gonna have to do it into a counter pick with this Razor. So looking forward to see how that goes. But that has been their formula every time they go for this first pick DK.
I'm excited. I think this is gonna be a fun game. I think regardless, both teams should be pretty happy with how well they've played the series. But it is it's about time we crown a winner, right? One of these teams gets to go to the main event. We'll be joining. Well, I mean, there's a lot of good teams there, to be honest. I'm trying to think what other qualifiers are still happening. I think Western Europe finished earlier today, right? It is just South America. This is the last team. Okay, we are ready to go.
And then a patch.
Hey. And then patch. Pause champ. Valve, please.
Get rid of this hero right here. Get him out.
Give Ricky back to us. Make him good. All right.
All right, game 5. Let's do this.
Let's go. For those of you who have been watching qualifiers for the last, like, I don't know, 3 weeks, it feels like at this point. This is the final one for quite a while. So it is a Boom versus Heroic. We go in the distance to game number 5 as the Nature's Prophet comes out, does what he normally does, places these aggressive wards. And Knight. All right.
All the wards are out. Right? Yeah. I see if Illich accidentally walks into 5 heroes. That would not be the way he wants to start here. All right. Smokes are going to break. The Dire's going to see several of these heroes. So level 1's not too bad if they want to try.
I'm loving the old chat between these two teams. Panda, having previously worked with the coach from Heroic, so a little bit of fun banter there. All right, bottom lane. They do have a ward here, seeing a lot of this. So, I mean, Bakaz just takes a beating there to start this one off. So that is quite nice if you're Divine Llama. Look at these starting items. Just triple gauntlet and a circlet.
And look where he's standing. He's ready to continue this bullying. Do not allow this morphling into lane easily. He's going to go and body block too. So this is going to shove right back into his lane, and he's going to get to just sit there. That's going to allow Natures to possibly rotate in pretty early. Oh, it's a lot earlier than I thought.
He's mind gaming him right now.
He's just playing with them.
It's like, hey, by the way, I could be here.
I can do it at any time.
Mid lane, Razor versus Dragon Knight. He actually didn't get any denies off of this first static link, so only gets one there. But Analog kind of freezes the lane for the moment, does have the Breathe Fire here. But yeah, Dragon Knight doing okay. He's chilling.
Yeah, the first couple levels I think shouldn't be too bad, but we'll see as there's more pointed links if it becomes a massive problem.
Yeah, Link 2 is a big difference, right? It's the buff lasts longer, you steal more damage quicker. It gets very annoying. And you don't need to steal much. You just gotta steal enough.
Actually, with this level 1 Link, when he's affected by Breathe Fire, it's actually almost even. It's like 50 damage for both. So yeah, he'll need a couple more points in static Link before it matters too much.
All right, top lane, we've got the tiny Primal Beast lane, a very interesting one. K1 on his Weaver. I mean, this Weaver pick, not something we've really seen at all in this tournament. It is, I mean, it seems like it should be pretty good against the Primal Beast, of course.
I think just a bit of a niche pickup, but I have seen it do well a couple times here and there, so looking forward to see how it plays out this time. I'm honestly not sure who I favor in this, like, Morphling versus Weaver. You can copy the Weaver, you become the Weaver, but Weaver, I feel like Weaver comes online a little sooner, can maybe help his team.
Well, the level 2 Link comes out mid, and it's going about as you would expect. He denied the entire wave. Oh, no. Yeah, it's going to start happening.
It's just like every other wave is all Razors.
Analog actually playing aggressive here out to the tower. I like this.
Well, there's no Link. I got to maximize this.
Yeah, I mean, this lane's going to be very good for Slatums.
Heroic gets both Lotuses in the side lanes.
That's good. That's really
I
good
do
for
think
this off lane.
Yeah, I mean, this mid lane's what we expected, right? When they counterpicked the Razor. So we want to see the side lanes do well and then have the space to rotate over. Knight actually just threw KJ into a stacked small camp and is now body blocking him.
I mean, is he just dead to the creeps?
Oh,
No, he lives just barely. That is very funny.
He's
Dude, the
gonna
ghost.
TP home.
It's spooky.
No, you're not gonna TP home.
It's like, no, I gotta.
Tiny
source
courier, better
battle
be
with this
careful.
Tiny. Well, I mean, that's pretty good. Overall, lane CS going pretty good for everyone. No one's really struggling all too much. K1 takes a lot of damage there from Illich, but just Sakuchi's away.
EK currently doing better than expected, but I wonder if that'll just continue to drop as time goes on. Having said that, we've also seen him do really well on this hero, so yeah, I'm like also kind of not surprised if he ends up doing better here than expected.
You also don't like putting 3-point static link on this hero, so this is about as one-sided this goes, and you will start maxing the plasma field because that is your actual kill threat. You know, when you start rotating, it is your farming speed as well, so Analog, it's, yeah, I don't want to say it's as bad as it gets for him, but to be honest, like, he's actually going to be just fine, I think, now. He's at level 5.
Yeah, his level 6 timing should still come online at a decent time. Nature?
They're looking mid. Yeah, Nature's Prophet comes in. There's the Dragon Tail, the extra point that they were holding. A beautiful block. And the Breathe Fire, the third point that he was holding. Gets the kill onto the Razor. Sometimes that's all you need.
Very nice.
Mid lane.
Same
or
time,
mid
Weaver
and
falls.
Top lane, K1 goes down, yeah.
Yeah, making use of the fact
Avalanche,
that Nature's
pretty
left. I think this is still worth it for you, though, because Weaver will farm. Like, no matter how good of a game you give him, but getting Analog a kill helps to save his game versus a Razor. We see that helps him get his 6. Not going to chip his tower as much as we've seen in the past, but like I think it's more important for Analog to have a good game right now than it is for Weaver.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think Weaver will be okay no matter what. Like, they will be able to leave him in this lane eventually, and he shouldn't struggle too much. Once he has more points in the Sakuchi, the cooldown comes down quite a bit. It'll be a lot more difficult for them to actually secure the kill onto this guy. But it's a little bit unfortunate for Analog not getting the tower pressure in mid. I mean, that would have been, you know, the icing on the cake. You really want to try and do that on heroes like Dragon Knight. I haven't really seen a whole lot of action going on in this bottom lane, but I mean, Divine Llama's doing quite well. They're going to try and dive him. Does manage to spear away the Phoenix. Has a Lotus there to try and survive. Pakaz barely grabs him there. With that adaptive strike. Nicely done.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I get this good ward here from Schofield. Being able to watch where Razor's going to be farming.
Watching, keeping an eye on him.
Good double stack. That was sick.
Analog's coming in.
I think they
Thinking of
see him.
doing this?
Yeah.
Maybe they want to steal the stack. Maybe that's the idea. Razor get a little low doing it, and you just like come bully him away with 2 heroes. They see Schofield now. They're pinging him.
They're bringing in the Nature's Prophet. At least they're potentially bringing in the Nature's Prophet. Well, Panda just potentially dead to the Gyrocopter. Almost gets taken down 100-0, but there's KJ's rotation onto the backside. But in comes Primal Beast, the Avalanche. They get the big prize, the Dragon Knight. That is way more worth it. Good read from Boom here, knowing that it's like, all right, it looks like they want to try and dive the Razor again here, and they punish it.
Yeah, it'll give a little space to Weaver, but they were already winning this lane, so they can just like run right back up here. Yeah, Primal Beast already on his way. And Weaver won't get too much out of this rotation.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Amplify damage as well for the Razor. That's quite nice. So, mid Dragon Knight definitely quote unquote shut down from what we have seen. Like, he's still top of the net worth. I'm not saying he has no game. It's just at this point, from what we've been seeing, the way specifically Analog as well and Heroic have been playing it, he's taking a tower every single time at 6.5 minutes on this hero. So it is quite a different performance out of the DK in terms of what they're getting out of it on the map.
Yeah, but considering the Razor counter pick, like I think this is, I mean, DK's at the top, like you said, right? And he's actually 1,000 gold over Razor. So all things considered, I think you're happy with this. And he's got another ult, so if Razor's trying to clear out these stacks, he's losing some health. He does have his amplified damage rune, but I mean, with the Nature's rotation threat, he may not be able to defend this.
Yeah, and he did go 4 points breathe fire as well, so he's not as tanky, right? Which we saw him actually die pretty quickly in that last fight, but breathe fire is a pretty solid nuke. So you can't really show up to his lane not healthy.
It looks like they've already brought Phoenix over to try to deal with this instead.
Stop this push potentially a little bit.
Yeah, I gotta say KJ's already farming back here. This is a lot earlier than we usually see.
I saw that a while ago after the mid gank, and I was like, he's actually just gonna go farm the enemy jungle. All right, whatever. Top lane, Pulverize comes out looking for the Weaver. Does he get the time lapse? He does! Oh no, the turnaround is here. Schofield looking for him. The missile gonna chase down the Primal Beast as well. This guy's tanky though. The bugs still standing on top of him. The damage from this gyrocopter, is it enough? One more Sakuchi on back behind the tower. He will actually the trample damage. Illich? Does he get him? Oh my goodness, so close. So close, but a great 2 kills there for the side of Heroic. I mean, that is like best case scenario. You do lose Mars bottom though, so it's not without a cost. Grabbing the top tower though is nice.
Yeah, and I think they'll be able to go defend that bottom tower as well. Or maybe they'll just go mid, because actually Analog just beating down on Panda and has his ult here in a moment. So catapult wave 2.
It's freaking Phoenix. It's so annoying to deal with. Yeah, here comes the ult. He's like, I'm gonna start chipping on this tower, guys. Schofield's here as well. Dude, Schofield's doing a lot of damage on this gyro early. I love it. Oh no, your catapult's in range. That's unlucky. Oh, time to just chase on in. Oh my goodness, that DK is gone, as well as that gyrocopter. Okay, well, they got baited by their own catapult.
Yeah, they wanted to keep it alive, but they don't have the vision. So actually, several heroes were missing. So that was too greedy of them to try to do that, and they immediately get punished by Boom. Has KJ moved?
I mean,
He's
I don't
been
want to.
here this whole time, right?
He came top for that gank, right? And then he just came right back. He's just farming the bottom side of the map. This is literally Jungle 5.
No. He's 2-0 and 2. That's he's participated.
Yep, that's what they all say. All you Nature's Prophet players, that's what you guys try to justify.
I'm building Team
your
Mind.
actions.
I'm building Spirit Vessel. Look, it's gonna come in a really nice time for the Morphling. It's really good, guys. Phoenix, Primal Beast. I'm helping. I'm doing my part.
Surprised you went 3 points in the teleport instead of the Sprout, though.
Ooh, Sentry in the lane.
Wow, they got him again. Dude, Illich is actually really outperforming on this Primal Beast so far. He's finding so many good kills.
Yeah, although actually Weaver was really struggling. I think getting that kill earlier did save his game. We see him now competing at the top of the net worth with his team. Still a very nice kill for Boom to grab him there. He thought he was safe just being able to go through, right? Invisibility is supposed to be invincibility, but just gets grabbed and killed. Kind of same thing happens to Phoenix there. No grabbing, but just killed. Gonna grab this bottom tower now. He's got his Mage Slayer. Like, I mean, it got a little messy, but we're starting to see that same formula from the Analog DK, right? He's trying to push as much as possible. He is struggling to get this mid tower, but he has, he's done this rotation. He's got his same items.
And I think for me, the biggest question is whether or not this Nature's Prophet's going to pay off, because boy, has it been just not on the map. Right?
Oh, it's going to pay off. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Might be struggling a little bit, but he's gaining net worth. He's starting to pull away from the Tiny and stuff.
It'll all pay off. Don't worry. Don't worry.
He's thinking about going right back to his favorite corner of the map.
I'm surprised there's not a ward there. All right, jokes aside, he does have a spirit vessel, so like I want to see him join something now. He's gonna get his charge, and then you know, try to actually use it. It's like why you buy it so early. No wisdom rune steals this time. All right, they're coming for the mid tower, as they say, third or fourth or fifth time's the charm. How many times have we come here?
I like the aggressive wards being placed from the Nature's Prophet. Oh,
How did he know?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I literally don't have any idea.
How did he do that? Did they see like the direction he was teleporting and then just guess?
I mean, did they see where he was TPing from?
I don't know.
But anyway, what I was about to say is I love the wards being placed from him on like the aggressive farming areas, or like not the aggressive, the defensive farming areas, like where Morphling's gonna be. Because if Morphling's low, you could just Wrath of Nature him with like a +1 hero, and he can die, right? It's a good amount of burst. Panda's making his way over though to de-ward that, so I am shocked. I have no idea how he knew about that ward.
Yeah, I feel like I must have missed something. All right, grab a real fast D ward then.
Ooh, K1.
Right, yeah, I'm curious what his build's gonna be. I haven't seen too many carry weavers. Looks like he's got a Lincoln's queued up. Doesn't want to get linked by Razor or grabbed by this Primal Beast, and they're heading mid.
They get the arena. Panda will drop the egg, but I mean, that's on top of 3 heroes. They got that no problem. Slaydoms with that BKB reveals come through, but he just gets sprouted. Nicely done from KJ. Backside of the fight, he takes down the Tiny with the Vessel, and Slaydoms is in all alone here. You are not getting away. Beautiful engagement there from Heroic, and honestly, you're saying, will this, I was asking, will the Nature's Prophet pay off? It did right there.
It always pays off. That Sprout, so Razor even has a Quelling Blade, but that's how Sprout can still get you sometimes when other terrain messes you up. So he actually cut a tree, but just like the cliff was kind of in the way, so he was still stuck in there, that was his first BKB. Like, that was really painful for him for that to happen. He should have been extremely powerful there, just been able to like run around, do whatever. Instead, he got sprouted.
Yep. And
that's why I get to farm this corner of the map.
Well, he gets a shard for that fight now, and I mean, Nature's Prophet's shard is really strong. Combined with the Vessel, if you don't have a Dispel, which, I mean, they're going to have plenty between the BKBs of the Primal Beast and the Razor, but, I mean, the supports, not so much. Blink, Avalanche, toss back. Divine Llama will have to spear away the Razor, and in comes the Weaver, though. Divine Llama, he's pops a stick, actually fairly tanky, but Schofield's missile just destroys the Tiny. Oh, my God. You got to respect that damage from that Gyro.
It is so much damage. Top lane, Morphling trying to duel this Dragon Knight.
There's no way. Yeah, not fast enough.
He wanted it though.
Oh yeah. I mean, but that's the benefit of this Nature's Prophet, right? Is he's gonna have kill threat onto this, Morphling as long as that Manta style is not available.
Yeah, and he's going for an Agadams now. I really like this. It's very annoying for a Primal Beast, a Razor, these fast heroes who just want to run around, even like the dive from Phoenix. Now, they do have BKBs, but, right, like, you may not want to BKB when that root comes out, and it's forcing you to BKB just to move into the rest of the fight. So it's very annoying for them to deal with. Nice. They're trying to find Divine Llama here, but he's already out.
Yeah. I like his Vlad's pick up this game too, as he's going towards the BKB. I mean, overall, if I'm Heroic, I am super stoked on the way this game is going. Your Manta style Dragon Knight is done, and now you go for the Aghanim Scepter, which, I mean, he's very happy with his state of the game. Your Lincoln Sphere closing in on this Weaver, which he's pretty close. Pekaz is pretty well farmed, but bottom lane, they're just gonna spear away the Primal Beast. I think they sniffing something out here as the smoke will get popped by K1.
I think everyone's out.
Yeah, they're out. Wow, good read.
I mean, Boom's trying, right? They know that they have this early items like these fast BKBs. They're trying to find these kills, but just not quite connecting. And that's gonna hurt them a lot. Like, they're trying to force these fights, and you got this Dragonite Manta illusions pushing, Weavers running around, Nature's is ratting.
They're just gonna go Roche. I was like, typically you'd want to keep the bug on there, and Nature's Prophet just gonna tank up as much of the damage as he can to let that Beetle try and reduce the damage or reduce the armor.
As a Dota 2 player, I can't read very well. When I first started playing, I thought this bug did -1 armor. Like, it's -1 armor per attack, but I didn't realize that. I was like, this is garbage. Who cares about this ability?
1 armor reduction does.
Yeah.
What is this DPS? 22 or 30 DPS at max level. This is terrible.
What a useless ability.
It's similarly deceptive like old school weave was on Dazzle, where like you weave a team and then like 6-7 seconds into the team fight you're like, we have no armor.
Yeah,
our whole team is dying. Offensive ward placement here from KJ. He's gonna TP out. He will use this. See, I love this on Nature's Prophet. This is my favorite thing on Nature's Prophet if you're going to do this. You ward their Tormentor right at the 20 minutes, and you wait for the enemy team to go for it, and then you just Wrath of Nature them as they take it.
That'd be great. Let's see if it happens. I mean, they're in the area, but they are smoked, so I think they're looking for K1 here.
Avalanche. Toss back. He does have a time lapse, but he's going to lose his first life. He is super dead.
He has
Can
no
they do it
teammates
twice?
nearby.
The toss. He's
Yes.
dead. Wow, they actually got him.
Very nice kill by them. See if they do the Tormentor. Nature's. He's waiting. He's like, please, do it. Only 3 of you, though. I need someone to get low enough.
Oh, well, Nature's is dead, so he can't do it now.
Please don't do Tormentor yet. Please.
Wait, 25 seconds.
Would he buy back an ult to snipe someone?
Oh, 100%, I would.
Well,
It's more about sending a message, right? Like, he just got tipped by Panda. Imagine he kills Panda there and tips him back, dude. That would have been
back.
an ultimate meme. I just saw Panda ping the Tormentor.
Come on, please. We need this.
Man, Knight is decently farmed here on the Tiny as well. I mean, got his mana boots coming, so that'll help him out quite a bit. Dragon Knight check. Apparently Analog has just been farming as he is now 800 gold away from an axe.
I mean, this is what you do, right? We were talking about this, how before Dragon Knight used to be this very early game hero. Yeah, you gotta get that ult, you gotta push towers, right? You're gonna drop off, you're gonna be tanky, but you're not gonna do anything in the late game. That's not the case anymore. Now you're actually an extremely annoying rat hero when you get Aghanims and Manta. And the pace of this game, I think we'll end up seeing that, where he's just gonna keep sending out these illusions, and you have to deal with that. These illusions that AoE splash, put a dot on objectives, right? Like, you can just whittle things down.
He went for it on the Tormentor. He almost got him, but Morphling was just sitting slightly too high on HP.
He should tip anyways. Just like pretend it worked.
Dude, if he got a solo kill on the Morphling doing Tormentor, that would have been the like best case scenario.
Maybe he'll get lucky. Maybe Morphling will walk through low health anyways.
Oh wow, Sladems is the one who got the shard. Did he drop his items?
No, he's just that low. He's not been having a good time.
No, because it should have been. Oh yeah, I guess he was below the Primal Beast. So
Yeah, and then now he's up because he got it. I actually totally forgot about this shard.
it's
To
so
hold
good.
people together. I don't think it's good versus Weaver though, right? Like Weaver still just Shikuchi's out, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Ooh, toss back. Dalai Lama. Oh, nice jump out from Knight. However, Nature's Prophet's coming in, looking for him. Does catch him. He does have a Quelling Blade. The blood
Look at the damage!
He's just actually dead. On the front side, Schofield, he's just getting ran down by Illich. The Pulverize coming through as well. K1 trying to find the... He gets the Phoenix! The Spear out catches the Morphling as well. Paka is able to get that waveform to safety for the moment, but here comes Slatus. He's got a BKB available, but you are down heroes, man. You've got to get out, and the Weaver's damage is enormous. He's just chasing it down one by one. The Lincoln Sphere doing work. Paka is safe for the moment. Slatum's forced to pop that BKB, but you're just taking too much damage. The Weaver just owning right now, as they will just get themselves a 1 for 3.
Sniping that Phoenix before the egg comes out. It's really nice for that team fight.
I don't know what stunned him, actually. So I'm pretty sure he got stunned before Weaver hit him, but I just don't know what it was, and his death summary, unfortunately, is bugged, so I couldn't see it.
I've got the memory of a goldfish. I've already forgotten. I don't remember what I
Sorry.
saw.
Well, after that fight, Analog hits his level 18, so you now have the split push of the Black Dragon. Good luck dealing with this one, Boom.
Yeah. From here, Heroic can take it easy. Just aggressive wards, but you don't actually have to be hunting them down. You just keep sending illusions in, wait out this Roshan, and just let the Manta illusions do their thing. I mean, I guess you got to take these tier 2s first, but I mean, yeah. That's what they're going to do. They're going to sit in this area, just like send the illusions in. Tier 2s, then tier 3s.
Yep.
Is under attack.
They're looking for Pakaz real deep.
Scanning.
Yeah. Well, they just group up on the bottom, tier 2, which I like a lot. Very smart. So that will open up the first one. And I mean, that's big. That's what you want. You need to take the tier 2s out of the game here for the Dragon Knight. At least, you know, in like partnering lanes, either mid top or mid bottom, so that he can just send the illusions to the 2 lanes very easily.
Mm-hmm.
Blamer Cape finished up on Schofield's Gyrocopter. That's going to help him out quite a bit.
See, KJ's working on an Orchid. That'll be really nice versus the Phoenix. If you can silence Phoenix, you don't even have to kill Phoenix. Phoenix just won't be able to do anything.
Dire are scanning.
I see Primal Beast down here with this Observer. Let's see if they bring anyone.
The seeds of fortune.
Or they can use that knowledge to try to get someone up here. Because it looks like they're moving in for Pakaz.
I mean, he is itemizing for the Aghanim Scepter, which is obviously very good this game. There's a lot of good breaks, but I almost just... It's one of those things where it's like, do you even find the real DK eventually? Top lane, Slatum's forced to just BKB TP on home, as the Tiny will continue to try and split push. And DK doing what he does best, pushing 2 lanes at once, chipping down these towers. Knight's gonna get another wave, I think. Oh, he has no mana, so.
Yeah. Ooh, KJ was right on the money with that TP. Doesn't have a way to actually cancel it, though.
We'll get his D ward, though. It's like you're damage draining the illusion because you're like, what other options do I have here, guys?
I mean, it really is that annoying. And it's like a Dragon Knight illusion, so it's really tanky. It's hard to kill. Let's see if they can catch Weaver here the same way they did earlier, but looks like he's learned his lesson. He is out.
I like this Mjolnir. This is cool. He's actually not chosen to pick up his Shard, which a lot of people do on Weaver, since the Shard is kind of one of your primary farming tools, but K1's just managed to stay super farmed anyways. Doesn't seem to really care all
Classic
that much.
K1.
Yeah, right. I mean, this gold lead is getting worse and worse for the side of Boom, as every moment that goes by, you're just farming more of the map on Heroic.
I mean, you've got this ratting DK, this hard to catch Weaver. Nature's just farming weird parts of the map. It's going to be really difficult to keep up and farm this game. So they got to find fights, but they're just really struggling to. K1's here pretty deep.
Analog does find a solo pick in the jungle. KJ might be in some trouble. Yeah, Kaz will pick him off, but you have a DK just flying high in the sky as they're looking for Knight as well on the side. Yeah, he gets the blink out at the last second, but K1, the Geminid attack, I think, persisted through blink. That's weird.
Yeah, I actually thought that disjoints, but
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
it's not. They're just going to go straight high ground now. Let's see if they can force any buybacks.
They're,
You just catch the Morphling?
He gets the BKB off at the last second, but he is very low. You need to be careful. They're going to go for the Pulverize here on Analog, but this guy is so tanky. You still have the Arena. K1 does have time available. They're going to return with their BKBs, but the Arena comes out just a moment too late. They're able to make it up onto the high ground, and that signals retreat for Heroic. They've spent a lot here.
Yeah, if they can get the Roshan, I think that would be good. Maybe they need to be a little careful without some of their ults. But I mean, same with Boom, right? That was they pop BKBs to defend that high ground.
Yeah. I mean, they almost got Pakaz. He needs to be very careful.
Yeah, that was scary. That might have been the game right there if they kill Morphling. they can just finish off that barracks and like move on to the rest. It would have given them a huge lead.
Radiant Fortification now going to be on cooldown for about 4 minutes, so the next time Heroic get to the high ground, they will not have to worry about that. Smoked up here bottom lane, Boom. Looking for an opportunity thanks to the Tiny. You have that toss back. He's a great initiator just because he's so damn tanky. But they'll be the ones that actually scout the Roshan, so they know this is up. Counter smoke out from Heroic at the exact same time. They are not going to give this one up for free. Who's going to find initiation? They actually get some good vision here on the Primal Beast, and a missile is just going to come through from Schofield, try and force something.
Good Treant scouting.
Here comes the DK illusions. Okay. All right. It's time to try and get out of here. These things are way too annoying.
He is.
Yeah, I mean, the missile's going to connect as well. You could just try and chainsaw this guy down, and they will. A nice heal coming through from that egg. Can they finish off Illich in time? He's incredibly low. It will be K1 on the Weaver who does it. So they do take down the Primal Beast. They force BKBs, and they force an egg. That is the absolute best case scenario from Heroic. You did commit some BKBs of your own.
Yeah, well, you see Razor has to go defend mid. That was from an earlier DK illusion that pushed that in. So almost took a tier 2 while this fight's going on. And now they're just gonna get Roshan here.
Weaver too busy pushing bottom lane to take Roche with his team.
You guys got it, right?
He'll come back to take the Aegis. Thanks, guys.
You guys know farm efficiency means a lot to me. Thank you, thank you. Guys,
Someone
please,
get the banner.
Roshan's banner.
Let's not do this anymore. Midlight. Orchid catches the Phoenix. He does have a Quelling Blade and a Yule's, but that spear is going to send you right back into a tree. Oh, no. That is a great kill from KJ.
See the Morphling illusions top. They know he's in this area.
Scan comes out. Analog hits him on the stun. He is going to have to BKB, it looks like, and he's turning around onto Schofield, but Divine Llama's just ready and waiting. He's got, oh, his blink gets canceled there from the Razor, but he's coming back up in 1 second, and there it is, the blink, the Arena, the Spear, pins the Morphling against the wall, but Sladems is still happy. The damage comes through from K1 to finish the job, as they will continue the dive. Sladems dying right outside the fountain, and no buybacks available. This might be the end of the series, as Heroic are trying to secure themselves yet another qualifier.
Yeah, even if they don't end here, they're in a fantastic position. I think the game's extremely hard for Boom from this point. It's going to require like some tiny airlines into the fountain to have a chance to come back here. Like, I think they just struggle to have the damage at this point on some of these heroes.
It's kind of similar to what we saw last game, right? Like, you have this one really farmed hero, but the rest of them are just not able to do damage.
And they're going to play it safe, just get all the barracks.
Yeah. I like that idea. Mega creep secured. I don't think they're going to stop anytime soon. They just popped the DK form, so Analog gonna get to work with his Manta in a moment as well. You can just box them into the base.
Use your Roche banner.
Dude, true. Drop the banner right on the tower. Just drop it on the enemy tier 4s, you know?
Yeah.
Well, drone exposed.
Adding the stats.
DK illusions doing work. The call down to try and slow them up. The blink out, at least at the moment. They will respect it. Illich with a nice jump in. Pulverize hits the DK, but there's no follow-up damage. The egg comes out looking for K1B. Chons the BKB on. He's just going to take it down. There's no more egg for you, Panda. Prime will be stunned up as well on the backside. Sladems can't do it. The GGs come out, and congratulations to Heroic. A well-deserved victory, as they have looked incredibly good in this qualifiers, and they will be moving on to play at the main event of ESL 1 Birmingham.
Very impressive. The reverse 3-0. That takes
freaking
friendly banter. Some friendly banter there.
That's good.
Yeah, it takes some mental fortitude to come back from that, right? Being down 0-2, you know, probably feeling pretty confident considering they 2-0'd Boom Esports previously. So being able to reset there, bring it all the way back, very impressive. This final showing, we see how well this team plays around this Dragonite, why so many teams are banning it away. It's, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing this against the other teams, because I don't think other regions have been putting as much priority on DK as we've seen down here. So I'm really looking forward. Well, you know, there might be a patch by then, but I hope we get to see it. You know, maybe it won't be touched, you know, and we'll get to see it even stronger by the time the tournament happens.
Yeah, it's been a fun qualifiers, to say the least. I mean, we got to cover North America, their grand finals, now to South America, and this grand finals. It's been 5 games for each of them. It was an absolute blast, as the best teams making it through. Heroic, they look absolutely dominant in the South American region. Boom, put up a good fight, man. Those first 2 games were amazing, but today Heroic will qualify for another ESL tournament, and man, they should do well at the main event. I honestly believe so. I think this team looks super clean. I'm excited to see what drafts they're going to bring. Like you were saying, maybe the DK. Maybe we'll get a patch, though. Who knows? Birmingham is quite a bit away, so they got some time from there. So with that being said, big shout out to ESL for bringing us along. We want to thank you guys so much for that. For all the viewers who tuned in, hope you guys had a great time. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with ZQuixotics. We will see you all hopefully very soon. As always, have a wonderful night.
Thanks. Bye.
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. All the time I wasted on something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud again, what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't care of it. Ooh, what a true. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the line. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. Ooh, what a true.